Dragon King's Son-in-Law Chapter 1. 8 A candy dark clouds covered the entire sky and pressed down towards the ground. Vague thunder noises resonated in the sky as lightning flashed. It felt like lightning was ready to dash through the clouds and break the sky into pieces. Damn it. Hao Ren looked at the bad weather as he sighed. He knew that a storm was approaching. He breathed in the moist air as he paced himself towards the corner store that was about 300 meters away. If the superstore in the dorm area wasn't in renovation, if he didn't use 3 consecutive scissors in the rock, paper, scissors match, he won't be out here in his pajamas and slippers. He was laying on his bed reading a book, but his roommates wanted to play cards. Boom. A loud thunder sounded, and Hao Ren started to run as he tried to avoid the storm. Aha! As Hao Ren was about to speed up, he heard the scream of a girl above him. He looked up confused. He was shocked by what he saw. A girl was falling from the sky. That wasn't all. That girl was about to land on his head. Damn. Hao Ren took a step back and lowered his center of gravity. He then reached out his hands and formed a perfect horse stance. Bam! The girl smashed into Hao Ren's chest, and that force made Hao Ren lower his center of gravity by another 10 centimeters. The force was so strong that he almost collapsed. This girl's head also smashed onto Hao Ren's lips, and that impact almost made Hao Ren lose a few teeth. Gulp. Something dropped out of the girl's mouth, and it smoothly went down Hao Ren's throat since his mouth was still wide open due to the initial surprise. Sweet, smooth, and small, before Hao Ren could react, this candy-like object was already in his stomach. However, Hao Ren didn't focus on that. As he was freighted and his hands were numb, he looked down at the girl in his arms. Long black lashes, short ponytail, youthful figure, and the blue school uniform with the Ling Jiao Middle School badge. To be honest, the girl was pretty. After 2 seconds, it seemed like she finally realized what had happened. She screamed as she opened her black eyes. She looked at Hao Ren and suddenly tried to stand back up on her own. After getting struck by the weight of the girl, Hao Ren felt like his legs were numb. He didn't know where this girl fell from. After all, there weren't any tall buildings around. After the girl stood up, she touched her body and then rubbed her lips that swelled a little. After she saw the red mark on Hao Ren's lips, she blushed and hit Hao Ren's neck. Hey, I saved you. Before Hao Ren could finish, the girl already ran off. Girls nowadays are really tough. She seems fine after falling from such a height. Hao Ren rubbed his neck as he watched the girl running away. It's not too bad. She didn't hit me hard. Also, she didn't hit my face. He then rubbed his lips. He couldn't remember the warm feeling of kissing that he had heard about. He was already a second-year university student, but he still didn't have a girlfriend. I'm such a loser, Hao Ren thought as he patted his thighs and stood up. He looked up at the sky and suddenly found that the dark clouds were all gone and even the sun had come out. Damn this weather. I thought it was going to storm. Hao Ren murmured to himself. He didn't want to get too hung up on what just happened. He quickly got to the corner store and bought 2 decks of cards. After that, he promptly returned to his dorm that was located in the south end of the campus. What took you so long? Quick, we are all waiting. After seeing Hao Ren, his 3 roommates shouted. Universities in China has 4 to 8 people typically living in the same dorm room on bunker beds. Hao Ren threw the 2 decks of cards onto the table and said, You guys can play, I'm not in the mood. What is up? You are not happy? Zhao Jiayi, who was wearing a white t-shirt, asked. Didn't we agree that whoever lost would go and buy cards? He was the self-named dorm captain. I'm just a little dizzy, Hao Ren said as he crawled up to the upper berth that belonged to him. Hey, we agreed on playing cards today. Zhao Jiayi wasn't too happy. Are you okay? Zhou Liren, another roommate, asked as he was worried about Hao Ren. Not sure, I'm just not feeling too well. Hao Ren rubbed his chest as he responded. Did my organs get injured from the impact when I saved that girl? He thought. Should we take you to the infirmary? Zhao Jiayi also got serious as he saw Hao Ren's facial expression. It's fine. I fell by accident on my way to the corner store. Hao Ren pointed at his chin that swelled a little. It was hit by that girl's head. Then get some rest. Since it is not going to rain, we are going to go to the internet cafe, Cao Ronghua, the 3rd roommate, said. Yeah. You guys go ahead. Hao Ren waved at them. He wasn't in the spirit. Zhao Jiayi was still a little worried. Just call me if you need anything, he said. Okay. Hao Ren took off his slippers and got in his comfortable, cozy little bed. The four of them were all single. Except for gaming and playing cards, they didn't have any other passions. Hao Ren sighed as he fell asleep. He was exhausted for some reason. When he woke up, it was already 6 in the afternoon. There was a box of takeout food on the table. It was the dinner that the 3 of his roommates got for him. Through the doors, Hao Ren heard the noise of card playing in the dorm room across from his. His roommates were afraid of being loud, so they went next door. Real bros. Hao Ren scratched his head as he got down from his upper berth to get the food. When he reached out his hand, he was shocked. His body froze in place. In the dark room, he saw a circle of green skin on his right wrist. Hao Ren felt like his heart stopped beating for 5 seconds. He opened the curtain to shed more light on his arm. A green fish scale-like tattoo covered his right arm from wrist to shoulder. Hao Ren thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes, and it was still there. He then tried to smear this green matter off of his body, but it didn't work as well. Chill. Hao Ren felt a chill down his spine. He quickly undressed and stood in front of the full-length mirror. He wanted to see if there was anything like this on other parts of his body. Creak, the door opened, and the 3 roommates walked in. Damn. Are you a pervert? Zhao Jiayi shouted as he saw Hao Ren, who was continuously turning around in front of the mirror. No, no. Hao Ren quickly picked up his clothes and covered his body. I feel a pain in my body, and I was just checking if any other parts of my body are injured, he explained. If you are not feeling well, we should take you to the infirmary, Zhao Jiayi frowned as he said earnestly. It's okay. Nothing serious. Hao Ren didn't want to tell them about the weird thing happening to his skin. After all, he didn't know what was going on and how to deal with it. I think you have a desire to run naked. How about we go to the public bathhouse tonight? Zhou Liren came up and said to Hao Ren. I think it is you who has a desire to run naked. Hao Ren said back to Zhou Liren as he got dressed and covered up his arm with the sleeve. I'm going to head out for a bit. You guys can chill in here now. Not going to eat? Zhao Jiayi pointed at the takeout and said, I bought it just for you. I'm not hungry yet, Hao Ren said as he rushed out. Damn, is this kid in a relationship? Cao Ronghua asked after seeing Hao Ren's irregular behavior. Him? He is not as charismatic as me, he is not as fit as Zhou Liren, and he is not as handsome as you. Do you think he has a chance? If he can find a girlfriend in 3 years, I will give you 1,000 yuan asterisk, Zhao Jiayi said firmly. Chapter 2. The arrogant yet pretty girl. Just as Zhao Jiayi and the others in the dorm were predicting how no girls would lay their eyes on Hao Ren in the next 3 years, Hao Ren had left the school frantically. He waved down a taxi and was on his way to the hospital that had the best department of dermatology, Washi Hospital. There, Hao Ren went through a series of cumbersome administrative procedures and tiresome checkups. After, while handling a pile of reports from the equipment, the expert dermatologist determinedly told Hao Ren that the streaks on his arm were caused by a type of dye, as in the discoloration of some bad quality bedsheets. According to the reports, there was no mutation in the cells in his body. All of the results from the various tests had indicated no abnormalities. Moreover, the green color was not a result of pigmentation. As for the scale patterns, it was only accidental. The color happened to spread out in a relatively regular pattern. Most importantly, it was definitely not contagious. Although unconvincing, this explanation was enough to assure Hao Ren and calm him down temporarily. Upon receiving the reports, Hao Ren left the hospital and returned to the school. As he began forcefully scrubbing his arm with soap, he noticed that the color did seem to lighten a bit. After scaring and exhausting himself for half a day over nothing, he replaced his bedsheet with a clean one and fell into sleep. The Saturday afternoon sun shone through the curtains and found home on Hao Ren's butt. Ren. This chapter's initial release occurred on the November E.L. Bean site. At that moment, the door of the dorm room was loudly banged on. Heck! Who is it? Zhao Jiayi, who was the occupant of the lower berth, grabbed a pillow and threw it right onto the door. Ren, there is a pretty girl waiting for you. On the other side of the door came the voice of Jiyu Jiadong, who lived in dorm room 301, right across from theirs. Pretty girl? Pretty girl. As confused and dazed as he was, Zhou Liren abruptly woke up from his dream and arose to an upright position. Ever since Zhou Liren was rejected by the most popular girl at the university, He had lost the courage to pursue a relationship. However, he managed to retain his passion for admiring pretty girls. "Ren, get up already. Cao Ronghua told me to come and get you. Because of the pretty little girl who is waiting for you there, so many people have already gathered around the entrance of Green Hill Cafeteria. You have quite an audience." Jiyu Jiadong continued shouting on the other side of the door. "What the hell are you talking about?" Gently rubbing his slightly aching stomach, Hao Ren thought of something. As he raised his arm, the trace of the winding green marks came into sight. It did not fade away, but it did not expand either. He felt a little relieved. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking persisted. I'm coming. Hao Ren jumped off the bed and went to get the door. By this time, Zhao Jiayi, who was on the lower berth, could not sleep anymore and rose from his bed grudgingly. On the other hand, upon hearing the words, "pretty girl," Zhou Liren had already started to get dressed excitedly. So many people have surrounded the entrance of Green Hill Cafeteria. Cao Ronghua and I were on our way to get food and thought an incident had occurred. We went over to take a look and found that it was a pretty girl waiting for someone. Seeing that Hao Ren had finally opened the door, Jiyu Jiadong explained feverishly. "FCK, that doesn't necessarily mean she is waiting for me, does it? This kind of fun is more suitable for Zhou Liren. I'm not interested." Hao Ren stared at Jiyu Jiadong in annoyance. He had a very upset stomach yesterday and did not fall asleep until midnight. Now, being awoken by this meaningless commotion had only irked him more. "Let me finish." Jiyu Jiadong grabbed onto Hao Ren. "That pretty girl had a portrait in her hands, and it is totally you. She said that whoever brings you to her would get awarded 500 yuan. Me?" Hao Ren looked lost. He then locked his eyes on Jiyu Jiadong. "You are here for the 500 yuan, aren't you?" Hee. Jiyu Jiadong's smile was a little too bright. At this time, a growing uproar was approaching the outside of the dorm building. Hao Ren walked over to the balcony and saw a big group of male students he was acquainted with running wildly towards his dorm room. He could tell that they were all coming after him for the reward. Therefore, he quickly threw on some clothes and shoes and followed Jiyu Jiadong down the stairs. As the dorm captain, Zhao Jiayi worried about any unexpected mishaps. Hence, he readily gave up the comfort of sleep, got dressed, and accompanied Hao Ren to wherever they were headed. Zhao Jiayi was closest with Hao Ren. Even though he was usually foul-mouthed and liked to bug Hao Ren a lot, he was also the one who cared about Hao Ren the most. As for Zhou Liren, he would not miss the chance of meeting pretty girls. The southern dorm building was situated outside the campus. As the four walked along the southern entrance and entered the campus, they saw many bulletin boards on their way, big or small. They were all filled up by wanted posters with pencil-sketched portraits of Hao Ren on them. Underneath the portraits, written in a conspicuously big font, it said, 500 yuan reward for bringing the above person to me. Come to claim your reward by the entrance of the cafeteria. Going by the number of bulletin boards there were in the school, there had to be at least a few hundreds of these posters. This was no less than the scale of being wanted nationally. "What did you do to that girl to make her come all the way to our school to make you a wanted man?" Zhou Liren asked Hao Ren curiously as he anticipated in enthusiasm. "How am I supposed to know? I don't even know who she is," Hao Ren responded impatiently. Escorted by the big crowd, Hao Ren unwillingly walked towards the cafeteria. In a situation like this, there was simply no leeway for him. He's coming. Seeing that the wanted person had appeared, some students started calling out tauntingly. As a result, the previously crammed crowd had automatically split to make way for Hao Ren. Under the gazes of a few hundred people, Hao Ren awkwardly walked towards the door of the cafeteria, and saw the pretty little girl from yesterday. She was wearing a white shirt and a pair of washed-out jeans. It was a very common outfit. Yet, it looked outstanding on her. Strands of her hair were drifting in the wind. However, underneath the fluttering hair, there was an angry face. Oh, someone started jeering. Such a pretty little girl, Zhao Jiayi, who self-claimed to have countless girlfriends, whispered into Hao Ren's ear. "When did you meet such a beautiful girl? Give us an introduction." Zhou Liren turned around and winked at Hao Ren as he said that. He was itching to have another shot with a pretty girl. Seeing that Hao Ren finally showed up, the pretty little girl pursed her lips. Suppressing the awkwardness he felt, he walked up and asked under the many piercing glances, "I heard you were looking for me? Did you take something from me yesterday? Staring right into Hao Ren's eyes, the pretty little girl questioned unflinchingly. What? What thing? Hao Ren was not expecting this from her. He felt surprised and confused. Now that they had started their conversation, Jiyu Jiadong quickly came forward and interrupted them. Rubbing his hands, he said, well. The pretty girl glanced over at him and drew out her wallet. From the purse, she took out 500 yuan and handed it to Jiyu Jiadong. The students in the crowd were dumbstruck by this. They did not really believe that this little girl would fulfill the reward. Besides being shocked, they also regretted missing such a chance. Jiyu Jiadong held onto the money tightly and contently squeezed out of the crowd. He had no intent to take part in this commotion anymore as he was afraid the pretty girl would regret her decision in giving him the money. What a generous and rich little girl. No wonder she is so arrogant, Hao Ren secretly thought to himself. Did you take something from me yesterday? The pretty little girl continued to question Hao Ren. What thing? Hao Ren stared at her with eyes filled with gloom. He knew with the commotion that she has caused, he had now become famous in the school. It was a bead, a blue bead. She replied. I didn't see it. You must have dropped it somewhere else, Hao Ren answered without a second thought. The audience was a little disappointed by their conversation. They thought that the pretty girl had been bullied in some way and had come to seek revenge. The fact that she was only looking to recover a lost item was hardly entertaining to them. That bead is soft and bouncy. The pretty little girl added, I'll give you 2 more minutes, think harder. Can we talk somewhere else? Browsing the watchful eyes surrounding them, Hao Ren couldn't help but let out a sigh. Just give her back whatever you took from her. How shameless are you to steal from a pretty little girl? Craving chaos and trouble, a few male students started yelling at Hao Ren. Shut up. You have no place to talk here. The pretty little girl was immediately enraged by their words. The male students went blank for a second. Although upset, it did not feel appropriate for them to lose their tempers here. The show is over, guys. Go away already, go. Zhao Jiayi assessed the dispute and figured that it would be a rather small one. With the help of Zhou Liren and a few other friends, they started to scatter the crowd. Regardless of others' actions, the pretty little girl only focused on Hao Ren. That thing is of utmost importance to me, so I hope you can return it to me. But I don't know what you're talking about. Before he could finish, the little girl put out her hand and covered his mouth. I can feel it here, right where you are. As she finished, she furrowed her brows and looked as if she was listening carefully to something. Suddenly, her hand reached for Hao Ren's stomach. As Hao Ren tried to move his belly away from her clutch, the pretty little girl abruptly clasped onto his wrist instead and rolled up his sleeve. The green-colored dragon-like tattoo was revealed. Chapter 3. I'm not a good person. Not wanting to disclose the strange tattoo on him, Hao Ren immediately withdrew his hand. Suddenly, the pretty little girl reached out her hand again and placed it on Hao Ren's stomach as if she was trying to feel for something. We are in public, is it really necessary for you to be touching my stomach? Smacking her hand off, Hao Ren seemed helpless. At this time, the crowd had not completely vanished yet. Many were still waiting for more to happen. For a little girl at that age to use such startling measures to find someone in a university would make others think of all kinds of stuff. You too, whatever your problem is, resolve it somewhere else. Since he was unable to fully break up the crowd, Zhao Jiayi was trying to find another way to help Hao Ren out. Little girl, you have found Ren now. I think there must be some misunderstanding between you two. He is Hao Ren, what is your name? First off, do not call me little girl. And humph, he is a good person. I don't think he looks one bit like a good person. Glaring at Hao Ren, the pretty little girl demanded, you're not leaving until you give me back what is mine. Reminder, the pronunciation of Hao Ren is very similar to the pronunciation of good person in Mandarin Chinese. Fine, fine. Let's talk somewhere else. Hao Ren grabbed the pretty girl by her wrist and rushed towards the academic building. Since the excitement and interest had died down, no one tried to go after them. After a short while of jogging, Hao Ren let go of the pretty girl's delicate small wrist and said, oh please. Why did you have to cause such a big commotion? I really didn't take anything from you. Who are you trying to fool? How do you explain the patterns on your wrist then? Her eyes locked onto Hao Ren. Her expression showed no sign of willingness to give up. This has got to be the so-called generation gap, gotta be. Looking at this unreasonable little girl who was apparently 4 or 5 years younger than him, Hao Ren felt that there was no way for him to get through to her. First, I did not take anything of yours. Second, I saved your life yesterday. Not only were you not grateful, you hit me. Third, you alerted the whole school and caused an uproar to find me. How am I supposed to live here after this? Hao Ren argued. Just give that thing back to me and all of this will go away. She continued to stare at Hao Ren as she restated stubbornly. Her continuously repeat of the same demand had driven Hao Ren to the edge of insanity. Whatever. I am going to go eat. Deserting the girl, Hao Ren turned to Clear Stream Cafeteria, which was closest to the academic area. However, the pretty little girl followed him closely and maintained her persistent facial expression. After he entered the cafeteria, Hao Ren stood in line to buy food. Still, the pretty little girl was stuck onto him like a nougat, following his every step. Even when Hao Ren took out his prepaid cafe card to order, she had her eyes glued to him. I really don't know what to do with you. Taking out his prepaid cafe card again, Hao Ren sighed. Chef, one more order of the beef combo, please. As he carried his tray of food to the table, the pretty little girl also carried her tray and followed right behind him. As he sat down, she sat down right across from him. She was now copying his every move. She would take a bite of the food if he did, and when he stopped eating, so did she. Big sister, I'll call you big sister. How is that? I really did not take anything from you. Hao Ren couldn't help but look at her helplessly. He certainly did not expect such trouble to stem from his attempt to save a life. Your tattoo is saying otherwise. It is the best proof for what you took. Refusing to take her eyes off Hao Ren for even a second, the pretty little girl insisted. And why is that? Hao Ren asked. Well, I can't state my reasoning with you. Anyway, I know for a fact that you have my bead. Which pocket did you put it in? It should be close to your stomach, right? Humph, you'd better not make me search you, she asserted. Search me? How is such a little girl talking so big? Hao Ren shot her a glance and carried on with his meal. It also seemed that she had starved herself while waiting for Hao Ren this morning as she devoured her meal at a fast speed. Seizing the chance, Hao Ren raised his head and observed her quietly. He found that the white shirt she was wearing was not a common white shirt. Even though the shirt indicated vigorous spirit of a middle schooler overall, it was more of a retro-style shirt. The lace knot on her chest was butterfly-like and adorned her petite body perfectly. Also, the bottom of her shirt was tucked into her jeans, displaying a nice contour of her slim waist. Along with her idyllic-style floral-patterned wooden sandals, Hao Ren was convinced that this girl must have come from an extraordinary background. Particularly, for someone who was at the age of a middle schooler, her casual gesture of throwing out 500 yuan so carelessly was definitely not a common gesture among ordinary middle schoolers. At this moment, the pretty little girl abruptly lifted her head. She seemed to have noticed that Hao Ren was studying her. To conceal his interest and thoughts, Hao Ren quickly put his head down. Needless to say, the appearance of such an adorable little girl in a university cafeteria had attracted attention from many of the university students. They must just think this is my little sister, Hao Ren reassured himself. You'd better leave as soon as you finish eating. Since you came all the way here by yourself, your parents must be worried, Hao Ren said to her. As long as you return to me what is mine, I will be able to go home with ease. I'm warning you, if my parents find out what I have lost and decide to come to you for it themselves, you will be in very serious trouble. With her eyes on Hao Ren, she suddenly spoke in a calm and mellow manner. Nonetheless, her words obviously hinted at the underlying threat. This time, her remarks almost caused Hao Ren to break down. He honestly had no clue what she was talking about. Kids at this age, whatever small matters they run into, always like to involve their parents so they could just conveniently hide behind them. With that being said, if her parents do get involved, this would become a very sticky business for me. Thoughts were running wild in his head. Yet, Hao Ren still didn't think that he had taken anything that was hers. He came out with nothing on him yesterday. After the encounter with her, all he brought back to the dorm were 2 decks of cards. As for the bead that she kept on babbling about, Hao Ren was wearing pocketless pajamas and a pair of slippers at the time. How could he have possibly brought anything away with him? She must have dropped it somewhere else. As for the round of green patterns on his skin, they were an allergic reaction resulted from his overconsumption of seafood from a while ago according to the doctor. However, judging from her stubborn character, he was afraid that her family would also believe that he had taken something from her. By then, there would be no way for him to explain himself anymore. Thinking of this, Hao Ren felt that he was developing a mild headache over the trouble he got himself into from trying to save someone. Stop following me. I said I didn't take anything from you, and that means I didn't take anything from you. Even if you get your parents to come with you, I would still say the same thing, Hao Ren declared as he stood up and grabbed his tray. After that, he returned the tray and walked out of the cafeteria. Yet, when he turned his head, he found that the little girl was still following him. Hao Ren decided to stop paying attention to her and walked right into the library building while drawing out his student ID. Beep. Verification was approved by the card reader and the entrance to the passage had opened. She wanted to follow him inside but was denied access as the entrance quickly closed off. Standing on the other side, Hao Ren gave her a small wave and walked into the lobby of the library without any hesitation. He was relieved that he finally got rid of her. You will come to me yourself. Standing outside the passage, the pretty little girl confidently stated. Chapter 4. Cottage by the beach. After ditching the mysterious little girl, Hao Ren went to the second floor of the library to look up some information. In the end, he borrowed a few books that he found were relevant and walked out of the library. As he expected, the little girl was nowhere in sight when he got out. Looking up at the gloomy sky, Hao Ren was still thinking about this whole incident involving the little girl. He wondered if he'd be doomed next week. If her parents really came to see him about it, how annoying would that be? It was completely her own fault for losing her belonging. Yet, she blamed him for it just so she could shirk any responsibility of her own. When he returned to the dorm room, his roommates were all concerned with the cause and the aftermath of the incident. However, all Hao Ren told them was that it was smoothly resolved and did not go into any details. He didn't want to drag his roommates into something so troublesome and annoying. The little girl is very pretty though. Just give her a few years, she'll definitely become the most popular girl in any school. Zhao Jiayi sighed in admiration while patting Hao Ren's shoulder as he tried to comfort him. Sure, she was pretty, but she was also a huge troublemaker. Therefore, the smart thing to do would be to avoid any contact with her. Didn't you have to go home this week? Did you finish looking up all the information you needed? Zhao Jiayi asked. Yep, I am just getting ready to leave for home now. Hao Ren placed the books he borrowed from the library onto the desk and took out another empty backpack. Come back earlier tomorrow, so we can play cards in the evening. Again, Zhao Jiayi patted Hao Ren's shoulder while instilling a friendly reminder. Sure, I will. Thanks for your help today. Hao Ren waved to his dorm mates as he left. On the bus home, Hao Ren couldn't help but roll up his sleeve to examine his wrist again. The green marks were very much like dragon scales. Thanks to his mighty scrubbing, the color had lightened a lot. He imagined if his grandma saw this, she would surely think he had been hanging out with the wrong crowd in school and got himself a tattoo. Hao Ren let out a heavy sigh. As he opened the window, a cool breeze came in and lightly caressed his face. Gradually, he fell asleep. When Hao Ren woke up, the bus had already traveled for more than an hour. He was almost home. Sleepy and dazed, he grabbed his backpack and got off the bus. He started walking along a wide concrete path. From time to time, there were expensive and fancy cars driving by him. In contrast, as he was carrying a backpack and walking on foot, Hao Ren seemed a little miserable. It took him exactly 30 minutes to walk to an area where there were houses. If Hao Ren's classmates had seen this, they would definitely be astounded. Hao Ren's home was actually located in the harbor area, which had the finest views of the ocean in East Ocean City. Moreover, embedded among the group of cottages, his house was the seemingly ordinary-looking two-story cottage that was only 200 meters away from the beach. Grandma. Feeling a little exhausted, Hao Ren shouted as he pushed open a carved-through iron gate. Ren, you're back. A kind and benign-looking elder came out of the house and welcomed Hao Ren with an everlasting smile. How come you are so late today? Hee. I have an assignment that is due next week, so I had to look up some more information before I could leave. Following his grandma inside the house, Hao Ren asked. How was your week, Grandma? Business as usual. Did some cleaning around the house, took some walks along the beach, tended to the flowers and lawn, and did some stock trading as well. Uncle Wong is off this weekend. Let Grandma show off her cooking this time, Grandma answered with a chuckle. Stock trading. How much did you earn this week? Hao Ren inquired lightheartedly. It is not a business where you can just make money every week. In fact, I lost 6,000 yuan this week. But you know, this is not what grandma cares about nowadays. Actually, there was news from Norway. Your parents are about to finish their expedition and might be able to come home next month. Grandma explained to Hao Ren as she walked into the kitchen. Oh, next month? That is soon. Hao Ren followed her into the kitchen to help out. Actually, they had hired a cook, Uncle Wang. It was so that someone could cook for grandma and keep her company here in the cottage. As Hao Ren's parents were abroad and Hao Ren had to go to school during the week, it could get boring and lonely for grandma. However, Uncle Wang had to go home this weekend due to some family business. Therefore, although there was not much to do at home for Hao Ren, he had to come home to make sure his grandma had company. Besides his parents who were elusive and rarely home, he was closest to his grandma. Grandma, there is a question I have been thinking about today. While cutting up vegetables, Hao Ren asked, do you think dragons exist? Dragons? Grandma seemed to be interested in such topic. Her eyes lit up as she thought, apparently, some residents of East Ocean City had had encounters with dragons here back in the days. Really? Hao Ren was now genuinely engaged as well. Yes. Actually, I had an encounter myself. I was young then, in my 20s. One day, I was working in the field, and a storm had come upon us out of nowhere. A good friend of mine and I were trying to find a place to shelter ourselves. It was then that I saw a chunk of awfully thick cloud suddenly descend to a low altitude. Along with his grandma's story, Hao Ren felt as though his heart had been suspending in midair. He urged, then what, grandma? Keep going. Well, at the time, I saw a flash of dragon-shaped lightning protrude out of the cloud and swam across the sky for a bit. I was terrified. I later thought it was an illusion. Yet, when I thought of it more, the cloud was grayish to white, very different from the other clouds in the sky which were pitch black. Grandma seemed deeply lost in thought as she recalled the incident. Lightning, I guess it was a natural phenomenon after all, Hao Ren stated. That was what your father said to me as well. But you know, he never had any interest or tolerance for supernatural phenomena. However, that good friend of mine later told me that she indeed saw a white dragon come out of the cloud and start sucking up water from the lake. She also saw a broad spout of water ascend skyward from the lake. I asked if it was true, and she said she was absolutely sure about it and would never lie to me. Grandma's description was so vivid and detailed that it was giving Hao Ren goosebumps. If dragons really did exist, then, why did you want to ask about dragons all of a sudden? Snapping out of her reminiscence, Grandma asked Hao Ren. Oh, I was just curious. Retracting his surprised expression, Hao Ren lowered his head and continued chopping vegetables. Here in East Ocean City, it is said that many people have seen dragons in the past. Also, according to legends from the past, there was supposedly a dragon palace nearby. Allegedly, East Ocean City got its name for this reason, Grandma added. Like the East Ocean Dragon Palace from the legends? Hao Ren turned and asked. Haha, maybe. As she finished washing the vegetables, Grandma placed them into the pot. How come we don't see dragons anymore then? Hao Ren inquired. It could be due to the change of environment. With the deterioration of the environment, many creatures have gone extinct. Grandma's response had left Hao Ren speechless. Just like that, the two chatted intermittently about various topics and finished dinner. After watching TV together for a while, they went to their beds respectively. After he went to his room, Hao Ren had trouble sleeping. He opened the window and gazed up at the splendid starry sky. Coupled with the sound of waves from far away, he thought about the story that his grandmother told him earlier. He had developed an intense desire to find out whether dragons existed in this world or not. Lifting his wrist, the green-colored imprint was still evident on his arm. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that the pattern resembled dragon scales. I'm probably overthinking this. He closed the window, turned off the light, and proceeded to sleep. Chapter 5. Time to find a girlfriend. The next day, Hao Ren woke up early in the morning. He did some exercises and cooked breakfast for his grandma. Then he took a walk along the beach with her in the pleasant sunny morning. Ren, you've been looking much more energetic these days. Grandma said to Hao Ren kindly in the sea breeze. My appetite got bigger than before as well. Hao Ren smiled. Hee, are you seeing someone at the university? Grandma smiled and asked. No, Hao Ren denied. You must have. Did you forget your grandma knows anthroposcopy? You seem to have good luck with women lately. Grandma chuckled. Studying is my priority at the university. How can I start dating? Hao Ren said pretentiously. That's your father's opinion. I, on the other hand, encourage my Ren to date. Bring her to Grandma if she is a nice girl. Grandma's smile spread warmth like a sunflower. All right, I will bring her to you as soon as I get a girlfriend. Hao Ren promised seriously, which made Grandma's smile even brighter. The two of them watched the ocean on a reef for a while before Hao Ren and his grandma headed back slowly. He picked up many little shells along the way and put them in his pocket. You've collected a lot of shells growing up, haven't you? Grandma turned over and asked. As souvenirs. Hao Ren threw a shell high up in the air and caught it. Ren, you've been fond of the ocean ever since you were a little boy. Therefore, your heart is as vast as the ocean. Grandma praised him as she stamped onto the soft sand with her cloth shoes. She then murmured to herself, you are also filial and kind. How come no girl is into you? Ah! When shall I see my great-grandson? Hao Ren did not see through his grandma's sneaky thoughts. He thought she was just missing her son. He stayed with her for another while after he had walked her back to the house. Then he started to pack up for school. Grandma stuffed his backpack with all kinds of snacks and local products, making his bag bulge a lot more than it used to be. Bring it to school and share it with your classmates. I like Zhao Jiayi and those young fellows. She walked Hao Ren to the door and urged. Okay, I know. You take care of yourself, Grandma. He threw the heavy bag onto his back and started his journey. The people here all transited in their own vehicles. Due to the small number of residences here, there weren't any bus stops. The closest one was located near a tourist attraction. Hao Ren had to march for half an hour before arriving at the bus stop. It was like a full cardio workout for him. Hao Ren thought to himself on the bus, it was a pretty pleasant weekend. The bus headed towards the city in the salty sea wind. Sure enough, Hao Ren started to distribute his snacks as soon as he arrived at school. It would take him over 2 weeks to finish them all by himself. The reason why Grandma packed so many snacks for him every time was to let him share them with his friends. Grandma is the best. Should I find a girlfriend to cheer her up? Hao Ren thought to himself as he handed out the snacks. The strange thing was, unlike before, he didn't feel tired after carrying these things for half an hour. Hao Ren tested his wrist strength secretively and found himself lifting the table up a few centimeters from the ground with only one hand. He asked in doubt, Zhou Liren, didn't you say you want to arm wrestle with me last time? Zhou Liren was opening up a pack of chips in excitement. He turned around immediately. Why, you want to arm wrestle with me? Let's give it a go. Hao Ren sat at the table. Damn, did I not defeat you hard enough last time? I will only use half of my strength for the sake of all the snacks you have brought. Zhou Liren put the chips down and sat opposite to Hao Ren. Hao Ren's physical strength was in fact not bad. His leg strength was very strong due to his constant jogs. That was why he was able to catch the falling little girl last time without falling down. However, he hadn't practiced upper body strength in particular, and that was why he always lost to the 180 centimeters tall Zhou Liren in arm wrestling. They got into position and grasped each other's palm. Seeing this, some students from next door and the surrounding dorm rooms who were here for the snacks gathered around them. Let me show you what an instant kill is. Zhou Liren rolled up his sleeves in confidence. Considering the green tattoo on his arm, Hao Ren did not roll his sleeves up. The initial instance of this chapter being available happened at N0V3L. Bijane. 3, 2, 1. As the judge, Zhao Jiayi let go of their gripped hands. Ah! Zhou Liren shouted as he gathered all his strength. Bomb! His arm was pressed onto the table immediately. Everyone was surprised to see this. That doesn't count, that doesn't count. I wasn't ready yet. He waved his hands and said, you started before I even sat still. That was cheating. Hao Ren appeared calm although he felt astonished. Only he knew what was going on in his head. One more time. Zhou Liren gripped Hao Ren's palm as he wasn't willing to admit defeat. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Jiayi let go of their arms again. It was a tight match this time around. Zhou Liren gradually applied his full strength. His face turned red as blue veins popped out of his arm and forehead. He slowly took the upper hand. Bomb! Hao Ren's arm got pushed onto the table. Zhou Liren jumped up and cheered as he rubbed his sore arm. Your arm strength has improved, buddy. Still couldn't beat you. Hao Ren smiled bitterly. Alright, let's split the snacks up. Snacks. Snacks. You took my chips, Jiu Jiadong. The winner Zhou Liren jumped up and grasped Jiu Jiadong in excitement. Hao Ren glimpsed at them and walked to the balcony in silence. I didn't use my full strength just now, yet I was able to defeat Zhou Liren with ease. Then I decreased my strength on purpose so he could win the tight match. That was a horrifying increase in my strength from last week's arm wrestling match. Hao Ren looked up at the moon with uneasiness as he rubbed his wrist. Chapter 6. Bear the anger of my father. Under the moonlight, the dragon scale tattoo on Hao Ren's arm started to become lighter after several washes. It seemed like it was glowing and had a mysterious power. The legend about the dragon that my grandma talked about wouldn't be true, would it? Ren, come play cards. Zhao Jiayi yelled, waking Hao Ren up from deep thoughts. After playing cards for almost the entire night, the weekend had passed. It would be Monday when they opened their eyes again. Ren, I heard you were flirting with a girl and now she is hunting you down? I heard this girl is pretty crazy, putting up wanted posters all over the school. Ah, too bad I went home on Saturday. I was in the cafeteria. The girl is pretty, and she even touched Ren's belly. Hey, Ren. What did you do to that little girl? Stop accusing Ren, he is a good guy. Of course, Hao Ren is a good guy. He has gotten the good person card, friend zoned, 6 times already within this semester. People inside the classroom were discussing with each other during class. Everyone was talking about the girl who came to school to find Hao Ren with great fanfare last Saturday, making it the hottest topic this week. Hao Ren did not bother to join the conversation. The comfort of the warm sunlight was making him a little drowsy. The initial instance of this chapter being available happened at N0V3L, Bijane. He occasionally looked up and watched class president Xie Yujia, who was sitting in the front. She seemed like she cared a bit more than the others about what had happened. However, she immediately avoided eye contacts with Hao Ren whenever he looked at her. Hao Ren wanted to explain to her that he wasn't a player, it was his friends who caused everything. Whenever he told his friends about a girl who he found pretty, his friends would confess his admirations for him under his name and increased his record of getting the good person card. Obviously, Xie Yujia was also one of those who gave him the good person card. Maybe I should ask her to go to the beach with me? Grandma will probably like a beautiful girl like her. But last time when Zhou Liren was messing around for me, she already said she wasn't interested in me. When thoughts of that rose up, Hao Ren sighed and continued to sleep on the desk. The boring afternoon class finally ended. Hao Ren woke up from a blurry dream and felt the numbness in his right arm. When he was trying to get rid of the numbness by moving his right arm around, he realized that his right arm had become much thicker. Because of his long-sleeve shirt, Zhao Jiayi and others did not notice the changes in his arm. However, Hao Ren could clearly feel that his right arm was swelling. After thinking about the weird tattoo, the arrogant little girl, and the sudden increase in strength, Hao Ren found some connections between all of them. He stood up quickly, hesitated for a moment, and then rushed out of the classroom. Hey! Zhou Liren and the other two who were packing their bags and were about to go get dinner suddenly saw Hao Ren's hurried departure and did not know what to do. Hao Ren rushed out of the classroom and walked ceaselessly until he flagged down a taxi outside the school. Mister, go to Lingjiao Middle School. Quick! Hao Ren hopped into the car and said anxiously. Alright. The taxi driver drove quickly. Within 10 minutes, Ren has arrived at the main entrance of Lingjiao Middle School. The middle school students were just leaving school when he arrived. Students wearing uniforms started walking out of the gate like water tides. Hao Ren was standing on a high fence on his tiptoes. He was trying to find a trace of that little girl. However, all the students were wearing the same light blue uniforms and their ages were about the same. Hao Ren's eyes got tired and his head got dizzy, yet he still hasn't found the girl. Uncle, you trying to find me? Suddenly, a bright voice appeared right behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren turned around and saw the young girl he had been trying to find. She was wearing the same light blue uniform, had the same ponytail, and the same Lingjiao Middle School tag as the other students. The only thing that was different was the name tag on her uniform, Grade 2, Class 2, Zhao Yanzi. There was another girl right next to her. Even though that girl wasn't as pretty as her, she was from the same grade and class. Hao Ren was a bit embarrassed as he jumped off the fence. I told you, you would come find me. This girl whose name was Zhao Yanzi said confidently and proudly. Who is he? The girl next to Zhao Yanzi asked quietly while looking at Hao Ren cautiously. An uncle from East Ocean University. He owes me something, Zhao Yanzi said to that girl. Uncle? Hao Ren felt like his brain split into halves when he heard what they called him. After hearing the response, the girl beside Zhao Yanzi was still cautious about Hao Ren. Come on. Do I look like a bad guy? I think my face looks pretty kind and harmless. Hao Ren looked at that girl resignedly. Your name is Z? Hao Ren asked Zhao Yanzi as he tried to break the awkward moment. Zhao Yanzi pointed at her name tag. Uncle, what's your name? She asked Hao Ren. My name is Hao Ren, Hao Ren said. Usually those who call themselves good person aren't really good. The girl next Zhao Yanzi said. Ling, you can go home first. I still have some things I want to talk to this uncle about. I won't be able to go home with you today. Zhao Yanzi said to the girl next to her. Okay, be careful. The girl looked at Hao Ren cautiously again and reminded Z worryingly. Uncle, isn't it too late to come find me now? Seeing Ling walking further away, Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren and said. Don't call me uncle, just call me Ren. Hao Ren's head was about to explode. Alright, uncle, Zhao Yanzi said. Hao Ren was speechless. It's good that you came to find me. But sorry, it's too late already. My parents already know I lost the stuff. Wait to bear the anger of my father. Hao Ren was a bit angry with this arrogant little girl. However, he held back. Wait for it. My parents will come find you themselves tomorrow. After Zhao Yanzi finished speaking, she grabbed her pink backpack and ran away. She didn't even wait for Hao Ren's reaction. Hao Ren stood there speechlessly. Sure. Ren thought, tell your parents to come. See who is more afraid of who. He gritted his teeth as he went back to the university and went straight to his dorm to sleep. He wasn't even in the mood to have dinner. Ren seems emotional, like a lovesick teenager. Is this because of the pretty little girl? No way, Ren likes that pretty little girl, or maybe this is because of Xie Yujia. Ren really likes the class president? It is so obvious, alright? Should we help him? Hao Ren's dormmates started chatting when they saw Hao Ren sleeping in his bed when they came back. The next day, Hao Ren tried to act cheerful when he went to class. The tattoo disappeared entirely, but his entire arm was very swollen. The veins were popping as if the arm was filled with power but had nowhere to release it. It was extremely unnatural. Hao Ren's 3 dormmates saw his miserable look and thought he was upset because of the girls. Therefore, they spent half a day with him trying to cheer him up. On the other hand, Hao Ren was in a bad mood every time he thought of Zhao Yanzi's parents. Perhaps they might even bring the matters to the university's administrative office. During class, Zhao Jiayi went over to Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua. After all, Ren is really heartbroken. He was never this cold before. Yeah, seems like his soul is out of his body today. Maybe we should take him to lunch and try to cheer him up, Cao Ronghua said as the class end bell started ringing. Cao Ronghua and Zhou Liren dragged Hao Ren up and said, let's go, Ren, we will buy you lunch. I really don't feel like eating, Hao Ren said while he was dragged out of the classroom. As he was wondering when the administrative office was going to call him, a black object entered his eyesight. All he saw was a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan that was parked at the school's main entrance and 2 middle-aged men with black suits and white gloves standing next to the car. Many students gathered at the gate of the school, wanting to find out which rich kid these two were waiting for. It was important to know that the East Ocean University was mainly for normal citizens, even though there were some rich kids who attend this university. Nevertheless, East Ocean University was definitely not a school for the nobles. Cao Ronghua and the others dragged Hao Ren over to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, the 2 men rushed towards Hao Ren and said, you are finally done with classes. Our master has been waiting. With this sudden change, Cao Ronghua and Zhou Liren were shocked. They let go of Hao Ren as they realized that Hao Ren was the person these 2 men in black suits were looking for. The students around were all discussing with each other. If what happened at the cafeteria on Saturday was big news, already, 2 men with a S-Class Mercedes-Benz coming here to find Hao Ren would be a breaking news. So Hao Ren's family is rich. Maybe they aren't Hao Ren's family. Look at his reaction, he was obviously shocked. Those who knew Hao Ren but weren't extremely close to him discussed the matter the most. "You are?" Hao Ren looked at the two men confusedly. "Our master, who is also Ms. Z's father, sent us to come pick you up. We will only take up an afternoon. Please get in the car." The two men bowed gently to Hao Ren and said politely as they opened the car door. Chapter 7. Emergency meeting. Hao Ren never expected things would be like this. He had thought Zhao Yanzi and her parents would go directly to the administrative office. To his astonishment, a sedan was sent to pick him up. Maybe, is it an invitation to my own funeral, or a disguised kidnap? Whatever it is, I don't think they will harm me. After a moment of consideration, Hao Ren stepped into the car. Bang! Bang! The car doors closed. His three dorm mates stared at the luxury sedan in astonishment. From what they knew about him, Hao Ren came from an ordinary background. They wondered what he had done to be taken away like this. The black sedan drove out of campus without incidents. On the way, Hao Ren restrained himself from asking the men sitting on either side of him any questions. He believed that he would get answers when he got to the destination. While the sedan drove forward smoothly, a sense of heroic tragedy rose in him as if he would never come back. After about half an hour of traveling through half of East Ocean City, the car came to the busy downtown. A skyscraper with 70 floors came into Hao Ren's view. On top of the building, there was a huge sign with two large words in it: Mingri Group. Listed on Nasdaq in the United States, Mingri Group was one of the biggest business groups in China and undoubtedly a business empire in East Ocean City. "Sir, please get off the car." When the sedan stopped at the gate of the skyscraper, the two men got off and opened the door for Hao Ren. Glancing up at the skyscraper, Hao Ren was a bit dizzy. After he got off the car, he was ushered into the building by one of the men. The receptionist, as beautiful as a movie star, glanced at the men and smiled. She didn't ask them to register and opened the security pathway for them. Hao Ren was suddenly struck with a wave of nervousness. The man led Hao Ren into an elevator before pressing on number 75, the top floor of the building. The elevator rode up speedily while Hao Ren stared at the serious man silently. Who on earth is these men's master, who can work in a place like this? Ding! The elevator reached the top floor. The gates of the elevator slid open, and Hao Ren was greeted with bright red rugs, a golden lobby, and magnificent chandeliers. The lobby was as luxurious as a five-star hotel. The man was still silent when he led Hao Ren out of the elevator and ushered him forward. He stopped outside of an office room with a sign that read, "President's Office." Knocking on the door, he raised his voice, "Master, here he is." "Bring him in." A dignified but fatigued voice came from the room. The man opened the door and ushered Hao Ren into the room. A big magnificent office room with an area of at least 200 square meters came into Hao Ren's view. A man with a crew cut and a square face locked his intense eyes on Hao Ren. Also, he was flanked by four serious-looking men who were all in black suits. "Is it on him?" he asked the man who had ushered in Hao Ren. "It is. I can feel it," the man answered carefully. "Z told me everything. I won't cause trouble for you if you hand it over now." The man who seemed to be the president gazed at Hao Ren and said. "I don't have it." Grinding his teeth, Hao Ren said. Without further ado, the square-faced man spat out two words: "Search him." Four men jumped out and quickly grabbed Hao Ren's arms and shoulders while the man who brought Hao Ren here began to search him in a very professional manner. Hao Ren knew he had fallen into the tiger's den, but he was sure they could do nothing to him when they found nothing on him. As he predicted, the man found nothing when he finished the first round of searching. When he began the second round, his smooth movements became stiff. He raised his head with alarm. "Master, I've told you many times not to call me master. Call me boss." The square-faced man was incensed. "Yes, boss." The man pointed at Hao Ren. "The thing from Ms. Z is in his stomach." The square-faced man froze while the others' faces also changed expressions. "Summon the elders." After some considerations, the square-faced man ordered. Yes. 8 of the 9 men in the room walked out, and only one was left standing beside the square-faced man. "Pick up Z from the school," the square-faced man told the man beside him. Yes. The man took the order and was out of the room immediately. Now only Hao Ren and the square-faced man were left in the room. "My name is Zhao Guang. What is your name?" The square-faced man gazed at Hao Ren and asked. Hao Ren. Hao Ren answered. Ah, Hao Ren, good person. This matter got tricky, and you have to stay here a little longer, he continued, still looking at Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren's face didn't show the confusion he felt. He couldn't remain calm while there was some object in his stomach, especially when the object seemed to be related to the tattoo. Take a seat. Zhao Guang pointed at the seats beside him. Hao Ren walked over and sat on a leather sofa. Through the glass of the room, he had a complete view of East Ocean City and even a glimpse of the sea in the distance. They kept silent while time clicked away. About half-hour later, people began to hurry in. They all looked confused and anxious. A little later, accompanied by a man, Zhao Yanzi walked in. When she saw Hao Ren, she snorted with contempt. Of course, Hao Ren responded likewise. Z, don't make that expression. It was all your fault, Zhao Guang scolded Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips, looking defiant. Shortly, more than a dozen people came into the big office room. Since everyone is here, let's go in for the meeting. Z, come in too. After looking around, Zhao Guang said with a serious expression. A hidden door opened automatically, and a small meeting room that was connected to the office room was revealed. While people began to walk into the meeting room, Zhao Guang turned to Hao Ren and said, please sit here for a while and wait for the results of the meeting. Hao Ren had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. After all, it was not a good feeling when you had an unnamed object in your stomach. He hoped those people could find a way to take the bead out of him without surgery. Alone in the spacious and luxurious office, he looked down at the city, feeling like he was sitting on the clouds. Chapter 8. A forced marriage. In the meeting room, Zhao Guang sat at the head of the table with Zhao Yanzi next to him and the others took seats on both sides. Some of them looked puzzled about the situation while others had grim expressions on their faces since they had known about the reason for this meeting. The reason I summoned you to this meeting is that Z lost her internal core to a mortal. Zhao Guang was the first to speak. Upon hearing this information, many of them looked at each other in astonishment. Last Saturday was Z's first time creating the rainfall. Elder Lu was supposed to assist her, but Z, not liking the supervision, left Elder Lu to practice on her own. That was how the misfortune happened. I didn't do my job. Dragon, boss, please punish me. Panicked, the elderly with white eyebrows and white hair was about to leave his seat and kneel. It wasn't your fault. Z is too stubborn, a result of my spoiling. Zhao Guang glanced at Zhao Yanzi before looking around. The problem is that Z's internal core is in someone else's hands. If some mortal took it, we can just take it back, a man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes suggested. If it was that simple, I wouldn't have summoned you here. Something unexpected happened. The mortal swallowed Z's internal core, Zhao Guang continued after a pause. This piece of information stunned everyone at the meeting, including Zhao Yanzi. How is that possible? The internal core of our tribe, someone questioned the possibility immediately. Z's internal core has not matured and is very small. When it fell from the sky, it dropped into the mortal's mouth by accident, Zhao Guang explained in a steady voice. Looking at each other, the elders began to talk in low voices. A mortal swallowing an internal core has not happened in the past thousands of years. Is the person a cultivator in the mortal world since this mortal has not exploded after swallowing the internal core? There are almost no cultivators left after the last bunch flew up from here 300 years ago. Maybe only 2 or 3 are still living in the mortal world. The fact that the mortal has not exploded should be due to the weak power of Ms. Z's internal core. They talked in whispers for at least 2 minutes before they quieted down gradually. Elders, how do you think we should solve this problem? Zhao Guang asked when they stopped talking. This matter is quite serious. Although Ms. Z will not be in danger in the near future, without her internal core, she will not be able to cultivate and can't transform into a dragon. Besides, according to the ancient records, members of our tribe can't live more than 5 years after the loss of their internal core before maturity even if he or she is healthy. After some consideration, Elder Lu with white eyebrows and white hair said. Does it mean Z will not live beyond 20 if she can't retrieve her internal core? Zhao Guang asked. She may extend her life or even grow another internal core with the help of miracle herbs of nature. But Ms. Z is too precious to take the risk, Elder Lu warned. This chapter's initial release occurred on the N0v3L, Bean site. Is it in the stomach of the mortal sitting outside? That man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes stood up abruptly. It's simple. Bring him in here and cut open his stomach. We'll get the internal core back. Zhao Guang remained silent, he looked livid. Elder Zhao, it's been 200 years, and you are still hot-tempered, the woman sitting next to the man said disapprovingly. Zi's life is at risk here, and the mortal is just an ant, Elder Zhao shouted. At his outburst, some other elders seemed to be nodding. Kill him and dump his body into the sea. No one would know, Elder Zhao continued. Hearing this plan, the elders who were about to nod began to frown. Ignoring Elder Zhao, Zhao Guang turned to the other elders. How about other elders? Do you have any other suggestions? Sulkily, Elder Zhao sat down and turned to ask the woman next to him, was I wrong? The boss had told us to learn to be modern people. It's been hundreds of years now, and you still act and speak like a gangster. I wonder how you can survive the heavenly tribulation this year. The woman glanced at him in. I'm just all words and no action. You know I never kill. Elder Zhao smiled embarrassedly. Shut up and listen to the other elders. The woman still gave him a disapproving look. Meanwhile, another white-haired elder stood up. There is one solution that can both keep the mortal alive and help Ms. Z survive the crisis. With a wave of his big hand, Zhao Guang said, tell us. However, the elder hesitated for several seconds before saying, but, I don't know if I should say it. There is nothing you can't say. Say whatever you want, and I won't punish you, Zhao Guang encouraged. Fine. The elderly nodded. In fact, if the mortal can absorb the dragon core and gain some degree of cultivation, he can transfer some dragon essence to Ms. Z to sustain her vital essence. Now let's put aside the problem that a mortal might not be able to cultivate using our techniques. Even if your plan works, what should we do when Z is 20 years old, 5 years later? Then, the dragon core will be strong and big enough, and he can share half of it with Ms. Z. After all, the dragon core originated from her and will not pose any risks to her. They can achieve this result by what? Zhao Guang asked immediately. The elderly brought his thumbs together and spat out one word with difficulty, consummation. What? Zhao Yanzi froze for half a second before jumping up and shrieking, Old man's son. You are a disgraceful jerk at such an old age. Behave. Zhao Guang glared at his daughter and emitted a powerful presence which pushed Zhao Yanzi back into her seat. Elder son's plan may be a plausible solution, Elder Lu with white eyebrows and white hair spoke up abruptly. In fact, even if we did as Elder Zhao suggested and took the core out by cutting open his stomach, it would not be safe to put the contaminated core back into Ms. Z's body. I've read about the solution mentioned by Elder Sun in an ancient book. It's a kind of surrogate core cultivation. The problem with this kind of cultivation is that it takes a long time and needs the assistance of a cultivator without an internal core. In addition to all the restrictions, the cultivator will get very few benefits, and that is why the method had gradually lost its appeal and is not practiced anymore. However, in the case of Ms. Z, it's worth a try. No, Zhao Yanzi shouted immediately, I'd rather die. Ignoring his daughter's outburst, Zhao Guang waved his hand, and Z froze as if she was bound with an invisible rope since she could neither move nor yell. Turning to Elder Lu, Zhao Guang furrowed his brows. If we take this solution, doesn't it mean Z and the mortal will have to? We don't have a choice, Elder Lu said humbly. After a moment's consideration, Zhao Guang asked, how about the guy's character? I did some investigating. His name is Hao Ren, and he is kind-hearted and very good to his grandma. Though not very hard-working at his university, he has a passable score. He is neither stupid nor a libertine. More importantly, he is not married and doesn't even have a girlfriend. The marriages between dragons and humans are rare but are not unheard of. Once he gets a new dragon identity, it's not against our law for him to cultivate our techniques. Zhao Guang thought for a while. Let's hear him out and see how he responds to the plan. If he agrees, then the matter is settled. Chapter 9. And your identity is, translator. Noodletown translated editor. Noodletown translated. Swoosh. The automatic door to the meeting room opened. A dozen or so people, some old and some young, walked out of the room. Zhao Yanzi was the first one who rushed out of the room. She snorted loudly at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was nonplussed, wondering how he had offended her. You lost your stuff, and I was taken here because of it. It's fortunate that your dad is a reasonable man, or I would die at your hands." While others passed Hao Ren on their way out of the office room, they cast strange glances at him. Then Zhao Guang took Zhao Yanzi back to school himself. As to how he would persuade his daughter was beyond Hao Ren's knowledge. Only Elder Lu and Hao Ren were left in the office room. Hao Ren looked at Elder Lu and waited for him to speak first. After going through all the weird things in the past few days, his mind was a bit numb, and he didn't even try to think straight now. "Is your name Hao Ren?" Elder Lu took a seat opposite to Hao Ren and asked kindly. Hao Ren stared at him. "Yeah, and you are? Hee, you may call me Grandpa Lu." Elder Lu looked at Hao Ren kindly. "Are you a bit confused?" "Not too much," Hao Ren answered stubbornly. Elder Lu still looked Hao Ren cordially. "You will experience more things in the future." "Well?" Hao Ren waited for him to continue. "What do you think of the girl, Z?" Abruptly, Elder Lu changed the subject. "Immature, unruly, willful, bad-mannered," Hao Ren began. With a smile, Elder Lu interrupted Hao Ren. "In fact, Z is a very cute girl." "I disagree," Hao Ren responded immediately. "You will find out gradually in the future," Elder Lu said calmly. "In the future?" Hao Ren looked at him with alarm. "Yes. The two of you will live together for a long time." Elder Lu smiled at Hao Ren. Hao Ren was alarmed. "Why?" "Our boss appreciates you and thinks you are eligible to be his son-in-law," Elder Lu informed him. Hao Ren's jaw dropped at this information. "Are you kidding me? That so-called Z is only a 15-year-old middle schooler while I'm no older than 19, he thought. "Do you think the bead you swallowed is an ordinary bead?" Elder Lu continued. Thinking back, Hao Ren remembered that something like a candy had dropped into his mouth when he caught Zhao Yanzi. "What is it?" asked Hao Ren. "Dragon core," Elder Lu said slowly. Hao Ren looked at him in a daze, thinking that the entire family was crazy. "Dragons, flying across the heavens. Do you envy them?" asked Elder Lu. Hao Ren shook his head. "Dragons, transforming the sky and the earth. Do you envy them?" Elder Lu continued to ask. Hao Ren shook his head again. "Dragons," Elder Lu tried again. Hao Ren still shook his head. Elder Lu's old face dropped. "If you don't listen to me, the bead will take your life at any moment." Seeing the question on Hao Ren's face, Elder Lu opened his hand, and a green-bluish water bead appeared in his palm. "The bead in your stomach is like the water bead in my palm." Ignoring Hao Ren's astonishment, Elder Lu raised the water bead in his palm slowly. However, as time goes on, the water bead gradually expanded to the size as big as his whole palm. The huge green-bluish bead had a clear reflection of Hao Ren's face on its surface. At last, it will. Elder Lu gazed at the water bead. Bang! The water bead burst and water splashed all over Hao Ren. Startled, Hao Ren backed off half a step. Elder Lu pointed at Hao Ren's stomach with a smile. Thinking of the moment when the water bead burst, Hao Ren suddenly had a stomachache. "I have a set of cultivation technique. You can take it and work hard on your cultivation. But remember, you must hide it from other people. This set of cultivation technique can suppress the dragon core in your body and prevent you from dying of explosion in the near future." Like in a magic trick, Elder Lu grabbed an ancient book from thin air and placed it in Hao Ren's hand. "Who the hell are you?" Hao Ren asked. He felt like his brain was in a buzz of confusion and was unable to accept all the overwhelming information. "We are," Elder Lu deliberately paused for better effects before whispering in Hao Ren's ear, "dragons." Hao Ren backed off another half a meter. Looking at the bluffing old man, he thought he resembled the vendor who sold so-called secret martial arts scriptures near Changhuang Temple. The so-called Changhuang Temple is where people gathered for traditional festivals. But Hao Ren couldn't figure out how he summoned the water bead. Was it a new form of fraud? Faced with the complexities of society, Hao Ren didn't quite trust his recognition ability. "I know it's hard to digest, but you will get used to it." Elder Lu patted Hao Ren on his shoulder amiably. "Now that you are one of us, you must guard our common secret. By doing so, you are also protecting yourself." Hao Ren looked at him in bafflement, thinking the looks of the dragons were a bit too ordinary. Flying across the heavens? Transforming the sky and the earth? Seriously? Instead, he thought it was a complicated scam, Not a bunch of disguised superheroes hidden in the city like the Superman in movies. It seems you still don't believe me. Looking at Hao Ren, Elder Lu abruptly took the ancient book back from Hao Ren's hand and put his other palm on Hao Ren's forehead. All of a sudden, a passage of shining golden characters appeared in Hao Ren's mind. Before he could react, Elder Lu removed his hand. This is the first chapter of the Spirit Concentration Scroll. It is simple, and you will master it by meditating for half an hour every night. I will check your progress periodically, and you will be punished if you don't meet my requirements, Elder Lu told Hao Ren amiably. FCK. The old man looks harmless but is actually very aggressive. When did I promise to cultivate this stuff? Hao Ren stared at him with panic and fury. Don't worry. These cultivation techniques will do you good instead of harm. On the other hand, if you don't cultivate them, you will be in danger. From now on, I'm your guardian in our circle. If you have any questions, just call me. Elder Lu took out a name card and presented it to Hao Ren. They even have name cards. The so-called dragons are quite professional, or can I say, not professional. Speechless, Hao Ren took the name card and froze at the information on it. Lu Qing, Managing Vice President of East Ocean University. Remember your identity. From now on, you are not only a student of East Ocean University but also, reaching out his hand, Qing Lu patted Hao Ren's forehead, Dragon King's son-in-law. Chapter 10. Called by the beauty, Dragon King. Hao Ren was shocked and looked at him suspiciously. You still have class in the afternoon, right? Go back early. Lu Qing stood up and waved at Hao Ren. Hao Ren thought for a few seconds, stood up, and walked out of the luxurious office. Then he took the elevator down alone. Standing in the elevator and watching the numbers drop, Hao Ren felt like he was dreaming. He arrived on the first floor. When he passed the pretty receptionist, the beauty smiled at Hao Ren. He must be an important guest because he is capable of entering the CEO's office, she thought. He took a taxi back to school. Seeing the familiar views, Hao Ren felt like he was back to reality. He took out his phone and called Zhao Jiayi. Where are you guys? He asked. We are in art appreciation class in Building A. Are you alright? We didn't dare to call you, Zhao Jiayi said. I'm fine. I'll come now. Hao Ren hung up the phone. The first thing he wanted to do right now was to find his bros after the series of weird events. He felt like none of them were real. Hao Ren sprinted to Building A and sneaked into the classroom from the back door. How was it? What happened? Zhao Jiayi and the others asked Hao Ren in concern. Sigh. Don't talk about it. Hao Ren waved his hand and sat down. Xie Yujia, the class president who usually sits in the front, sensed that Hao Ren came back. She turned around and looked at him. Seems like Xie Yujia cares a lot about you recently, Cao Ronghua said to Hao Ren when he saw Xie Yujia turning back. Hao Ren wasn't in the mood to discuss this topic. He calmed down and asked, Hey, what's the name of our principal? Wu Xinyu. You didn't even know that? Zhou Liren came up and said. What about the vice principal? Hao Ren asked again right away. The managing vice principal's name is Lu Qing. I don't know about the other ones. Zhou Liren seemed like he wanted to show off how knowledgeable he was and answered. Managing vice principal is the most powerful person in the school as he is just underneath the principal. That's why he's also called the #1 vice principal. Hao Ren thought about the conversation and didn't say anything else. Why are you asking about this? Is it related to the principal? Zhou Liren asked Hao Ren. Nothing. Hao Ren held the name card in his hand and squeezed it. Hao Ren, stand up and answer the question. The teacher who was standing in front of the room saw Hao Ren talking to others. He also remembered that Hao Ren sneaked into the classroom earlier and was pissed off. Thus, he had Hao Ren stand up to answer the question. Poor Hao Ren. He wasn't there for half of the lecture. How could he answer any questions? He had to be scolded by the teacher helplessly. Class President Xie Yujia turned her head and looked at Hao Ren with pity in her eyes. After the lecture was over, Hao Ren, Zhao Jiayan, and the others returned to the dorm. Jiyu Jiadong and others came up immediately and asked about the Mercedes-Benz pickup incident. Hao Ren simply said his relative from overseas came and picked him up for a meal. He covered it up and didn't want to talk about it anymore. You haven't been yourself lately. Did you get rejected? When Hao Ren was copying homework at night, he received a text message from the class president Xie Yujia. Nah, I've been busy lately. Hao Ren didn't expect her to send him a text. He thought about it and replied her. D. The phone that Hao Ren put on the desk suddenly rang. It was a call from Xie Yujia, so he had to pick it up. What happened this morning? Xie Yujia asked over the phone. Oh, my relative returned from overseas and treated me to a meal. He gave me a surprise, and that's why I didn't know about it in advance. Where are you? Xie Yujia asked. I'm in my dorm room, Hao Ren answered. The other side of the phone was silent for a few seconds before she suddenly asked. Do you want to go for a walk? The moonlight is pretty right now. Hao Ren got butterflies in his stomach because he didn't expect an invitation like this. In his mind, the class president Xie Yujia was a very popular girl. Not only many guys in his class liked her, but also many upper-year students went after her. If Zhao Jiayi and others didn't go behind Hao Ren's back and confess to Xie Yujia on his behalf, the relationship between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia wouldn't be so awkward. Never mind. I am alright, really. I have quite a bit of homework to do. Another time, Hao Ren struggled for a moment and said over the phone. If you have any questions, just ask me, Xie Yujia said. After a moment of pause, she continued, no matter what, I am your class president. I need to take care of you, isn't that right? Haha, thank you for your concern. Hao Ren couldn't think of anything else to say. No worries. Xie Yujia hung up the phone. Hao Ren put down his cell phone and felt a little excited. Who called? Zhao Jiayi and other two dorm mates rushed through the door with midnight snacks in their hands as they yelled at Hao Ren. Nothing. Hao Ren smiled. You have been mysterious lately. Not sure what you've been up to. Zhao Jiayan came up and punched Hao Ren lightly as he said in a joking tone. Hao Ren took the attack from Zhao Jiayan and thought, if someone sees the class president and I walk together privately, not sure what they will think, shouldn't Xie Yujia be concerned about this? In the middle of the night, Hao Ren sneakily crawled down from his upper berth when Zhao Jiayi and the others were in deep sleep. Then, he opened the door and walked out to the balcony. The moonlight was bright. Hao Ren took out Lu Qing's name card and looked at it for a while before putting it back in his pocket. Might as well give it a try. After Hao Ren's stance was steady, he faced the silent sky and thought about the cultivation technique in his mind. The golden scripts emerged in Hao Ren's mind. Hao Ren tried to comprehend the meaning of the technique word by word and concentrated on his meditation as instructed. He finished a whole set once, returned to his room sneakily, and found out that 2 hours had passed. He actually stood outside for 2 hours. Hao Ren surprised himself. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect or not. After practice, he felt the swollen part of his arm had returned back to normal. Whatever, I've done my part. Time to go to bed. Hao Ren suppressed all the other thoughts and fell asleep very soon. In the next few days, life had become as dull as flowing water. Everyone's attention paid to an ordinary classmate like Hao Ren had decreased. But Xie Yujia would still glance back at Hao Ren when she talked to the girl who sat behind her. Hao Ren went to the balcony to practice every single night but didn't discover any refreshing effects. His strength even started to decrease to normal, and he was again no match for Zhou Liren in arm wrestling. The name card of the vice principal was hidden by him. It wasn't a good feeling when a vice principal had his eyes on him. Thursday was here in the blink of an eye. It was an exciting day for all the guys studying mechatronic engineering. It was because of a compulsory course for second years, weak optical signal processing. Hurry up! Hurry up! Go occupy the seats in the front row. Coming out of the classroom of advanced mathematics, Zhou Liren dragged Hao Ren and ran crazily towards the direction of another big classroom. Zhou Liren, save 2 seats for us. Zhao Jiayi and Cao Ronghua yelled from the back. Zhou Liren came to the classroom almost as fast as the speed of light, but he was still disappointed as he found out that first 15 rows were occupied by other guys. We're still too slow. Zhou Liren said angrily. He picked the seats that were closer to the middle, dragged Hao Ren with him, and saved 2 seats for the other 2 guys. **T. It's so far behind. Zhao Jiayi and Cao Ronghua ran in breathlessly and were dissatisfied when they saw the location of their seats. Those people skipped classes to get those seats. What can I do? Zhou Liren said innocently. Didn't you claim that you must marry her? Don't even have the guts to skip class, Cao Ronghua mocked him. True. You were excited since yesterday for her lecture today, Zhao Jiayi followed and said. Weren't you guys the same? Running so fast, Zhou Liren rebutted. Boom, boom, at this time, another group of guys rushed into the classroom for good seats. However, they ran slower than Hao Ren and could only sit in the back. Soon after, the only few girls in the same major came in late and saw the front seats occupied by the guys. They didn't have a choice but to sit at the very far back. Xie Yujia was one of the girls. She made eye contact with Hao Ren but didn't say anything. You've been having quite a few eye contacts with Xie Yujia lately. Are you guys secretly dating? Cao Ronghua felt something and asked Hao Ren. I've been with you all day. Where's the dating part? Hao Ren rolled his eyes. The classroom was filled with noises. Other than Hao Ren's class, there were 4 other classes here as well. Everybody was talking, especially the guys. Ding, 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 the bell rang. A pair of graceful legs dressed in high-waisted shorts stepped in. All the guys gasped. The light sky blue high-waisted jean shorts was decorated with military-style buttons. The top was a shirt with a laced V-neck and flounce trim. A super beauty with handouts clipped under her arm entered the classroom. Lovely and mature and pure, Zhou Liren stuck his tongue out and commented. As the guys gasped, Hao Ren couldn't help but raise his head to observe. Indeed, Su Han was still so dazzling, delicate, and good-looking. Even when she didn't wear revealing clothing, she could still raise any male's blood temperature. Su Han walked to the front of the dais slowly in her high heels. All the eyes of the males were tightly locked on her. Even Hao Ren was staring at her despite the fact that he had practiced concentration cultivation technique. Today we are going to talk about the 3rd module. Everybody, open your textbook to page number 73. The angelic tone traveled from Su Han's mini microphone in front of her chest to every corner of the classroom. I'm in heaven. Zhou Liren was drunk on her voice. It would be so pleasant to have this kind of lecture every day. She's really pretty, Hao Ren looked at her and thought. Her body figure, appearance, and makeup are all impeccable. What kind of boyfriend would this type of women look for? Hao Ren thought to himself. Even though everybody only had a few lectures since the beginning of the semester, all the men's hearts were conquered by her. In addition, Su Han's lectures were clear, organized, and easy to understand. Even the girls in the class had to admit that and admire her for those reasons. The 90-minute lecture ended. All the guys were still immersed in Su Han's beauty and couldn't control themselves. However, everybody knew that this iceberg beauty never talked about anything that was unrelated to the course nor answered any question from students. She also wouldn't stay a minute after the lecture. The second the bell rang, she would finish her last sentence, pick up the notes, and walk out of the classroom at the same time. If I could say one sentence to this kind of beauty, I would die with no regrets. Seeing Su Han was about to leave, Zhou Liren dragged Hao Ren's arm and sighed. That student, come to my office. To everyone's surprise, Su Han didn't step out of the classroom when the bell rang. She raised her delicate hand and pointed in Zhou Liren's direction as she said. Me? Zhou Liren stood up. He was surprised and almost fainted from happiness. No, the guy beside you. Su Han's finger moved slightly to the right and pointed at Hao Ren. Chapter 11. To be under the spotlight, me? Hao Ren looked confused as he pointed to himself. Su Han nodded. Wow, the crowd was shocked and screams emerged like a flood. Having this extraordinarily beautiful teacher ask a student to go to her office was something that never happened before. Therefore, receiving everyone's attention, Hao Ren was pushed to the cusp of public opinion again. He walked up to the front of the classroom while all the shocked, envious, and jealous looks from all the guys in the classroom landed on him. Su Han nodded at Hao Ren without saying anything else. Then she grabbed lecture notes and walked out of the classroom. Hao Ren followed her, having no idea what on earth Su Han was going to do. Walking through the hallways and passing the overbridge between the academic buildings, Hao Ren walked into Su Han's office while a crowd of students looked at him with curiosity. It was known that Su Han, who had just been in the university for 1 year, wasn't only a celebrity at the mechatronic engineering department, but also at the entire university. Everyone knew there was a teacher who had the beauty of a celebrity in the university but was still single. Su Han took out a key and opened the office door. A refreshing smell blew onto their faces. There were 6 or 7 pots of plants on the windowsill. The wooden imitated antique tables and chairs were widely different from those provided by the university. Apparently, Su-han bought them herself. The decoration of the entire office was very elegant and graceful, making it seem like her own little world. Having her own separate office while most of the teachers had to share with each other had well proved that Su-han's status here wasn't normal. All those wooden chairs and shelves were quite pricey even though they weren't real antiques. It seems that Su-han's family is pretty well off. Hao Ren thought as he observed the office. Su-han closed the door and put the lecture notes down on the table. Then she pulled out a rosewood chair and sat down gracefully. She looked at Hao Ren and asked, "Where are you from?" "Mechatronic engineering," Hao Ren answered. Hao Ren looked around the office and thought that he was probably the first student who was lucky enough to get in Su-han's office. "Don't try to avoid the point." Su-han stared at Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren was quite confused. He was a student of the Mechatronic Engineering Department of East Ocean University. Where else could he be from? Su-han seemed to have gotten annoyed. Although she had a frowny face on at the moment, her beauty was still beyond description. Her every act and every move was so classic and elegant that it could never be imitated by any other beautiful lady. That was also why there were countless guys going crazy for her. Su-han reached out her slim hand and grabbed Hao Ren's wrist. Her action wasn't fast, but Hao Ren had no way to avoid it. "As I expected, it is the water element. Tell me where you belong, river, steam, lake, or ocean?" Su-han asked casually. Who knew how many guys would scream like a girl out of jealousy if they saw this scene? Hao Ren looked at her with even more confusion. "If you can't answer me, I have enough reasons to kill you." A chilling expression suddenly appeared in Su-han's eyes, making Hao Ren's entire body shiver. "How did that happen? A normal human body like yours is giving out the sensation of a dragon. Where did you get the cultivation technique?" Staring at Hao Ren, Su-han paused after every word she said. "It was, from Lu Qing." Hao Ren hesitated for a moment and said. "Oh? You are from the East Ocean?" Su-han frowned as she was a bit surprised. Hao Ren was feeling more puzzled. "That's weird, how could a normal person mix in with the East Ocean Dragon Clan?" She mumbled to herself and then asked again, "What is your relationship with Lu Qing?" Hao Ren threw up his hands and answered, "I'm not sure about that. Who are you?" Hao Ren couldn't figure out the things that were happening to him these days. He felt like his head was going to explode. "I am an inspector. It seems that you do know nothing." Rubbing her pretty head, Su-han seemed confused too. She waved at Hao Ren and said, "You can leave now, I'll go talk to Lu Qing." The way she acted made her appear as if she was at a higher position than Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing was the vice principal while she was just a teacher of the university. Hao Ren was totally puzzled. "But I need to warn you that I have enough reason to kill you if you dare to reveal any secrets," Su-han added as Hao Ren walked out of the office. Whoosh, Hao Ren let out a long breath when he left the office. He went back to his dorm in anxiety and fear. Then, 7 to 8 guys flooded to him immediately. "What did Su-han ask you for? Why did she look for you? Did you go to her office? Don't try to keep anything from us, dude. Did you do anything that drew her attention?" Hao Ren was surrounded tightly by them, but he didn't leak any information as he didn't forget Su-han's warning. Realizing they couldn't get anything from Hao Ren, those guys decided to switch targets and asked Zhao Jiayi and the others since they were the closest to Hao Ren. However, Zhao Jiayi and other guys didn't know what Hao Ren did recently to catch Su-han's attention. The 4 of them were always together when they were at the university, but they didn't notice anything else Hao Ren did that would interest Su-han. As a consequence, Hao Ren going to Su-han's office had become a mystery among the guys. Hao Ren had brought them too much gossip and surprises these days. Gradually, people started to think that Hao Ren was someone special. However, as the person involved, Hao Ren didn't join in the conversation with the others. He was wondering what they would think about him if they found out that he still had the name card of the vice principal. It was finally the evening after Hao Ren tried to avoid the unstoppable questioning from all the guys. The 4 guys in the dorm seemed way too excited to fall asleep. Especially Zhou Liren, who kept asking Hao Ren what was with Su-han. This matter could have been dealt with easily, but it triggered the crowd's curiosity as Hao Ren refused to say anything about it. Hao Ren could make an excuse to fool others, but he thought it would be safer if he remained silent as thinking of the mysterious temper Su-han had. All the visitors are gone, and we are close friends. Hao Ren, can you just tell us what Su Han asked you for? Zhou Liren reached his hand to Hao Ren's window and asked. Cao Ronghua and Zhao Jiayi, who slept on the lower berth, straightened their ears, hoping Hao Ren could reveal some information. Stop mentioning it and get some rest. Hao Ren sighed and felt very helpless. That is so unfriendly of you. Zhou Liren was deeply disappointed. Dude, you are so secretive recently. Zhao Jiayi kicked the bed frame of the upper berth from underneath. Hao Ren couldn't help with the situation. He used to be able to talk about anything with his buddies, but in terms of these things, there was nothing he could do. But you seem to have good luck in love these days, Cao Ronghua said all of a sudden. The lights were off at the moment. The four guys were talking in the dark excitedly and didn't feel tired. Yeah, I think our class president Xie Yujia is interested in you too. Zhou Liren followed. How come? Hao Ren yelled. He finally didn't have to stay silent as there came a topic he could talk about. She kept looking back at you recently. Don't tell me you didn't know about that, Zhao Jiayi said. Make your move if you like her. What is the point of hesitating? Cao Ronghua suggested. Don't mess around. I think she was just caring for a classmate. Hao Ren felt a bit panicky. He didn't really care too much about these things. He felt that he got involved in something he wasn't supposed to. Now he was unable to get away from it and there would be danger waiting for him at any time. Don't you like the Lin Li? The most popular girl in the school? Zhou Liren yelled. That is you, all right. I never liked her, Hao Ren shrugged. But she is indeed beautiful. Zhao Jiayi likes her too, doesn't he? FCK off, don't mention me, it was obviously you. Zhao Jiayi had so many girlfriends, they continued to chat until the morning, which left Hao Ren no chance to go out and cultivate at midnight. However, he actually liked spending all night chatting with his buddies. Soon it was the next day, another Friday that was so close to the weekend. Su Han asking Hao Ren to go to her office was definitely the hot topic of the day. Even Xie Yujia, who never talked in class, was discussing quietly with the girls around her from time to time. Hao Ren could tell that she was talking about Su Han from the look she threw at him. The teacher couldn't concentrate on teaching while the students continued to discuss. Although he had warned them a few times, it didn't cool down their passion. It will probably be over after this weekend. They are just too bored, I guess. Last time when a good-looking guy from the 4th year showed his admiration to Lin Li, everyone was talking about that with great interest. However, they switched their interest to other hot topics after 2 or 3 days. Spinning his pen, Hao Ren hoped helplessly. Bang bang bang. The classroom door was knocked on by someone from the outside. The angry teacher who was just lecturing went to open the door. He was enraged because nobody paid attention to his class, and he assumed it was a student who was late. He was about to release his rage on the intruder. However, he found the person standing outside to be Vice Principal Lu Qing. Vice Principal, the teacher said quietly and took a half step back involuntarily. Lu Qing kept a straight face and walked in. He looked at the teacher and then at the students in the class before asking, "How can it be so out of order in here?" Seeing the vice principal in person, all the students turned quiet out of fear. No one ever expected that the vice principal would have an interest in visiting the class by himself. The class coincidentally happened to be especially noisy as he walked by. Lu Qing's eyes were sweeping over the students in the class. When he made eye contact with Hao Ren couldn't help but shiver, feeling his body freeze up for a moment. Get your class under control and teach it well. Lu Qing left his words to the teacher and left the classroom. The students looked at each other in speechless despair, and no one dared to talk again. The teacher felt such a relief and nodded with satisfaction as he saw all his students finally become quiet. He could finally continue his class. Hao Ren gave a sigh of relief as well. He had a feeling Lu Qing came here on purpose for him, as he felt restrained when Lu Qing's eyes passed him. The passion students had with chatting was cut off by the appearance of the vice principal, which seemed to make the lunch break come faster. There was no class on Friday afternoon, therefore, whoever lived in East Ocean City could go home in the afternoon. Hao Ren's home was beside the ocean and wasn't that close to the university. Thus, he didn't go back home every weekend. Cao Ronghua lived even further, so he barely went back home. In terms of Zhou Liren and Zhao Jiayi, they were used to the free life at university, so they weren't willing to go home if it wasn't necessary. They bent their arms around each other's shoulders and was about to cross the south gate of the campus to go back to the dorm to play cards. But they noticed there was a black Lincoln stretch limousine parked at the gate of the dorm area. It looked extremely shining and luxurious in the sunlight. Who is that arrogant, getting picked up by a car like that? Staring at the luxury car, Joe Liren yelled. They had heard about some rich kids at the university who got picked up on weekends by BMWs, but it was the first time for them to see someone got picked up by a luxury car on this level. Not only the four of them, but all other students who lived in this dorm area had never seen a scene like that. Whoever walked by the gate slowed down either intentionally or unintentionally in order to see who was going to get picked up by the car. Is someone trying to show off by getting picked up in this kind of car? Laying his arm on Hao Ren, Zhao Jiayi said disdainfully as they walked by the car. Yeah, obviously they're showing off. Showing off too much will ruin their luck, Hao Ren said with a bit jealousy too, as he despised this kind of behavior. There was nothing wrong with maintaining a low profile. As they walked by the car and expressed their disdain while still putting their arms on each other's shoulders, the car door suddenly opened. Two giant men in black and a short elder got out of the car. Seeing the short elder, Hao Ren got bitterly disappointed, because he had seen this elder at Zhao Yanzi's father's office. This elder was Elder's son, the old and disrespectful man Zhao Yanzi hated so much that she wished she could tear him apart. Chilled Hao, Ms. Z's family is inviting you for a visit, the elder said to Hao Ren pridefully. Chapter 12. Just a meal? Hao Ren stared at the old man, stupefied. Zhao Jiayi and the others, however, suddenly let go of his arm and kept a distance from him. There were quite a number of students walking by the dorm entrance. Some just got back from their classes and the others were leaving for home with their backpacks. They stared at Hao Ren curiously from where they were standing. Hao Ren was completely embarrassed, but he kept silent. Please get in the car, Elder's son said to Hao Ren reverently. No, Hao Ren's stubbornness exploded as he shouted. What the hell is this? I didn't even get a notice beforehand. Hao Ren wasn't very pleased. Chilled Hao, you are already engaged with Z. It's best to not act too irrationally on these things, said Elder Son. Although his words might not have been heard by those who were a bit far, Zhao Jiayi and the other dorm mates heard every word of it. Engaged? They couldn't help but repeat it out loud. Who is Z? Zhou Liren asked Zhao Jiayi and Cao Ronghua, confused. But they simply shook their heads blankly. Would you like us to keep waiting here? Elder Son asked kindly. You win. Seeing more and more people surrounded them, Hao Ren quickly got into the car after thinking about it. The black Lincoln stretch limousine drove away from the entrance in front of everyone's stare. It was hard for it to be low-key as much as Hao Ren wished to. What is the deal with Hao Ren? Zhou Liren spoke up abruptly as the black Lincoln drove further away. The vehicle drove smoothly through the city for a little while before it arrived at a two-story house. No one would think of it as the house of a rich family by its unpretentious look. The vehicle stopped, and Elder's son accompanied Hao Ren off the car. He pressed the doorbell. Come in. A beautiful lady in an apron opened the door and said softly. I brought him here, madam. I'm heading back now. Please call me if you need anything, Elder's son said to the woman politely. Yes, thank you Elder's son, I won't keep you from your work. It seems like you are about to break through the 9th level of Purple Light Scroll. I won't waste more of your time, she said softly. Thank you, madam, Elder's son bowed with his hands folded in front, got into the black Lincoln, and left. Then, the beautiful woman smiled at Hao Ren who was at the door and said, come and sit down. A single smile of hers would overthrow a city. And another one would overthrow a country. Chinese idiom describing the beautify of a woman. Her hair was tied up elegantly as if she just walked out of a painting. Seeing her, Hao Ren forgot about all the unpleasantness just now. Oh, he answered dully and walked into the room. The room was delicately renovated and thoroughly cleaned. You haven't eaten yet, have you? She guided Hao Ren as she gently turned and asked. No, he answered dumbly. He couldn't get mad at this elegant and beautiful woman in front of him. I am Zhao Hongyu, Z's mom. Her dad went to pick her up from school, and they should be back soon. Go ahead and take a seat. I'll go cook. She led Hao Ren to the couch and smiled. Then she walked into the kitchen. This must be the precise definition of what an understanding wife and loving mother are like, Hao Ren thought to himself as he stared at her back. Hao Ren sat down and looked around the house. Even though it appeared to be plain on the outside, the interior design and decoration were very pleasing and resplendent. A white staircase on the left led to the bedrooms on the second floor. There was a study room on the right. A large dark brown bookshelf inside the study room brought about the essence of a scholarly family. The fluffy carpet in the living room was stainless. The medieval-styled chandelier above him demonstrated the wealth of the family. Ka. The door opened as Zhao Guang came in with Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was still in her fresh and light blue school uniform. She gritted her teeth hatefully when she saw Hao Ren. Yet she did not show any signs of surprise. Her dad must have told her about this when he picked her up, Hao Ren thought to himself. You are here, Zhao Guang greeted him lightly. Uncle, Hao Ren quickly stood up and greeted him. He didn't really see Zhao Guang as his father-in-law, but he had to be polite since he was a guest here. He glimpsed at Zhao Yanzi who was pouting over on the side. Hao Ren shivered at the thought of getting engaged and falling in love with a mid-schooler, not to mention their complicated background. It's okay, sit down, Zhao Guang said calmly and turned to Zhao Yanzi. You guys have a chat. I still have some work to do. Then he walked into the study room and started going through some documents. Zhao Yanzi stood on the carpet as she stared at Hao Ren. She looked like she wanted to eat him alive. Let me warn you. I never agreed to marry you. So if you don't keep your hands to yourself, I am going to cut them off, she said aggressively. The problem is I never wanted to get married to you either, okay? What can I do when they kidnapped me here? Hao Ren threw Zhao Yanzi an unfriendly look as well. Then he thought to himself, is it really necessary to get mad at a mid-schooler? But then he realized that the mid-schooler was his fiancée in the current situation. I'm going upstairs to play on my computer. Sit by yourself. Zhao Yanzi glimpsed at Hao Ren and walked towards the stairs. Zhao Guang's stern voice came from the study room on the right. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and stopped walking at her dad's words. She pouted after contemplating seriously for a while, rolled her eyes at Hao Ren, and walked slowly to him as if there were thousands of stones dragging her down. Bomb. She sat on the couch beside Hao Ren reluctantly. Watch some TV if you don't want to talk. Hao Ren glimpsed at her reluctantly and turned on the TV with the remote control. Zhao Yanzi kept on staring at him angrily. Having ignored her, Hao Ren carried on with scanning through the channels. Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Hao Ren turned to her. That's more like your taste. The show is a Chinese animated television series for kids in kindergarten and elementary school. Go to hell. Zhao Yanzi grasped for something from the table to hit him with. Zhao Guang called out her name again from the study room. He knew exactly what Zhao Yanzi was doing as if he left a pair of eyes in the living room. Zhao Yanzi put it down reluctantly yet her eyes were still fixated on Hao Ren. I'm warning you. Do not make me mad. Hao Ren smiled lightly. You hate me that much? Zhao Yanzi pouted. Well, I don't like you at all. Me neither. You are always mad, and you are not that pretty. It would be a pity if anyone had to marry you, Hao Ren said lightly. You. Zhao Yanzi's opened her eyes wide. Stop fighting, you two. You are going to be husband and wife in the future anyway. Zhao Hongyu walked out of the kitchen with a dish in her hands. Mom, he is bullying me, Zhao Yanzi said in a pettishly charming manner. I saw it all, and you were the one bullying him. Zhao Hongyu smiled softly and walked back into the kitchen to prepare the second dish. Fine, good for you, stinky uncle. Even my parents are on your side. Zhao Yanzi exposed her vicious nature as soon as her mom left. She made a face at Hao Ren. Why are you so reluctant? Do you have a boyfriend at school? He asked as he thought about all the mid-schooler couples on the streets. Chapter 13. Obtained a status. Hearing Hao Ren's question, Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren and said, I am not in love like those kiddos. Hao Ren looked at her. You're not exactly mature yourself either. Of course, I am not as mature as you, uncle. She emphasized the word, uncle, on purpose. Hao Ren smiled and stopped arguing with her. He turned around and looked at Zhao Guang who was busy reviewing documents in his study room. He then looked at the Zhao Hongyu who was busy cooking in the kitchen. Lastly, he looked at Zhao Yanzi who looked like the pretty girl next door. He had a cozy feeling about this scene. This family of three looked like a normal and well-off family. I suddenly became a member of their family? Hao Ren felt confused. Dinner time. Zhao Hongyu brought the last two dishes out from the kitchen and said loudly. Zhao Yanzi's father, Zhao Guang, put down the documents in his hand and walked out from the study room. Hao Ren, come eat with us, Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren gently. Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren and looked unsatisfied. Don't make that face. Even if Hao Ren isn't your fiancé, he's still our guest. Zhao Hongyu patted Zhao Yanzi's head and scolded her. Hao Ren's brain froze again when he heard the word, fiancé. Sit down and eat. Zhao Guang sat down firmly and said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren felt a little awkward, but he couldn't resist their invitation. He could only find a seat and sit down. The table was just big enough for the four of them. Are you busy at school? Zhao Hongyu passed Hao Ren a pair of chopsticks and asked. It's all right. Hao Ren answered and felt weird. He just met them. Why was he eat at their house and interact with them like a family? He thought for a while and finally remembered that he was here to ask about the information regarding the Dragon Clan. I know that you have a lot of questions about us, but I believe you will get used to it gradually, Zhao Hongyu said as if she knew what Hao Ren was thinking. Z is just in her second year of middle school. Normally speaking, it's too early to talk about marriage at this age. However, these type of things could also be settled in our circle at an early age. I must say that Z's life is in your hands. Hao Ren was stunned. Then he became serious. You swallowed Z's internal core. In fact, we can take it out by force from your body, but it will definitely cause you a severe injury. Z is actually a kind-hearted person, and she doesn't want to solve this violently. From my perspective, I don't want another person to bear the consequences of Z's mistake. Zhao Hongyu paused a bit here. Hao Ren couldn't resist looking at Zhao Yanzi at this moment, but she turned her head away. So, we've decided to keep Z's internal core in your body and make you start cultivating. However, I must mention that this is not entirely safe either. If you can't reach a certain level in a certain amount of time, in other words, if your body can't suppress the overflowing energy of the internal core, the aftermath will be dangerous as well, Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren became nervous when the elegant and gentle Zhao Hongyu suddenly turned so serious. I don't mind telling you more, Zhao Guang suddenly said. Actually, there won't be any negative effects for Z if we take it out of your body and return it to her. Yet, in order to have other elders believe in us, I asked Elder Lu to lie. He told them that Z wouldn't be able to adjust to the dragon core after it has stayed in your body. It was for them to not take away your life. After hearing his words, Hao Ren felt like he was amongst countless dangers. He was half a step to heaven so many times a few days ago. Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren. You have two options now. First, let us take out the core by force. This is a huge risk. Second, cultivate according to what we give you. There will still be a risk, but it would be way smaller. What I want to know is, Hao Ren looked at Zhao Yanzi, how will Z be affected after losing it? Hearing Hao Ren called her Z, Zhao Yanzi pouted her lips and didn't comment on it. There isn't any danger at the moment. However, 3 years later when Z turns 18, if you can't open up all the openings of the dragon core and transfer half of the connate dragon essence back to her, she won't be able to live for more than 2 years, Zhao Guang said. Silence suddenly struck the dining table. In other words, if we follow the second option, everybody has to take risks. Z won't have to take any risks with the first option, but it will be very dangerous for me. Is that right? Hao Ren asked. Indeed. Zhao Guang nodded. The dining table was silent once again. What's going on with the fiancé thing? Hao Ren asked. That was the condition of the second option. If everyone chooses the second option, you guys could only accomplish required rituals by marrying each other, Zhao Guang said slowly. Marrying each other. Hao Ren thought about it and suddenly understood. He looked at Zhao Yanzi's face, which was as red as a tomato at the moment. Is there any other options? Hao Ren thought and asked. Temporarily no, Zhao Guang answered straight away. Silence struck the dining table once again. This little girl, Zhao Yanzi, betted her life on me. What else is there to hesitate about? Hao Ren thought to himself. Don't kill him, but I don't want to marry him either, Zhao Yanzi suddenly spoke. These two conditions can't coexist, Zhao Hongyu reminded her. Anyhow, I won't marry him. Zhao Yanzi pouted her lips as her face turned red. Then kill him? Zhao Hongyu asked. We don't have to. Zhao Yanzi bit her lips as she was put into a dilemma. After all, it was her mistake, and Hao Ren was innocent. Since you guys don't have any objections, let's follow the second option. Zhao Guang hit the table and said, let's eat. Daddy. Yanzi still wanted to protest, but she was stopped by the expression on Zhao Guang's face. N0. Vel. B. J. N. served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Z. You have to take responsibility for your mistake. Zhao Hongyu comforted Zhao Yanzi. I've done some research on Hao Ren. He's a great kid who is considerate and respectful towards elders. Your dad and I are very satisfied. Or why else would we agree to this? As long as you are not willful, he will treat you nicely for sure. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's words, Hao Ren, who sat on the opposite side of her, stiffened his body awkwardly and didn't know how to respond. He never thought about having a little girl as a fiancée. How's your English, Ren? Zhao Hongyu asked Hao Ren suddenly. After confirming that Hao Ren would be Zi's fiancé, she addressed him differently. It's all right. Hao Ren responded and thought that they would have known how good his English was better than himself since they already investigated him. Well, Z is pretty good at all subjects but English. Come tutor Z in English every day for the time being and get to know her better, Zhao Hongyu said. Who wants to get to know him better? Zhao Yanzi pouted her lips and said quietly. Hao Ren wasn't sure about coming here every night. Besides, he never had experience as a tutor before. At the same time, Z can also teach you about cultivation. I think it'll be great for everyone that you guys help each other out, Zhao Hongyu said. Thinking that his cultivation was related to Zhao Yanzi's life, Hao Ren wouldn't dare to be careless even though he couldn't accept her being his fiancée. He thought about it and said, fine, but you guys don't need to send the car to pick me up. I'll come on my own. Sure. It's not too far from your campus. If you take the bus, Route 767 would be able to get you here directly. Zhao Hongyu smiled when Hao Ren agreed to her plan. It was a very sweet smile. Hao Ren turned around and looked at Zhao Yanzi. He thought that this little girl's facial features and body shape were very similar to her mom's. Once she grows up, she would be an exceedingly beautiful woman. Humph. Zhao Yanzi snorted and avoided Hao Ren's eyes. Chapter 14. A distant goal. Since they already talked it over, the situation seemed to be clearer. The atmosphere around the dining table wasn't as awkward as earlier. Throughout the conversation, Hao Ren learned that the interior design was done by Zhao Hongyu herself. Zhao Hongyu's normal identity was a designer and was well known in the designers community. After chatting further, Hao Ren found out surprisingly that one of the top 10 landmarks in East Ocean City was also a masterpiece of Zhao Yanzi's mother. It was the stadium shown in the promotional pictures of the admission brochures of East Ocean University. It just finished construction last year. Her father is a successful businessman and her mother is an outstanding designer. This kind of family is clearly above well off. Even if they don't have their hidden identities, a little girl like Zhao Yanzi still has enough assets to be proud of. Hao Ren ate and thought at the same time. While dining, Zhao Hongyu was the one who mainly talked to Hao Ren. Zhao Guang ate steadily beside her and would say something once in a while. Zhao Yanzi had her head down, ate and chewed the food heavily as if she was not eating rice but eating Hao Ren. That so-called meeting with in-laws would probably be like this. Hao Ren answered their questions and thought. Are your parents out of the country? Zhao Hongyu asked Hao Ren. Yes, they should be back next month, Hao Ren answered. Zhao Hongyu thought and said, how about a meet-up between the two families when your parents come back? Hao Ren's heart dropped. He finally accepted the fact that he had to be with Zhao Yanzi in the long run, but Zhao Hongyu's new request once again made him feel uneasy. If mom and dad find out that I found a middle schooler fiancé when they were away, I am not sure what their reaction will be. Since everything is settled, it's normal for the two families to meet. Zhao Hongyu saw Hao Ren's hesitation and said. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Hongyu's gentle expression and knew that she really wanted to settle this matter from her ardent gaze. After all, from her perspective, parents still had a say in this type of thing. I didn't say I'll marry him. Zhao Yanzi raised her head and finally said something. You have to be responsible for the mistake you made. If you didn't run off, why would there be this issue? Is it that you want others to bear the consequences of your wrongdoings? Zhao Hongyu's expression was still gentle, but her tone turned harsh. Zhao Yanzi stopped talking because she knew that she was in the wrong. Yet, she was very unwilling if she had to marry this uncle, because of that kind of mistake. Hao Ren is thoughtful, and I am happy with him. Zhao Hongyu looked at Zhao Yanzi and said, "You're not young anymore, and you can't always lose your temper like a child. You have to take on the responsibility that you ought to take. How long can your dad and I protect you? We also want you to mature from what had happened. You can't continue to act like a spoiled child." Zhao Yanzi looked at Zhao Hongyu with a sad expression when she heard Zhao Hongyu. She wanted to cry but didn't want to disgrace herself in front of Hao Ren. All that she could do was to bite her lip and endure it. Seeing Zhao Hongyu lecture Zhao Yanzi, her father Zhao Guang remained silent. He obviously agreed with what Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren felt that there was another meaning behind how Zhao Yanzi's parents were treating this matter. However, Zhao Yanzi was too young to understand. Are they trying to utilize this chance to entrust Z to me? Can it be that even with their capability and background, there are still some dangers that they can't talk about? Hao Ren thought. Ren. Zhao Hongyu turned and looked at Hao Ren. Z still has the temper of a kid. Please bear with her in the future. Yes, I know. At this time, Hao Ren could only agree. Seeing Zhao Yanzi's red eyes as if she was about to cry, Zhao Guang felt bad even though he had his poker face on. He said to her, "Go take some rest if you're done." Zhao Yanzi nodded and ran upstairs, her footsteps making a series of da-da-da sound. Hao Ren looked at her tiny figure and then turned back to look at Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang. "Let her be alone for a while," Zhao Hongyu said. Hao Ren smiled awkwardly with his head down. "Honestly speaking, what do you think of Z?" Zhao Hongyu asked. Hao Ren actually didn't have any good impression towards this ill-tempered little girl, but he can't talk about any shortcomings in front of her parents. Thus, Hao Ren thought very hard to think about Zhao Yanzi's merits. She's quite pretty. Even though she has a temper, she's still really cute, he thought for a few seconds and said. Pretty and cute were probably the only strengths that he could think of. "You're older than her. Please take care of her for us. Her father and I are usually busy with many things, and that's why we don't have much time to take care of her." This has made her personality more stubborn and arrogant. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren and said sincerely. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded. Even though he didn't really like the little pepper, Chinese way of saying someone is fierce and hard to deal with usually applies to girls. Zhao Yanzi, he was very touched by how caring her parents were. He could actually understand Zhao Yanzi's feeling. When he was young, his parents were also busy working and didn't take care of him much. Therefore, he was more independent and egocentric. It was fortunate that he had a caring grandma who always looked after him, and that allowed him to have better memories of his childhood. "Go upstairs and keep her company." Zhao Hongyu pointed at the direction of the stairs with her lips. "Okay." Hao Ren immediately put down his chopsticks and walked up the wooden stairs onto the second floor. A few abstract paintings were hung on the walls along the stairs. Hao Ren walked slowly. It felt like he was in an art gallery. Through a small window in the corner of the second floor, Hao Ren saw the tranquil and beautiful backyard and couldn't help but admire Zhao Hongyu's sense of design. Zhao Yanzi's bedroom was the first room on the corner of the second floor. Hao Ren could tell by the tiny black toy cat hanging on the door. He stood at the door and knocked. No sound came from the inside. "Hello, you won't let me in?" Hao Ren stood there for a few seconds and asked. "You can tell on me if you want." Zhao Yanzi's voice full of grievance came from inside. Hao Ren smiled and took a few small steps on purpose to create the illusion of him walking downstairs. Dong dong dong, a quick running sound came from the bedroom. Zhao Yanzi thought Hao Ren actually went downstairs to tell on her and rushed to open the door. She ran out of the bedroom, wanting to drag Hao Ren from the stairs. However, she didn't anticipate that Hao Ren would still be standing at the door. Thus, she ran straight into his chest. The soft and petite body didn't hurt Hao Ren but rather tickled his belly. Hao Ren caught the little careless girl's shoulder with his hands and looked down at her. "Am I the type of person who would tell on others?" Zhao Yanzi raised her head and blushed. Although it was her misjudgment, she still said stubbornly, "You look like one." Hao Ren smiled and didn't argue with her. He pushed her away slightly and walked into her bedroom. "Hey! Where are your manners? Don't just randomly come into my bedroom." Zhao Yanzi stood at the door and looked at Hao Ren with disdain. "You have a problem with me entering my fiancée's bedroom?" Hao Ren turned his head, looked at her on purpose, and said. "You." Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren. She was angry but couldn't vent her anger. Her eyes were red, and it seemed like she actually cried. Hao Ren saw this and didn't want to really bully her. He avoided her angry eyes and pretended to look around her bedroom casually. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, the tiny bedroom could enjoy the scenery of ancient-themed flowers and trees. The sunlight poured in from outside and shined on the transparent glass. It was a type of beauty that would blind one's eyes. A light green fish tank was placed on top of the windowsill with a few goldfishes inside. The huge framed calligraphy post hung on top of the bed brought a unique and artistic atmosphere. Yet, the light khaki wall color showcased the coziness of the room, and the stuffed teddy bear especially proved that the owner of this bedroom was still a little girl who needed attention and care. Chapter 15. The first visit. Hao Ren turned around, and Zhao Yanzi's angry little face entered his sight again. "I'm just taking a tour. Why are you so mad?" he asked lightly. Zhao Yanzi didn't answer him. She probably didn't know what to say. "I'll leave if I'm not welcomed here," Hao Ren continued. "No." Zhao Yanzi semi-rolled her eyes and said, "You can stay here." Seeing her expression, Hao Ren knew that she was asking him to stay to avoid scolding from her parents. "What can I do then?" he asked. "Whatever you want." Zhao Yanzi sat in front of the computer and reactivated the screen with her mouse. The desktop was a picture of her in a bikini at the beach. Her delicate skin glowed radiantly under the sun amongst the blue waves. She had a bright smile, and her little tongue stuck out wittily in the picture, which showed her even and white teeth. Who would have known she was a little devil in reality? She quickly switched the screen as she must have noticed that Hao Ren was looking at the picture. However, Hao Ren couldn't see her expression from where he was. Zhao Yanzi started to play the most popular game lately, Plants vs. Zombies. She focused on continuing her last level as she had decided to ignore Hao Ren. This is an older book, as you can tell from the game. Hao Ren walked to the desk out of boredom and took out a book randomly from the shelf. Zhao Yanzi carried on with her game without paying attention to him. Hao Ren sat down in a chair near the balcony. He read the novel in the afternoon sunshine. Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but glimpse at him while she played the game. "He doesn't look like a bad guy even though he's not that cute," she thought to herself as she looked at Hao Ren, who was reading quietly in the sun. But to marry him, Zhao Yanzi felt internally conflicted. She pouted as she carried on with her game. Time flew by as she fought through many levels. She was deeply focused on the game and completely forgot about Hao Ren. There were more and more zombies on her screen, and the pea shooters Zhao Yanzi planted weren't enough to defeat them. She could do nothing but watch the zombies break through the door. She failed the level 5 times and finally got frustrated by it. She threw the mouse on the desk as if she was mad at her computer. "Stupid." A voice came from behind her. She turned around, not knowing when Hao Ren got behind her. Her face immediately blushed. She blamed herself for being too focused and forgot about Hao Ren's existence. However, it wasn't completely her fault, as this was her own bedroom and she had always been alone in here. Her complete attention was in the game, and it made her forget about the silent guest in her room. "None of your business," she finally burst out after 2 seconds of silence. "Plant 2 rolls of sunflowers in the back. Leave an empty roll for ice pea shooters in the front. Plant another roll of pea shooters in front of that. Then plant a roll of potatoes. Same in the water except planting the lotus leaves first," Hao Ren said. "PTTF, that would never work." Zhao Yanzi wasn't convinced. Having ignored her, Hao Ren returned to the balcony to read. Zhao Yanzi pondered on her chair before she started the level again. She successfully passed the level using Hao Ren's strategy. "Did it work?" Hao Ren asked as he quietly read his book. "No," Zhao Yanzi said in a fit of pique. Hao Ren stood up, pretending to go over and check. Zhao Yanzi quickly exited the game in panic. However, that desktop photo was completely shown to Hao Ren. Don't look at it." Zhao Yanzi stood up hastily to block his view. This photo showed her body in a swimsuit. How can it be seen by other people? "I've already seen the live version. What's so special about the picture?" Hao Ren said with disdain. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. She hit Hao Ren on his chest. Thanks to the loss of her internal core, it wasn't a strong hit. Instead of causing pain on Hao Ren's chest, it was somehow done in a pettishly charming manner. Zhao Yanzi was a bit satisfied with Hao Ren's reaction because he was covering his chest and pretending to be hurt. "Humph, I shall teach you another lesson if you say something like that again, she said. She then sat down and continued with her Plants vs. Zombies game. Hao Ren was bored of reading, so he dragged a chair beside her and watched her play. Zhao Yanzi was, in fact, bored of playing alone, so she was glad he came to watch her. Not to mention she certainly needed some help with some levels. Plant a chomper here, here, collect the sun. Here comes the last wave. Get the cherry bombs ready. Hao Ren kept on instructing on the side. So annoying, I know. Zhao Yanzi blamed him as she did what he said. Her hand was moving quickly with the mouse. The two of them were too focused on the screen to realize Zhao Hongyu had quietly pushed open the door a bit, took a look at them as she stood by the door, and left in delight. Time flew until they reached the last level. It was dinner time. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Zhao Yanzi paused the game as Hao Ren came to his senses as well. Okay, enough gaming. Time for dinner, Zhao Hongyu said in a gentle tone. Zhao Yanzi turned her head to the door and then looked back to her side. She suddenly realized Hao Ren's head and her head got so close without them even noticing. She quickly tilted her body forward by 45 degrees to get away from Hao Ren. At the same time, Hao Ren also noticed that they were too close. He coughed twice in embarrassment and sat straight. Zhao Yanzi turned off the computer and hastily walked out of the room as she pretended to be calm. I do not like that guy at all. How come I was having so much fun playing games with him? She walked down the stairs in self-accusation. Hao Ren was also wondering why he was so into playing games with the little girl. They saw the table packed with delicious dishes when they got to the little dining room downstairs. It's late, and I should get going, Hao Ren said. Have dinner here, Zhao Guang said in a calm tone. It sounded more like a command than an invitation. Would they keep me for the night too after the dinner? Hao Ren thought to himself. But he quickly abandoned the unrealistic idea and sat down in embarrassment. It was a usual family dinner where Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang talked about the trivial things in life. Hao Ren was randomly listening in when they talked about things he didn't understand. Certainly, the couple didn't keep Hao Ren for the night after dinner. He was sensible and said goodbye. Go see him off, Zhao Hongyu told her daughter. Zhao Yanzi stood up reluctantly. She looked at Hao Ren and followed him to the door. Hao Ren turned back from the crosswalk outside of their house and saw Zhao Yanzi's pouting little lips. It could probably hang a necklace. It's okay. You can go back now, he said. Oh, she turned around to leave. Zhao Hongyu's voice sounded. Reluctantly, Zhao Yanzi turned back again as she looked at Hao Ren sadly. Hao Ren walked towards the bus stop 500 meters away without a word, and Zhao Yanzi kept her 30-centimeter distance from him. Her way of seeing him off was following him without being in his sight. It could be seen that she was made to do this by her parents from her reluctant look. The two of them didn't say a word on the way. Zhao Yanzi kicked at little pebbles along the path from time to time as if she was expressing her madness on them. The ruffle sleeves of her white t-shirt and her red floral patterned short skirt were fluttering in the wind. If it weren't for her pouting lips, her outfit and her cute look were very attractive. As Zhou Liren's catchphrase goes, a little sweet, a little cute, a little mature, and a little sexy. The 500-meter distance wasn't too long, but it wasn't too short either. Soon Zhao Yanzi walked Hao Ren to the bus stop. Alright, off you go now, Hao Ren turned and said to her. Yeah. Zhao Yanzi nodded with her head down. She suddenly looked up with a complex expression. Then she turned and walked back. Hao Ren realized that he didn't even have her number as he watched her leave. Even though she was just a mid-schooler, she should have a cell phone given how wealthy her family was. He stood at the stop as he watched Zhao Yanzi walk away without looking back. Hao Ren thought to himself, she sure wouldn't want to marry an uncle like me. Chapter 16. Strange things happen every year. The bus came shortly. Hao Ren got on the bus, opened the window, and tried to slowly sort out the things that had happened recently while feeling the city's wind on his face. The current situation was that he had a fiancée that he didn't know much about, and he got himself into a circle that he has never heard about. Moreover, he was assigned to some extra work and had an extra identity. However, he forgot to ask Zhao Guang about their circle or anything about the cultivation techniques. He just met the other two people in Zhao Yanzi's family as their son-in-law. Zhao Yanzi's father seemed quite cold but was probably also someone very righteous. Zhao Yanzi's mother was a very kind and intelligent woman. That was the only impression Hao Ren had on them. Don't tell me from now on I have to go to their home for dinner every day. Hao Ren felt a bit distracted. After thinking about the situation for a while, he got off the bus 3 stops ahead. At the Xinhua bookstore, Hao Ren carefully browsed around in the middle school study guide area and finally bought some books such as Middle School English Test Bank and Grade 8 English Knowledge Collection. Walking out of the bookstore with a couple of heavy books in hand and looking back at the countless amount of study guides on the shelves, Hao Ren was already covered with sweat. He had to felt pity for the mid-schoolers who were under a lot of pressure. Hao Ren suddenly realized that the news about him being picked up by the Lincoln Stretch limousine at noon in front of the dorm area had to have been widely spread among his classmates by now. If he went back now, he wouldn't be able to get away from their endless questions. He was always trying to keep a low profile and didn't want to get too much attention from the others. Therefore, after thinking for a bit, he walked across the street and got on the bus that would take him home. The bus was slightly bumpy, and the night slowly came. Hao Ren held a bunch of English study material in his arms, still feeling lost. Beep 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 beep, his phone suddenly rang. "Ren, why aren't you back yet?" After picking up the phone, he heard Zhao Jiayi's yelling tone. "I'm going home today. What's the matter?" Hao Ren asked even though he knew why. "Dude, had a great time today. What on earth was going on during the day? We were all shocked by you," Zhao Jiayi asked over the phone. Nothing really. It was the relative from last time, asking me to have a meal at their home," Hao Ren answered casually. "Are you still lying to us? What's with the fiancé situation?" Zhao Jiayi asked loudly on the other side of the line. Hao Ren's ear almost went deaf from Zhao Jiayi's yelling. He had to move the phone away from his ear. Although Zhao Jiayi was yelling at him, it was quite touching as Hao Ren understood that the 3 buddies in the dorm were really worried about him and that was why they called. After all, what kind of relatives would bring 2 bodyguards dressed in black when they invited someone over for a meal? "Just some minor things. I'll tell you guys when I come back on Sunday," Hao Ren said. He was actually speechless about what Zhao Yanzi's family did today. They wished that he could keep their circle a secret. But on the other hand, the way they acted was so eye-catching that it drew so much attention. But who could ever imagine how strange their identities are? The greatest geniuses often lie to conceal. However, by keeping too much of a low and mysterious profile, it may draw in even more attention from others. Hao Ren continued to wonder. "Fine, we will wait for you to come back and continue our investigation." Zhao Jiayi hung up the phone. Not until this second did Hao Ren notice that there were many messages from his classmates like Zhao Jiayi as well as class president Xie Yujia on his phone. He sighed and then deleted all of the messages at once. He laid his head back down against the window and took a nap. It was very late at night when he got home. His grandma was surprised and glad to see her sweet grandson. Seeing the extreme joy on his grandma's face, Hao Ren was debating if he should tell her about the future granddaughter-in-law. However, he decided to hold back after struggling for a few minutes. After spending the weekend peacefully with his grandma, he planned to go back to the university on Sunday evening so he could avoid the crazy gossips. A big pile of snacks couldn't distract the interest of Zhao Jiayi and others. Hearing Hao Ren was back, even the guys from other dorm rooms flooded over. "Hey man, you made such a big scene. Getting picked up by a Lincoln Stretch limousine. I heard that even the super rich guy Chen K from the advanced class didn't get such a treatment." While continuously tapping Hao Ren's shoulder, Huang Jianfeng from the dorm room across the hall said with envy and jealousy. "We heard about the fiancé. Tell us the truth." Yu Rong from the dorm room at the corner across also yelled. "Even the girls were talking about you. They were saying that your family is actually very rich. Hee hee." Wang Jia, the girl who used to look down on you, was even talking about you too. "Don't tell me that you hired some people to put on a show in order to cause a sensation?" "Oh, that little girl was cute. What's her name?" "Dude, you seem quiet at the university, but you actually have lots of girls outside, don't you?" They were starting to stretch the situation too far. Hao Ren could only remain speechless and helpless. All right, stop making things up. It was a joke set up by one of my friends. It actually freaked me out too on Friday. I shouldn't have made such a big scene. How about we all go out to eat? I will pay." He stood up trying to shut their mouths. Those guys wouldn't refuse a free meal. They all rushed out of the dorm building while dragging Hao Ren with them. Although most of them had eaten dinner already, they couldn't resist the kind invitation for hot pot from Hao Ren. Hao Ren had no choice but to spend some money to apologize to them for the drama in order to end it all. After endless gluttony, Hao Ren roughly took care of them. What he heard from those close friends was that his behavior also drew the attention of some guys and girls in upper years. Not only people in the second year but also those from other years and majors had opinions about Hao Ren because of that. Tall trees always catch a lot of wind. Hao Ren didn't expect that he would catch the attention of the influential students and also annoyed them. It was true that whoever showed off would get punished. Having dined and wined to satiety, all those close buddies from Hao Ren's dorm room and close dorm rooms went back while wrapping their arms around each other's shoulders. They ran into the vice principal Lu Qing and some other officials of the university who were inspecting the dorms. Seeing the vice principal coming, all the guys who were burping and singing songs instantly restrained themselves as it wasn't proper to go out and have drinks at night. To everyone's surprise, Vice Principal Lu Qing only smiled and waved at them even though he saw that they were all drunk. Lu Qing walked by them with the other officials, leaving all the guys looked at each other in speechless despair. "Did I just see the vice principal wave at us?" Zhou Liren asked Zhao Jiayi in confusion after sobering up. The other guys had no idea either about what had just happened. They thought the vice principal would scold them after knowing that they went out for drinks or at least came to ask which major and class they were from. As they were all too shocked to see the vice principal and struggled to come up with an excuse, the vice principal only kindly waved at them and then walked by like nothing happened. Strange things happen every year, but there are a lot more this year. Releasing a sigh of relief, Zhou Liren uttered. What Hao Ren knew was that Lu Qing was actually saying hi to him. Lu Qing knew about his visit to Zhao Yanzi's home. Without a doubt, Hao Ren believed that Lu Qing acted that way to encourage him. That little girl had been tremendously sought after and loved. No wonder her temper was quite overbearing. However, Hao Ren wouldn't share those things with his buddies as who knew what they would think of if they found out that the vice principal had Hao Ren covered. They went back to the dorm noisily. Some started playing cards while some went on their computers. Not until the lights shut off at midnight did they unwillingly went back to their own dorm rooms. Hao Ren got up furtively after the other three in the room fell asleep. He went to the balcony to practice what was called spirit concentration scroll. The moonlight shone on the entire dorm. Hao Ren felt a weak airstream circulate in his body, then he slowly threw all the distracting thoughts away and entered a dimly discernible realm. He realized it was 4 o'clock in the morning when he finished practicing. There were only a few hours left before class started. He looked back and found the other three were still sound asleep, so he rushed back inside quietly and went to bed to catch some sleep. He was in full spirit and energy even though he had just practiced the spirit concentration scroll. He recalled the scriptures in his mind and reviewed it a few more times since he wasn't exhausted at all. He was able to feel the so-called qi by practicing the scroll for a few days. If this scroll were ever revealed to the world, it would definitely shock the entire traditional qigong world. Hao Ren's imagination ran wild while he was trying to figure out the various meanings in the scroll. What he forgot was that there was a unique internal core in his body which was worth 300 years of cultivation for a normal person. Unknowingly, dawn arrived. Zhou Liren shouted to wake everyone up with full vim and vigor. The first class on Monday was advanced mathematics. The teacher of the class was an extremely strict old man. Thus they didn't dare to skip the class. Apparently, those who had skipped his class before all received fails for their final grades without exception. The four of them rushed to the cafeteria and then went bustlingly to class. Hao Ren felt quite complicated to see all his classmates again after a weekend. Many of the classmates looked back and pointed at Hao Ren. It seemed that him getting picked up by the Lincoln Stretch limousine on Friday had left a deep impression. Hao Ren spent 10 minutes copying his homework and then handed it to the class president Xie Yujia. "What happened on Friday?" Xie Yujia asked as she took Hao Ren's work. She usually turned a blind eye to Hao Ren's copied homework as long as he could pass the exams. "I was invited by a relative for lunch," Hao Ren said. "I heard someone mention fiancée," Xie Yujia kept asking. "That was just a joke," Hao Ren answered calmly, indicating that he didn't want to talk about it anymore. Xie Yujia stopped asking. She turned around to collect the homework from the back row. Seeing that, Zhou Liren who sat beside Hao Ren bumped Hao Ren with his elbow and said happily, She seems interested in you. She will ask you too if you got picked up by a limousine." Hao Ren cast a glance at him and said. Zhou Liren laughed even more brightly. No one knew what that was about. The class was extremely boring. Formulas for calculus might be difficult for girls, but it wasn't hard to understand at all for people like Hao Ren, who was the top student of his science class in high school. Among all the courses, his weakest one was English. Hao Ren took a 300-page English test bank out of his backpack and started working on it. Zhou Liren, who also had no interest in the class, moved closer to Hao Ren with curiosity, practicing English questions. He was even more shocked when he noticed it was an English test bank. Questions for middle school? What do you want? Go back to middle school? Just to kill time, Hao Ren responded. Zhou Liren didn't buy it. Be honest with me, are you flirting with some girls in middle school? Hearing their conversation, Cao Ronghua and Zhao Jiayi got closer too. Ren, what are you doing? All right. Hao Ren had enough of them. I'm going to be tutoring a girl. A girl? Is she pretty? Zhou Liren's eyes lit up. Is it the one who looked for you at the university last time? Thinking for a while, Zhao Jiayi asked. Hao Ren sighed and said, it is her. No wonder she made a tremendous uproar last time. She is the one you are tutoring. Zhao Jiayi realized suddenly. Then it was her who asked someone to pick you up last Friday? Cao Ronghua asked. Hao Ren nodded. Dude, you are hooking up with a pretty little rich girl now. Zhou Liren put his arm around Hao Ren's neck and expressed his jealousy. Hey, you. What are you guys talking about back there? The old man stopped lecturing and stared angrily at the four of them. They lowered their heads down immediately, pretending they were listening carefully. Go stand in the corner if you guys don't want to listen to this class. The old man kept lecturing after letting off one more time. Xie Yujia looked back at Hao Ren, shaking her head helplessly. Zhou Liren mumbled, lowering his voice, that little girl is a bit wild, but she is very pretty. How about asking her to come here next time? No way. Hao Ren responded in a low voice. Zhou Liren thought Zhao Yanzi was just an innocent little girl, but Hao Ren knew that she wasn't someone easy to deal with. Moreover, if anything annoyed or pissed off Zhao Yanzi and she told Lu Qing on him, then Zhou Liren would have more trouble than he could handle. The morning advanced mathematics class ended. As everyone was about to be dismissed and go for lunch, the class president Xie Yujia stood up. Please stay everybody, I have something to announce. Hao Ren was unconsciously shocked. He thought it was going to be about him. Instead, he saw Xie Yujia walking up to the dais. The athletic games is coming up next week. The university required that at least 6 people from each class would need to attend. Now I have to make the head count. Athletic games is where selected students from each class competed in different events. Xie Yujia was dressed in a cool t-shirt and shorts. A regular cartoon t-shirt matching light-washed jean shorts made her very pretty. The guys who were about to leave all stopped as they saw Xie Yujia. She stood on her tipping toes and raised her arms, trying to get the attention of everyone in the class. However, moving while standing on the dais made her look as if she was striking a pose. Having a slim and colorful belt that showed off her gorgeous slim waist was what made her casual outfit stand out more. She is indeed the class president and the most popular girl in the class, Zhou Liren mumbled. Seeing the crowd had stopped walking and went quiet, Xie Yujia finally gave a sigh of relief and continued, I have reserved some spots, you can apply for the rest. First, Yu Rong, shot put. Second, Kai Junji, high jump. Third, Chen Han, 400-meter relay race. Fourth, Hao Ren, 1500-meter race. Her voice seemed especially loud when Hao Ren was up. No way, whoever was called by name appeared extremely helpless. Zhao Jiayi and others looked at Hao Ren, feeling excited about his misfortune. Everyone be quiet for a second. Xie Yujia raised her hands again. The 4 I just mentioned are just on the reservation. It is up to the school whether they will be chosen or not. However, we should at least show our positive attitude. Receiving no response, she asked again, there are still 2 empty spots. Who would like to apply? Most of the events are for men, and we only have a few girls in this class. Can you guys be more involved? Although she said that, who would like to show his face in public for the athletic games? It was known that there were numerous athletes in the university. In terms of the guys in the class, they were all geeks who were excellent at dealing with computers but had no talent in sports. Who would be willing to embarrass himself in public? Xie Yujia gritted her teeth when she saw all the guys hesitate. Fine. Then Zhao Jiayi and Zhou Liren. You two are up for the 100-meter race. Zhao Jiayi and Zhou Liren, who were just very happy about the other's misfortune, started whining instantly. That's all. Everybody can go have lunch. Xie Yujia bent down to write the names on a notebook and then announced the dismissal. Zhou Liren helplessly watched as Xie Yujia walked out of the classroom through the front door. He then suddenly turned around to look at Hao Ren and said, "She seems to have something against our dorm room." "How would I know?" Hao Ren left his words and then strode out of the classroom through the back door. The afternoon classes were the same. Boring and insipid. Zhou Liren, who sat beside Hao Ren, complained endlessly about how Xie Yujia applied for him without his agreement. Would his illustrious reputation be swept down to the ground if he was the last one in the race? Stop worrying so much, it will never be your turn. There are countless athletes in the university. How could you be chosen? Hao Ren couldn't bear it anymore. He stopped writing and glared at him. That isn't for sure. What if no one applies and they make me go? Zhou Liren asked. Then you can throw yourself on the ground. Then all the beautiful girls would remember your cute face and you can successfully complete your girlfriend searching mission, Hao Ren said. It's always easy to say. What a shame. Zhou Liren covered his face and tried to put on an act. Hao Ren didn't bother to respond. He continued doing his middle school level English test bank. Tonight would be his first time tutoring someone. Beep beep, beep beep. The phone Hao Ren put on the desk suddenly vibrated. He picked up the phone, saw a message from Xie Yujia. The university has decided to not pick the other 5 people. You will be the one attending the 1500-meter race. I know you are good at running. You can do it. Hao Ren was stunned. Chapter 17. All dangerous people. He thought about it, put away his phone, and kept working on his middle school English test bank. They were taking university English courses, but Hao Ren was doing middle school English questions. Due to the small size of this course, Hao Ren was only in the same class with Zhou Liren. Cao Ronghua and Zhao Jiayi weren't in this class. The schedule for their sophomore year was always full. Hao Ren packed his bag to go to Zhao Yanzi's house at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Hao Ren was even more anxious than the day before. He arrived at her house and rang the doorbell. It was Zhao Hongyu who opened the door again in her apron. Her hair was tied up, and her hands were wet with water dripping down from them. She was obviously working in the kitchen. So early? She let Hao Ren in and smiled. Z hasn't come back yet? Hao Ren entered and asked. He was a bit embarrassed about being early. He lacked experience in being a tutor as it was his first time. No, her third uncle is picking her up because her dad is working late today, she answered as if Hao Ren was a member of the family. Take a seat on the couch and watch some TV. Hao Ren put the materials he brought on the coffee table and thought to himself for a few seconds. Why don't I give you a hand in the kitchen? He said. Zhao Hongyu looked at Hao Ren in surprise for a few seconds before she smiled. Okay. Hao Ren rolled up his sleeves and went into the kitchen with her. He felt terrible eating their food while not helping out. There were all sorts of ingredients and condiments in the kitchen, and they were all neatly placed in order. It seemed like Hao Ren was indeed too early since Zhao Hongyu hadn't even started cooking yet. She was just about to start preparing for dinner. Hao Ren could tell from the ingredients what dishes Zhao Hongyu was going to make. He walked over quickly and started rinsing the vegetables and cutting up the meat without Zhao Hongyu's instructions. He seemed like a chef as he knew what he was doing. Ren, you always help out at home, don't you? Zhao Hongyu was cutting some meat into strips beside him in a smoother manner. Not really. Sometimes I give my grandma a hand, Hao Ren said. I could tell that you are a sensible kid. If only my Z had half your sensibility. Zhao Hongyu sighed. She's still young. I only cared about games when I was her age as well, Hao Ren answered without even thinking. Have your parents always been away? Zhao Hongyu continued. Hao Ren answered honestly, they are both very busy, and I have spent most of my time with my grandma since I was a boy. Zhao Hongyu pondered. Your grandma must be very lonely now that you are in university, right? I usually go see her on the weekends. Hao Ren sensed Zhao Hongyu's second intention of the question. He looked at her confusedly. Once you and Z are settled, I can invite your grandma here to live with us, Zhao Hongyu said after thinking for half a second. That's maybe a bit too soon, Hao Ren smiled in embarrassment. She doesn't know about Z yet. She will find out soon. I know about elders' thoughts better than you, but I'll leave the opportunity of telling her that to you. Hao Ren nodded and continued chopping the potato into thin strips. Oh, what is an inspector? Hao Ren suddenly remembered and asked. Hao Ren had no idea why he had always felt comfortable with Zhao Hongyu. Maybe it was because the motherly figure to him had always been as virtuous as she was. Oh, you met an inspector? Zhao Hongyu was a bit surprised. A professor in my university. Her name is Su Han, Hao Ren said. It's her. Zhao Hongyu became deep in thought. You know her? Hao Ren asked cautiously. They are not a group of people who are easy to get along with. But Su Han had a relationship with us East Ocean, so she shouldn't cause you too much problem, Zhao Hongyu said. Sounds like there are more than just one inspector. And it sounds like even she respects them, Hao Ren thought as more confusion arose in his head. Zhao Hongyu continued when she saw the confused look on Hao Ren's face. The so-called inspectors are a group of specially authorized figures of the Dragon Clan who are in charge of supervising Dragon Clan's internal events. They have the right to interfere with anything that's against the rules such as bribing and murdering. They have the right to handle it before reporting them to the higher-ups as long as they have evidence of crimes. Their power is as big as the Imperial Guards. Hao Ren thought. Imperial Guards were a bunch of people who only listened to the emperors of Ming Dynasty. They were like special polices who had more power than most people. Don't underestimate them. Many of them are above the heavenly level. Elder Lu is already a master of the East Ocean Dragon region. But two Elder Lu wouldn't even be able to defeat Su Han, Hao Hongyu went on. Hao Ren didn't have a definite concept of this so-called power. Neither did he know what the fights would be like. But Su Han's power would probably be much stronger than he could ever imagine. How did she know about my identity? Hao Ren continued as he defined Su Han as a dangerous person he should never get near. The fact is we all have our own auras. You are just too low-leveled to sense your own, not to mention others. Su Han is an extraordinary inspector of the Dragon Clan. She can certainly see through you, Zhao Hongyu explained patiently. Can't I hide my aura? Hao Ren asked immediately. You can. But if the person is much stronger than you, they can still see it, Zhao Hongyu said as if she knew exactly what was on Hao Ren's mind. She continued, but don't worry. We are not allowed to kill each other within the Dragon Clan. Su Han won't hurt you as long as she recognizes your legal identity. She would even protect you. N0V3LTR0V served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Legal identity. Am I an illegal character in Su Han's eyes? Hao Ren thought to himself. Plus we East Ocean Dragon Clan won't let you get hurt easily. Zhao Hongyu suddenly straightened her back and added confidently. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Hongyu as her words touched him. She sure considered him as her son-in-law. If it weren't for that, why would she let him help her in the kitchen and stand up for him? East Ocean Dragon Clan, sounds like it's really powerful. Su Han should have some respect for them despite her special identity. Is Z's dad of high status in the Dragon Clan? Hao Ren asked the question that had always been bothering him. He thought it was a good opportunity to ask. He's all right. He's the king of the East Ocean. He is the leader of East Ocean which occupies 3,000 squared kilometers, Zhao Hongyu said lightly. Click click click. When Hao Ren was talking to Zhao Hongyu, a clicking noise appeared as if someone was turning the door handle. L1T Lagoon witnessed the first publication of this chapter on N0VEL-B1N. Z and her third uncle are back. Why don't you go talk to them and I will handle this myself? Zhao Hongyu smiled gently and said softly to Hao Ren. Hao Ren replied with a gentle smile, sure. He walked out the kitchen and saw Z, who was wearing the same light blue school uniform, come in with a man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes. Hi, uncle. Hao Ren hesitated for a moment and said to the man. Ha. The man not only did not reply to Hao Ren but his face was also filled with disdain. Zhao Yanzi didn't try to smooth things out either. She threw her backpack onto the sofa, ran to the kitchen, and started talking to her mom. Hao Ren was a little bummed out after he hit a snag. However, this man was older than him and was the uncle of Zhao Yanzi. Therefore, Hao Ren held back his anger and sat on the sofa as he started going over the stuff he was going to teach Zhao Yanzi. You are Hao Ren? After he saw Hao Ren minding his own business and ignored him, the man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes finally asked. Hao Ren wanted to ignore him at first. However, Hao Ren thought maybe this man didn't hear his greeting in the first place. He simply replied, "Yes." This third uncle didn't say anything further and started to observe Hao Ren up and down with his eyes. Hao Ren didn't think much at first. However, he then realized that this third uncle was observing his cultivation progress. That gave him chills down his back. Useless. Swallowed Z's internal core and had this much time to cultivate, yet no changes to the body, the man said after a few seconds of observation. His words were harsh. Even though Hao Ren had a soft personality, he couldn't hold back his anger. While Hao Ren and the man were staring at each other aggressively, Zhao Yanzi came out of the kitchen and said, "Uncle, just ignore him. Mom asked me to ask you, what do you want for dinner?" "Haha, anything will be fine. I am not picky." The man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes suddenly turned soft like a little sheep as he heard Zhao Yanzi's question. "Okay," Zhao Yanzi said as she turned back to the kitchen. "Mom. Uncle said anything will be fine. Cook whatever you want." This third uncle's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at Zhao Yanzi. It was obvious that he loved his niece very much. Zhao Yanzi then ran happily to her third uncle and said, "Uncle, remember what you promised me in the car?" All right. How could Uncle forget?" The man took out a wallet from his pocket and handed 10 $100 bills to Zhao Yanzi's. "Don't let your father know about this." Zhao Yanzi was beaming with joy as she stuck out her tongue and put the money in her little pink wallet. She then hugged her uncle around his neck and said, "Third uncle is the best. You crazy little girl." Her uncle rubbed her head with joy, and his face was filled with love. Both the adult and the little girl ignored Hao Ren, who was sitting on the couch as if he was transparent. Hao Ren knew that he rubbed this third uncle the wrong way and Zhao Yanzi was obviously treating him coldly intentionally to irritate him. Hao Ren knew that she was narrow-minded. Since the third uncle of hers loved Zhao Yanzi so much, he wasn't going to give Hao Ren a good time when Z disliked Hao Ren so much. Hao Ren continued to look down at the study materials and ignore the two of them. The awkwardness was finally broken when Zhao Hongyu came out of the kitchen with freshly cooked food. "Z. You bothering your uncle again?" Zhao Hongyu said reproachfully to Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Yanzi was giggling and finally stopped playing the childish rock-paper-scissors with her third uncle. "Come have dinner with us," Zhao Hongyu said politely to Hao Ren. Because of the attitudes of Zhao Yanzi and her uncle, Hao Ren didn't really want to have dinner with them. However, Zhao Hongyu treated him well and he didn't want to let her down. Thus, he walked to the table with a straight face. The four of them got into their seats in order. Zhao Yanzi sat across from Hao Ren, her third uncle and Zhao Hongyu sat beside Hao Ren. "This is Z's uncle, Zhao Kuo. You can call him third uncle just like Z does. Like Elder Lu, he is one of the elders of East Ocean. Z can explain the details to you later on." Zhao Hongyu introduced the man to Hao Ren after she sat down. Third uncle, considering Zhao Hongyu, Hao Ren greeted Zhao Kuo reluctantly. Zhao Kuo replied in neither a hostile nor friendly way. Zhao Hongyu noticed that the vibe wasn't quite harmonious, so she said with a gentle smile, "All right, let's eat." She handed Hao Ren a pair of chopsticks as she talked. She looked seemingly attentive to Hao Ren. Zhao Hongyu was as gentle as water, while Zhao Kuo was unable to calm himself. "Sister-in-law, what are you guys thinking? How could an ordinary guy be worthy of a nice girl like Z? Hao Ren is a really good kid. I like him. Are you satisfied with this reason?" Zhao Hongyu looked at him and said gently. Zhao Kuo was speechless as if an egg was stuck down his throat. It was at this moment Hao Ren realized that Zhao Hongyu wasn't as soft as she seemed. She had this persona where she never repeated herself. She looked like she was even more impressive than Zhao Guang. "Others might not know, but I do. If he returns the internal core to Z, Z will not suffer any harm." After a few seconds, Zhao Kuo finally said. "But Hao Ren will suffer great harm," Zhao Hongyu replied. "He is just an ordinary human. Why should we care?" "Enough." Zhao Hongyu suddenly toughened up. "Your brother isn't here, and now you dare to argue with me? This decision was agreed upon by the Elders' Council. Say no more." The fight over Hao Ren had put him in an awkward situation. However, he could feel that Zhao Hongyu was defending him. But Zhao Kuo was not convinced. He wanted to keep on arguing. About Z's problem, we have our own judgments. She has to be responsible for what she did. I know you love Z, but don't spoil her. You have to stop cleaning up after her every time she causes trouble. Zhao Hongyu's words had become more firm, and Zhao Kuo finally stopped speaking. However, his face was still filled with disdain. Zhao Yanzi's face kept turning red and pale back and forth, yet she remained silent as she wouldn't dare to speak up. It's time for you to change your easily irritated temper. So violent. I would like to see how you are going to get through this year's tribulation. Zhao Hongyu lowered her tone and said. Anyways, I still disagree with the decision of Z marrying a guy like this, Zhao Kuo mumbled quietly. After a long sigh, Zhao Hongyu didn't want to argue further. She looked at Hao Ren and said nicely, alright, let's eat. Chapter 19. Became a replacement. On the dining table, Zhao Hongyu asked Zhao Yanzi about the things that were happening at her school, and Zhao Yanzi answered. Hao Ren ate quietly and listened to their conversation. Both the mother and the daughter looked alike, but one was gentle and mature, and the other was cute and charming. The contrast of their images was interesting. Zhao Kuo, on the other hand, ate loudly as if he was holding his breath. Zhao Yanzi's father, Zhao Guang, seemed to be a wise man with great leadership. This Zhao Kuo is probably his younger brother. His personality is reckless and straightforward. He is too different from his older brother. Regarding appearance, he isn't as good looking as Zhao Guang. He is darker and looks ferocious, Hao Ren thought to himself. Feeling Hao Ren's stare, Zhao Kuo raised his head and suddenly glared at Hao Ren. The tanned and bearded face scared Hao Ren. After dinner, the conversation between the mother, Zhao Hongyu, and the daughter, Zhao Yanzi, ended. Zhao Hongyu stood up and cleaned up the dishes. Z, go upstairs and study with Ren. Zhao Yanzi pouted her small mouth. I just finished eating. I still want to watch a bit of TV. No, it'll be too late for Ren to go back. Zhao Hongyu denied Zhao Yanzi's request firmly and didn't give her any room for discussion. Zhao Yanzi twitched her mouth in sadness as she bit her lips and looked at Hao Ren angrily. It seemed like she wanted to vent her anger on Hao Ren. Quit stalling. Go upstairs and study. Zhao Hongyu hurried her. Okay, I know. Zhao Yanzi walked towards the stairs and stepped on the wood flooring. Hao Ren laughed, grabbed the study materials, and followed her upstairs. He didn't even think of Zhao Yanzi as his fiancée in his mind but as a troublesome little girl. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kuo followed them upstairs when he saw them go upstairs. Why are you going upstairs? Zhao Hongyu called. Hee, I'm just going to take a look upstairs. Zhao Kuo scratched his head as he walked upstairs and replied in embarrassment. Obviously, he was worried about leaving Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren alone. Thus, he followed to supervise them. He also wanted to see how smart Hao Ren was and if he could actually teach Zhao Yanzi. Zhao Hongyu knew clearly that Zhao Kuo went upstairs to kill the mood, but she couldn't do anything about him. She sighed slightly and continued to clean the table. Hao Ren followed Zhao Yanzi and entered her bedroom. He was caught by surprise when he saw third uncle following them inside. Yet, Zhao Kuo was an elder to him, and it was Zhao Yanzi's bedroom. He didn't have any reason to kick him out. Zhao Yanzi pouted her lips and sat in front of the desk unhappily. Hao Ren opened up his bag, took out a test paper, and put it in front of her. Finish this test paper first. I still have a lot of assignments to do today. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren with an unfriendly attitude. Do you want me to call your mom upstairs? Hao Ren didn't want to argue with her and directly brought up her mom. Humph. Zhao Yanzi gave in right away. She took the test paper from him, grabbed a pen, and frowned as she got started. These questions were picked from many test banks by Hao Ren, and they were all simple and basic questions. In order to see what level she was at, he had to give her a test paper like this. Zhao Yanzi bit the tip of the pen and did the questions one by one. Hao Ren dragged a chair, sat beside her, and looked at her quietly. That third uncle came and peeked quietly. However, these thickly dotted English words gave him a headache, and he had to sit back down in his original spot and stare at Hao Ren. After half an hour, Zhao Yanzi finally finished the simple test. Hao Ren took it from her, checked it in 2 minutes, and discovered surprisingly that this Zhao Yanzi's English was extremely poor. Seeing the big red cross marks appear more and more on the test paper, Zhao Yanzi couldn't hold back. Hey! Did I do that many questions wrong? You only have 20 points out of 100. Hao Ren grabbed the test paper and waved it in front of her. You did it on purpose. Zhao Yanzi's face was pale as she said arrogantly. Okay. Hao Ren put the test back to the table. Let's start your class officially, he said. Huh. Zhao Yanzi was reluctant. You did the second question wrong. Finish is a verb and you need to polish it with the adverb, quickly. Here it's saying that it's faster than other people, so it should be, more quickly, not, more quick. Hao Ren pointed at the second question that she got wrong and explained. Zhao Yanzi blushed. I know. I was careless and read it wrong. Hao Ren ignored her excuse and pointed at the third question. Go to the beach in July and arriving on July 5th. Use in for the proposition before the year, the month, the season, and the week. When talking about the date specifically, use on. If it's the particular arrival time, such as 5 o'clock, use at. I know this too. I wasn't paying attention, Zhao Yanzi quibbled. And the fourth question, sixth question, seventh question, eighth question. Hao Ren explained the questions one by one, but Zhao Yanzi always had some sort of excuse. If she didn't read the question wrong, it was Hao Ren's test paper not being clear enough. Overall, her English wasn't the problem. In the end, Zhao Kuo couldn't even just sit in the background anymore. He coughed 2 times. You need to pay more attention in class. Third uncle. His test is way too difficult. Zhao Yanzi's face was red as she spoke to her third uncle. Hao Ren was speechless. These questions were the simplest and most basic questions for middle school English. Even first-year middle school student could probably answer half of the questions. Zhao Kuo had a bad temper, but he wasn't stupid. He looked at Zhao Yanzi and knew that she had a bad foundation in English. Thus, he couldn't hold his ground anymore. I think you still need some tutoring. Third uncle, Zhao Yanzi whined cutely. Her face was red, and she felt ashamed. It's about time. Your father should be back soon. I'll head back now so your father won't nag me, Zhao Kuo said. Haha. Third uncle, you're scared that my father will lecture you, aren't you? Zhao Yanzi suddenly said happily. She felt like she found an alliance. Zhao Kuo felt ashamed as well. Anyhow, I'm going back now. Okay, I'll see you off. Zhao Yanzi jumped up from the chair. She seemed like she was really close with her third uncle. You can just walk me downstairs, Zhao Kuo said as he walked out of Zhao Yanzi's bedroom. He didn't even say goodbye to Hao Ren. It was obvious he didn't accept Hao Ren. Hao Ren stayed alone in Zhao Yanzi's bedroom. He could hear Zhao Yanzi's light whispering voice vaguely from downstairs. He's not as bad as you think. Then, it was followed by a conversation downstairs. Leaving now? Zhao Guang is almost back home. You don't want to say hi to him? Next time, I came to see Z this time. You're afraid that he'll say you're not working on cultivation hard enough, right? Well, drive safe on your way back. Hao Ren wanted to eavesdrop more, but Zhao Yanzi opened the door and came back to her bedroom. Jeez, you made me look bad in front of my third uncle. Once she came in, she complained to Hao Ren right away. Hao Ren looked at her, but you actually did them wrong. Can't you pretend that I did them right? She looked at Hao Ren angrily. Hao Ren smiled and didn't want to argue with her. This kiddo's English isn't that great, but she is afraid of embarrassment, he thought. Looks like your third uncle hates me. Hao Ren changed the topic and said. It isn't just you. He doesn't like mortals, Zhao Yanzi answered. Hao Ren didn't know what to say, but his impression towards this third uncle was lowered by another 30%. He just thinks that you're not a good match for me. You don't have to worry. He just says things but won't actually do anything to you, Zhao Yanzi said straightforwardly. I actually still don't know much about you guys. What exactly was the spirit concentration scroll that Elder Lu gave me last time? Hao Ren asked her. That's the most basic cultivation technique. It doesn't actually do anything. It's simply for purification of the body. Zhao Yanzi looked at Hao Ren. You've been cultivating for so many days now, and yet it seems like your body has no reaction. Seeing her scornful gaze, Hao Ren knew that it was her turn to attack him this time. Didn't we have a deal? I tutor you, and you teach me cultivation techniques. If I cultivate poorly, it means that you are a bad teacher, Hao Ren said immediately. Nonsense. I never taught you before. Zhao Yanzi glared with her huge eyes. Then you can start now. Hao Ren sat down and looked at her. The cultivation techniques in the Dragon Clan is divided into these 8 levels: Qian, Kun, Xuan, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, Kan. The highest Qian level is also called the heavenly level. Anyway, that's about it. You're not even on the elementary level yet. After your body power up to a certain level, my father or Elder Lu will pass you the real cultivation technique. And when you cultivate till Kan level, you will be officially a cultivator. Listening to her vague explanation, Hao Ren guessed her cultivation was probably not that remarkable. In fact, Hao Ren was right about that. Zhao Yanzi was totally uninterested in the cultivation techniques and only cultivated here and there. Yet, she thought highly of herself and was anxious about proving herself. That was why she made a mistake and fell in Hao Ren's arms from the sky. Wasn't it kind of a punishment that her parents forced her to marry Hao Ren? Are there any dangers for me to learn your cultivation techniques? Hao Ren was concerned about this. At this point, he had recovered from the hesitation he experienced a few days ago and accepted the current situation. Of course there are dangers. You could break your arms or legs if the injuries are light. You could even lose your life on the spot, Zhao Yanzi said seriously. Hao Ren got distracted right away. It's a good thing now, isn't it? You can be my replacement, and it'll be a lot easier for me. She giggled and tried to irritate Hao Ren intentionally. This is what she had intended to do. However, even though there are dangers with cultivation, she probably made them up. She is probably comforting herself knowing that she can get away from the dullness of cultivation, he thought. Sure, I can be your replacement. You are marrying me anyway. Hao Ren took out his thumbs and touched them together, at the time. Screw you. Zhao Yanzi's face darkened. Her white teeth bit her red lips, and she punched towards Hao Ren's face. Chapter 20. Unstoppable Peach Blossom. Hao Ren dodged right away and grabbed her tiny hand. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yanzi had another strike waiting for him. Her other fist aimed at Hao Ren's stomach and hit on it firmly. She pulled her arm back and looked at Hao Ren fiercely. Knock knock knock, the sound of knocking emerged. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi turned back and looked at the door. Zhao Guang pushed open the door and entered. How's the tutoring going? He walked over and asked. The inaugural upload of this chapter took place via NOVLB in. It's pretty good, Hao Ren rubbed his stomach and replied. Zhao Yanzi's face turned red and she didn't dare to talk. Zi's English is very poor. We wanted to find her a tutor, but she wouldn't agree. That's why we had to ask you to help her study, Zhao Guang said to Hao Ren. Yeah, she's working pretty hard, Hao Ren said. Zhao Yanzi glanced at Hao Ren. She didn't think he would say something nice about her. This little girl is too playful. She's actually smart, but she just doesn't work hard, Zhao Guang frankly exposed Hao Ren's lie. Daddy, Zhao Yanzi was ashamed again. She couldn't help but call out. Zhao Guang ignored Zhao Yanzi and looked at Hao Ren. How's the cultivation of the spirit concentration scroll from Elder Lu? Nothing seems to be happening, Hao Ren replied. Take your time, he waved at Hao Ren, come with me. He took Hao Ren to some small hidden stairs and walked up into the attic on the top floor. Zhao Yanzi was curious and followed them. This is Zhao Yanzi's mother's studio at home, but she normally doesn't use it at night. After you finish tutoring Z, you can come here to cultivate, Zhao Guang said. Hao Ren looked around. This studio was smaller than 10 square meters, but it was decorated elegantly and serenely. It didn't feel small at all. The slanted triangular bookcase maximized the space well. On top of the bookcase, there were all kinds of professional books about design, and most of them were in foreign languages. On the other side of the room, there was a flat table with different types of drawing equipment on top for drafting. The chair was as green as spring grass, and it added an artistic atmosphere to the tiny attic. Through the small window, one could view the backyard that was filled with vivid greens and looked very pleasing. Daddy, you guys like him more. I normally can't even enter this studio. Why can he cultivate in here? Zhao Yanzi said sourly. How about you do your homework here and he gets to cultivate in your bedroom? Zhao Guang asked her. No way. Zhao Yanzi shook her head crazily like a rattle drum. That's right. Go do your homework now. Zhao Guang kicked her out. Zhao Yanzi left unwillingly. Zhao Guang looked at Hao Ren. There are actually 3 levels in the spirit concentration scroll. The first level is to communicate with heaven and earth. feel the energy in nature, and purify your body at the same time. The second level is to guide the energy into your body. This process is very slow, but it really helps strengthen your body. The third level is to release the energy around your body. You can only cultivate other more formal cultivation techniques after passing the third level. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Guang as he listened and remembered his words. He finally understood that Zhao Guang wanted to instruct him on cultivation himself. This first level, communicating with heaven and earth, also has some techniques to it. Zhao Guang faced Hao Ren and explained thoroughly. If those elders saw that the Dragon King was explaining these basic terms to Hao Ren, they would find this incredibly shocking. However, Hao Ren was utterly oblivious to Zhao Guang's identity. He was touched because he thought Zhao Guang took some time out of his busy schedule to explain these terms to him. Zhao Guang's coaching was easy to understand, and Hao Ren learned a lot from him. Some things that he couldn't comprehend before were all solved. Sure enough, these kinds of things would be difficult for him to figure out on his own. Hao Ren finally understood that Zhao Yanzi would encounter a considerable amount of danger after 3 years. And within these 3 years, he also had to undertake the same amount of danger. Swallowing the internal core was a dangerous act. If he didn't cultivate the Dragon Clan's cultivation technique to mediate and suppress the energy of the internal core, his body would have exploded sooner or later due to the increasing power of the Dragon Core. According to Zhao Guang's statement, the Dragon Core innately contained the instinct of absorbing the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Therefore, it was also a supreme treasure of the world. The Dragon Clan's body was innately born with a Dragon Core and certainly became a special and powerful clan because of it. Seconds and minutes passed by. Soon enough, it was 9:30 already. "Uncle, I should go back now. Our dorm's curfew is 10 o'clock. Hao Ren noticed the clock ticking and said hastily. "All right. I still have half of the content left to explain, but we can talk about it tomorrow." Zhao Guang led Hao Ren out of the studio. I'll start heading back now." Hao Ren tried to say it in the most courteous way possible. Frankly, Hao Ren was a bit touched by Zhao Guang's act of instructing him for so long, especially after Zhao Guang had worked overtime today. "I'll drive you back," Zhao Guang said in an undisputable tone. Hao Ren wanted to refuse at first, but he nodded because he thought Zhao Guang wanted to say something to him. Zhao Hongyu and he were in a son-in-law and mother-in-law relationship and they got along better. Yet, Zhao Guang and he were in a son-in-law and father-in-law relationship. There would be many things to talk about, right? Zhao Guang brought Hao Ren outside before he went to get the car from the garage. It was a low-key black Chevrolet. Hao Ren got in the car silently. As the car engine started, he waited for Zhao Guang to speak. However, Zhao Guang drove the car steadily and didn't say anything. Hao Ren had many questions, but he didn't dare to ask when he saw Zhao Guang's cold face. Zhao Guang drove Hao Ren to the entrance of the dorm right around 9:45. Seeing Zhao Guang being so familiar with the campus roads, Hao Ren suddenly remembered that Mingri Group was the biggest investor of East Ocean University. Didn't they donate and help the school to build the stadium, library, and the newly built Media Academy building? "Come again at the same time tomorrow and tutor Z after dinner," Zhao Guang said after he parked at the entrance of the dorm. "Okay, thank you uncle," Hao Ren said as he got out from the car. Zhao Guang nodded and drove away. From the beginning until the end, this pair of son-in-law and father-in-law only had 2 sentences of conversation. Hao Ren walked into the dorm. As he returned to the 3rd floor, Zhao Jiayi and others surrounded him. "Little guy. Now you get car service for round trips? Are you dating a rich woman?" "I just finished tutoring. Her dad drove me back," Hao Ren said honestly. "Why don't I ever meet a rich young girl? Not only pretty but also wealthy," Zhou Liren yelled in regret. "If I tell them that I am not only tutoring a rich young girl but also have a fiancée, I don't know how surprised they will be," Hao Ren thought to himself. Hao Ren climbed up to his upper berth to read after getting rid of those guys. Hao Ren has had so many peach blossom fortunes lately. First, he is tutoring a young and pretty girl. Then Su Han called him to her office, and even class president Xie Yujia has been paying close attention to Hao Ren lately. Seeing Hao Ren being so ignorant, Zhao Jiayan, Zhou Liren, and Cao Ronghua started discussing the recent events as if they never noticed that Hao Ren had this kind of charm. Hao Ren held a book in his hands and pretended to be reading, but he was, in fact, trying to adjust his state of mind. He followed Zhao Guang's instruction and let the weak energy flow from Beihui acupoint to Shenting acupoint. Then passing through the temple, Ermin acupoint, Qingming acupoint, Philtrum acupoint, Yamen acupoint, Fengqi acupoint, Renying acupoint, Danzhong acupoint, Huk acupoint, Qihai acupoint, Zhongmen acupoint, it, at last, went through the Yangchen acupoint at the bottom of his feet and back to the center of the body. The internal core inside Hao Ren's dantian, lower abdomen region. It is where the energy was stored in Chinese wuxia novels. Slightly vibrated as this type of circulation flowed through him. A bop sounded, and Hao Ren felt as if someone knocked on his forehead. His body from top to bottom seemed to have opened up. Next, Hao Ren felt the powerful heavenly and earthly spiritual energy pour into his body. It froze for a bit and distributing throughout the hundreds of acupoints within his body. His whole body suddenly became light. The heavenly and earthly spiritual energy that was originally difficult to sense was actually filling his body. As if his body became a transparent sieve, he couldn't keep the energy but was also not an obstacle to it. The feeling of clarity was way more refreshing than swallowing 100 peppermints. Hao Ren tried to enjoy this refreshing experience. He didn't expect the breakthrough of the Spirit Concentration Scroll's first level would be this easy. Chapter 21. Aren't you too generous? Joy puts heart into a man. You do look especially refreshed today. On the way to the class the next day, Cao Ronghua commented while studying Hao Ren. Going out with a rich girl gave him a different aura. Rubbing his chin, Zhou Liren told Zhao Jiayi and others while gazing at Hao Ren. He has a light elegance in every movement, Zhao Jiayi joked. They had been teasing him, but Hao Ren did feel his aura had changed ever since he made the breakthrough last night. It seemed he had merged with nature. Although he couldn't absorb the essence of nature yet, he had a faint feeling that he himself was the nature. He had this feeling after he had just reached the first level of the basic cultivation technique, but he was not a true cultivator yet. No wonder Zhao Yanzi's third uncle regarded mortals with disdain. Hao Ren reflected while he savored the changes in his body. The four of them were on their way to class when they met some of the girls from their class who had just come out of the cafeteria after breakfast. Glancing at Hao Ren, Xie Yujia was about to pass them to take a front seat in the classroom. Struck by a feeling of strangeness, she looked back at Hao Ren again. Weird. He is wearing the same clothes as yesterday. How come I find his presence different? Xie Yujia was a little baffled, thinking it a result of her imagination. Shaking her head, she swung her leg over her bicycle and rode toward the academic building. Xie Yujia looked at you twice. Have you two been seeing each other? Zhou Liren asked Hao Ren with a wink. Hao Ren snorted. How is that possible? In his heart, Xue Yujia was not only the class president but the most popular girl in the class as well. She was too out of reach for him. Besides, he was an engaged man now. They strolled carelessly into the academic building just when the class began. Taking a window seat with fresher air, Hao Ren dug out his study materials and began to prepare for his tutoring session. Why didn't you answer my message yesterday? In the middle of class, Hao Ren received a text message from Xue Yujia. Surprised, he looked up and met Xue Yujia's gaze. He wondered why the diligently note-taking class president would send him a message during the class. Hurriedly, he looked down and answered her message. You mean about the long-distance run? I got it. You are the only participant in our class, and only 6 have been selected in our whole major to enter the games. I hope you won't disappoint me. She sent another text message. All of a sudden, Hao Ren felt layers of pressure. The biannual athletic games in East Ocean University was a competition held among all the students, regardless of age. The most athletic students selected from the tens of thousands of students in the university would compete with one another. It was a big show. Got it. Hao Ren answered the text message. He had been a renowned long-distance runner in high school, but he had never entered any provincial-level competitions and didn't gain points for it during his university entrance examination. Xue Yujia had high hopes for him, but he was not so confident with himself. Although he was fast, he had spent almost all his time playing video games after he entered university. It had been a long time since the last time he had put any real efforts into practice. Thinking that was the end of the text conversation, he was surprised when Xue Yujia sent him another, saying, "Did you get a haircut yesterday? How come I feel like you look different today?" No, I didn't, Hao Ren answered the text message. Then Xie Yujia stopped messaging him. Hao Ren wondered if he had sounded too aloof. But soon, he was immersed in middle school English practice questions. In the evening, Hao Ren again took the bus to Zhao Yanzi's home. No longer a stranger, Hao Ren was not as reserved as last time. However, he still remained silent on topics about their family. After dinner, Zhao Hongyu declined Hao Ren's offer to clean the table for her and asked him to tutor Zhao Yanzi. Reluctantly, Zhao Yanzi followed Hao Ren up to the second floor. After a day's thought, Hao Ren had decided to tutor Zhao Yanzi according to the different knowledge points. Today's quiz focused on the most common topic in the middle school English course, the tenses. Time ticked on, and Zhao Yanzi racked her brains and finally finished the quiz. "Uncle, are you sure you are really good at it?" With her chin propped up in her palm, she spun a ballpoint pen with the other hand and watched Hao Ren mark her paper earnestly. She had changed out of her school uniform into a short t-shirt with a kitten pattern and a red plaid skirt. Like a candy, the loose combination oozed the sweetness of a teenage girl. Slouching on the chair with her legs curled beneath her, she was oblivious that her posture exposed a strip of flat belly to Hao Ren. "If you learn earnestly with me, it won't be too difficult for you to be one of the top 3 in your class." Hao Ren scrawled a big red score of 30 on the paper before returning it to her. Ignoring her pouting lips of disapproval, Hao Ren pointed at the first question and began to explain. Since it uses yesterday in the first part of the sentence, you must use past tense with the verb. And the past tense of say is said, not sayed. Hey, listen up and note this down. Seeing Hao Ren's earnest face, Zhao Yanzi looked resentful. Still, she had to listen to him, and she began making notes on her notebook. Hao Ren had seen the books in Zhao Hongyu's studio and knew her English was excellent. He wondered how her daughter was so lousy in English. At the end of the 1-hour tutoring session, the upper end of Zhao Yanzi's ballpoint pen was almost chewed off, showing how much she resented Hao Ren. "Ren, follow me upstairs." Zhao Guang showed up by the door on time. "Okay." Putting down the papers, Hao Ren followed Zhao Guang up the small stairs into the studio. "It seems that you have broken through level 1. Zhao Guang asked when they were inside the studio. "It seems so. I feel that my body has been unlocked." "Well, good job. However, the first level is quite simple. Today I will teach you the next part." Zhao Guang looked calm without any signs of surprise or joy. Hao Ren sat down and listened to him patiently, wondering what realm Zhao Guang had reached. Whatever realm Zhao Guang was in, it couldn't be low. Hao Ren had never dreamed of flying in the sky, entering the earth, shattering the mountains, and tumbling the oceans. Saving his own life was his purpose. And if he achieved some accomplishments in his cultivation, he would be more confident in helping Zhao Yanzi survive the crisis 3 years later. Of course, he knew the family of Zhao Yanzi was trying their best to help him, though strictly speaking, Zhao Yanzi had caused all this trouble. However, they would rather place their own daughter at risk than sacrificing innocent Hao Ren. That alone showed more wisdom and righteousness than most parents could ever have. Very soon, it was 9:30, and Zhao Guang had explained every point of the spirit concentration scroll in detail. "You can come back at the same time tomorrow. Then you can cultivate by yourself and ask me whenever you have any questions." Glancing up at the clock, Zhao Guang instructed. Hao Ren nodded. Walking out of the studio to the second floor, he entered Zhao Yanzi's room and found her working hard on her homework. Not wanting to interrupt her, he gathered his tutoring materials and quietly left the room. "I'll drive you back." Zhao Guang appeared at the door and offered. "Thank you." Hao Ren accepted. On the way back to school, Zhao Guang asked suddenly, "Can you drive?" "I got my license last summer, but I'm still a beginner," Hao Ren answered. "How about I buy you a car so you can come and go with ease? Which do you like, Chevrolet or Volkswagen?" Zhao Guang asked casually as if he was talking about a 10-yuan toy instead of a 100,000 yuan car. It's not necessary. I can take a taxi back in the future," Hao Ren said in a hurry. Zhao Guang didn't pursue the topic. He drove Hao Ren to the dorm building in silence. "Oh, please tell Z that I have to participate in the athletic games next week and I'll have to practice. I'll resume the tutoring sessions next Tuesday." "Okay." Zhao Guang restarted the car with a steady hand and disappeared around the corner. A calm father-in-law, a gentle mother-in-law, a willful young fiancé. What more will come my way? Inhaling deeply, Hao Ren walked into the dorm building. When he got into his dorm room, his 3 dorm mates were still out. Apparently, they were at an internet cafe playing games. Opening his backpack, Hao Ren was in the process of reorganizing the tutoring materials and saw that a big pig head had been drawn on the title page of his favorite middle school English test bank. A coarse nose, bulging eyes, droopy ears and thick lips, on the side were the words, "Self-important uncle." Gazing at the caricature of the pighead that was drawn to look ugly but looked a bit like him, Hao Ren chuckled. Chapter 22. The Most Handsome Guy in East Ocean University. In the following 2 days, Hao Ren didn't tutor Zhao Yanzi but took the time at night to practice long-distance running on the sports field. He didn't expect to win the first place, but he didn't want to end up last either. He believed that his long-distance skills were still there and he just needed to regain his form. With only 4 to 5 lamps illuminating the 400-meter synthetic racetrack surrounding the outside of the soccer field, the whole sports field looked quiet and lonely. Regulating his breathing and steps, Hao Ren practiced alone. He had purposely chosen to run here at 9 o'clock at night. In 1 hour, the entrance of the dorm buildings would be locked up. The basketball and soccer players had all gone back, and thus he would have no distractions while practicing. Today in weak optical signal processing class, the beauty Su Han was wearing a studded shirt, denim shorts, and Dr. Martin boots. She looked so gorgeous that the guys yelled and cheered. However, she didn't spare a glance at Hao Ren as if she didn't summon him to her office last week. She remained aloof during the whole class until she left. Although Hao Ren knew they crossed paths in another world, they had returned to the normal world and were strangers. After all, a super beautiful female teacher would never show any special treatment to a very ordinary student. He believed that Su Han must have gone to Lu Qing to talk about him. While he ran, his mind wandered through events that happened today. Suddenly, a basketball rolled toward his feet. Hao Ren stopped running and picked up the basketball before looking toward the place where the ball had come from. Not far from him, a handsome guy wearing a white shirt sat on the bleacher. With a well-proportioned and robust body, the guy had dashing eyebrows slanting upwards and outwards. Hao Ren recognized him. Known as the most handsome guy in East Ocean University, Huang Zuji was the president of the university's rock climbing club and the celebrity student who was even pursued by the most popular girl in the school, Lin Li. Lifting the basketball with one hand while pointing at it with the other, Hao Ren used this gesture to ask him if the ball was his. Huang Zuji nodded and curled his finger. Hao Ren took a step forward before throwing the basketball to him with one hand. The basketball covered the 20+ meters between them before it fell toward Huang Zuji. Huang Zuji reached one hand out and caught the ball. With the ball gone, Hao Ren swung his arms and prepared to start jogging again. "Sophomore," Huang Zuji suddenly said. Hao Ren looked at him, baffled. "I heard that you two had entered the 1500-meter race?" he asked abruptly. Hao Ren looked at him cautiously, feeling a trace of hostility from him. "I heard that you've been in the limelight quite a lot recently." Spinning the ball with his finger, Huang Zuji asked. "You live in grand style, don't you? And you have been picked up from campus by a limo, haven't you?" "Did I steal your show?" Hao Ren asked directly. Snap! Huang Zuji stopped spinning the basketball abruptly. "Yeah. I'm pissed off by your blatant shows." Though low-key, Hao Ren was never afraid of confrontation. Facing Huang Zuji on the racetrack, he asked, "So as a senior, you want to teach me a lesson, don't you?" Huang Zuji didn't answer. Instead, he asked, "They say Su Han asked you to her office all alone. What's between you and her?" From the trace of hostility, Hao Ren sensed an intense jealousy. "I have nothing to tell you." Hao Ren went back to jogging. Huang Zuji froze for a moment, surprised that an ordinary sophomore would be so arrogant. His hand tightened on the basketball while he gazed at the back of Hao Ren. When Hao Ren returned after another lap, Huang Zuji was gone. He knew he had attracted a lot of attention in the past couple of weeks, and the several limo pickups on campus made him look like a big show-off. More importantly, Su Han's invitation to her office made the self-important handsome guys red-eyed with jealousy. Maybe they thought Hao Ren's previous behavior had been his efforts in attracting Su Han's attention, and the famous students were furious that his clumsy efforts had paid off and had successfully drawn Su Han's interest to him. After all, Their blatant behavior only won them screams of the pretty girls, while the extreme beautiful Su Han didn't show a trace of interest. Indeed, Su Han's beauty exceeded people's imaginations, and it was natural that the male students were crazy for her. If Hao Ren had not known her real identity, he would have been silently amazed by her beauty, too. It was 9:15 when Hao Ren jogged back to his dorm. Zhao Jiayi and his other two roommates were engaged in a fierce card game with Jiyu Jiadong from the dorm room opposite to theirs. Hao Ren took his washbasin and towel to take a cold shower. He didn't tell anyone about Huang Zuji's provocation. Friday passed quickly with only half a day of classes. With most of the students coming from local areas, East Ocean University became unusually quiet every Friday afternoon. Zhao Jiayi and the others didn't want to go home this weekend, and they dragged Hao Ren and several others from the next-door dorm room to a nearby KTV. After singing themselves to exhaustion, they went to a hot pot buffet. They stuffed themselves with beer and meat before returning to the dorm room for a game of cards. The days were decadent and carefree. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N.0. Vel. B. J. N. It comforted Hao Ren that he had such a group of brothers with him no matter what had happened. They did everything together, going to classes, skipping classes, drinking, and feasting. Zhao Yanzi's third uncle would never appreciate this kind of happiness enjoyed by mortals. At 9 o'clock, Hao Ren put down the cards in his hand and said, "I'm going to the sports field to practice running." "Oh, don't go. It's no use practicing with only a few days left before the race. Play cards with us." Zhao Jiayi tried to stop him. "I can regain some of my form with practice. Jiyu Jiadong, come over and play cards." Hao Ren stuffed his cards into Jiyu Jiadong's hands. "It's on me if you lose, and you get all the benefit if you win." Grinning at the promise, Jiyu Jiadong took his cards and sat down immediately. Hao Ren changed into his running shoes and jogged to the sports field. The campus was unusually quiet on Friday nights. When he was passing by the office building, Hao Ren looked up involuntarily as a weird thought occurred to him. Su Han should be home now. Where does she live? Zhao Hongyu said Su Han had some special connection with East Ocean Dragon Clan, and Hao Ren wondered what it was. Maybe that was why she took a teaching position at Lu Qing's university. While he ran, Hao Ren wondered about her. He met two girls who were taking a walk. When they saw his lingering glance, they snorted in disdain. Almost every male in the university more or less had some feelings for Su Han, and the male students were usually caught staring at Su Han's office in the hope of finding a glimpse of the unrivaled beauty. It was frustrating to them that Su Han didn't show her face except when she was walking to and from her class. No one had seen her even at the cafeteria. All of these deepened the feeling that she was like a fairy who didn't consume food of the mortal world. Hao Ren came to the sports field and began to run the 10 laps according to his plan. He found his stamina recovered faster than before, and he wondered if it was a result of the breakthrough into the first level of the spirit concentration scroll. The dim lights extended Hao Ren's shadow while he enjoyed the vast sports field and the loneliness of the night. Circulating the energy according to the spirit concentration scroll and savoring the nature's essence, he regulated his breathing and steps as he ran at a steady pace. His clothes floated in the air. Hao Ren didn't realize there was a free and eased aura surrounded him when he ran. Every step was steady and firm while a light breeze swam around him and through his clothes. The heavenly Tao came from nature. The order of nature had unknowingly influenced Hao Ren, and each of his movements in this peaceful night followed the easiest and logical routes suggested by the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. After 10 laps, he ran another 10 laps. Hao Ren was surprised that his strength had not diminished at all. He was practicing long-distance running, but he felt like he was strolling casually without any heaviness detected in his steps. After a while, he had a sudden feeling that someone was watching him from a corner. He looked towards that direction. He saw Xie Yujia in a long chiffon floral dress sitting quietly on a step a dozen meters away. She was watching him with a smile. Chapter 23. You must not lose. Hao Ren saw no one else around, and it seemed like she was here all by herself. After a moment of hesitation, he jogged over. What are you doing here?" "I'm here to watch you run." Xie Yujia tilted her head and smiled. Her raven black hair covering her shiny forehead and her long ponytail trailing over her back gave her a fresh look. The night breeze brushed over her and sent a wisp of fragrance to Hao Ren. Soft and white skin, flesh and clean hair, and her fluttering dress showed that she had just taken a shower. Hao Ren had always thought Shui Yujia was pretty, and so did all his male classmates. Since she rarely showed her face during university activities, the most popular girl in the class had become her class or her major's private property. She wasn't promoted as someone who rivaled with Ling Li as the most popular girl at the university. In fact, Hao Ren thought Xie Yujia was prettier than Lin Li, and he found Xie Yujia's fresh and elegant temperament more appealing. How did you know I was practicing here? Hao Ren continued with his questions. He had not sweated much while running, but he was now suddenly sweating all over when facing Xie Yujia. I am the class president, and I know everything. Still smiling, Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren confidently. You have been practicing running here at 9 every night, am I right? Hao Ren knew information spread really fast among the girls, but he had never expected Xie Yujia would notice him, an ordinary and unimportant classmate. Didn't the girls always talk about the doings of handsome guys? You look dashing when you run, Xie Yujia continued. Embarrassed, Hao Ren lowered his head. It's an honor to receive a compliment from the beautiful class president, he said. Again, Xie Yujia smiled sweetly. I'm the class president, and it's my duty to encourage you for the sake of our class honor. So you didn't mean it, it was just an encouragement. Hao Ren gave her a disappointed look. I meant it, it is also an encouragement. You do look attractive when you run. Seeing Hao Ren's disappointment, Xie Yujia immediately added. The moment she said that, she seemed to have found something wrong with her words. She lowered her head and smiled. When she lifted her head again, she had regained her confidence as the class president. In fact, as long as you give it all, I will still be pleased even if you end up in the last place. Thanks a lot for the encouragement. Hao Ren dug out his mobile phone from his pocket. It's now 9:40. The dorms will be locked up if we don't hurry back. Today is Friday, and they won't close until 12, Xie Yujia reminded him. Oh, I almost forgot without your reminder. Hao Ren thought for a moment, but it's still late, and I have finished my practice. How about I walk you back? Aren't you hungry? Xie Yujia asked him abruptly. Hao Ren stared blankly at her for a moment. I have instant noodles in my dorm. Seeing the silly expression on Hao Ren's face, Xie Yujia smiled. I'll treat you to a late-night snack as a reward for your hard practice for the class honor. Okay. Hao Ren nodded. He had not expected that Xie Yujia would invite him to a late-night snack. It had been a big surprise for him already when Xie Yujia came to watch him practice so late at night. Wait a minute. Hao Ren asked Xie Yujia to stay where she was before dashing across the field and picking up the jacket he had left on the grass. Then he ran back to her side. Standing on the stairs in her elegant long dress as she was silhouetted against the night in the lamplights, Xie Yujia looked even more fresh and alluring. Let's go. Hao Ren called Xie Yujia. Okay. Xie Yujia nodded and followed Hao Ren out of the fenced sports field. Whoosh! While exiting the sports field, a gust of wind swept towards them. Without thinking, Hao Ren immediately draped his jacket over Xie Yujia's shoulders and then shielded her from the biting wind with his body. He led her out of the cold and drafty place. How come I never noticed your gentlemanliness? Back on the quiet road of the campus, Xie Yujia returned the jacket to Hao Ren and said. Is it because I have stayed so long with Zhou Liren that I have got some of his ill manners? Hao Ren joked. Zhao Jiayi and those guys are sometimes indeed outrageous, but I think you are different, Xie Yujia told him while they walked. It was close to midnight, and it was quiet with almost no one in sight. The dim lights from the scant street lamps gave the road that was neither too long or too short made it feel a little dubious and romantic. Not so different. In fact, I'm no better than them, Hao Ren said self-mockingly. I think you are more earnest with things. At least you have begun practicing days before the race. Xie Yujia couldn't help but speak up for him. Hao Ren smiled. I'm a bashful man who is afraid of losing. Xie Yujia remained silent and walked to the back gate of the university shoulder to shoulder with Hao Ren. She walked pensively as if she was savoring Hao Ren's words or thinking about something else. Hao Ren had never imagined that he could take a walk with the most popular girl in the class shoulder to shoulder on the campus on such a quiet night. Anyone that saw them would regard them as a couple. What do you want to eat? At the back gate, Xie Yujia asked Hao Ren abruptly. Spicy hot pot. Hao Ren asked tentatively. Spicy hot pot was the cheapest meal he could think of. After all, he was uncomfortable having a girl treat him to a meal. Okay. Shie Yuji agreed promptly. It was Friday night, and the dorm buildings wouldn't be locked up until midnight. There were actually many students out for late-night meals. Hao Ren regretted his decision of eating spicy hot pot, fearing that the guys who were playing cards in his dorm room might also come out for a late-night snack. He would be doomed if they saw him and spread the gossip. Shie Yuji didn't seem to share his concern when she cheerfully walked to one of the spicy hot pot stands. She turned to ask Hao Ren, "What do you want to eat? Pick whatever you want." Seeing her brisk manner, Hao Ren put down his concern and embarrassment. He picked up some skewers of meat and vegetables and placed them in a basket before handing it to her. "You've run for a long time and must be starving. Take some more." Without consulting him, Shie Yuji put several more skewers of meatballs in Hao Ren's basket. Then she picked some for herself and brought both baskets to the stand owner for payment. They sat at a table in the open air and waited impatiently for the delicious-smelling skewers to be picked up from the pot. "Guys, don't show up now." While they were waiting, Hao Ren prayed silently. "Why do you look so nervous?" Shie Yuji looked at Hao Ren and questioned. "No, I'm not." Hao Ren looked at the pretty class president. "This is my first time eating a late-night snack with you, the class president. Of course, I'm a little nervous." "Is it your first time eating a late-night snack with a girl?" Gazing at Hao Ren with her bright eyes, Shie Yuji asked again. "Who told? When I was in the high school, I had a girlfriend." Hao Ren didn't want to admit the shameful truth. Seeing Hao Ren's stiff expression, Shie Yuji giggled. "I don't believe it." Hao Ren curled his lips in embarrassment and decided to turn the question on her. "Class president, you are so pretty. You must have had boyfriends before." Shie Yuji shook her head, and her ponytail swayed with her movement. A bright black luster shone on her hair under the illumination of the streetlights. "Then we are equal," Hao Ren said without thinking. Shie Yuji smiled without commenting. Suddenly it occurred to Hao Ren that they were not at all equal. Shie Yuji was so pretty, and she must have had a lot of guys pursuing her. She had just ignored them since her focus was on studying. Him, on the other hand, was just an ordinary guy who wasn't liked by any girl. 2 spicy hot pot dishes. The stand owner's wife brought the spicy hot pot dishes to them. She seemed to have noticed the fresh beauty, Shie Yuji, and couldn't help glancing at her several times. Not only the stand owner's wife but the male students nearby as well were sneakily looking at her. A beauty, even a low-profile one, couldn't escape the attention of males. "Eat." Shie Yuji looked at the spicy hot pot dishes and casually handed a pair of chopsticks to Hao Ren. To the male students who didn't know them, this casual gesture was an act of intimacy which attracted their jealous glances. "This guy looks so ordinary, and neither does he seem rich. How come he caught the beauty's eye?" The male students speculated silently while they ate their food and sneaked glances at Shie Yuji. "Class president, why didn't you go home this weekend?" Hao Ren asked her while he opened the package of chopsticks. "That was for one-time use." "Because I wanted to watch you run," Shie Yuji answered without thinking. She snickered at the surprised look on Hao Ren's face. "Okay. I stayed to help the student council to organize some stuff." "So inviting me to the meal was not in your original plan?" Hao Ren asked. "Let me think." Shie Yuji lowered her head to take a bite of a meatball. I planned only to watch you practice, but later I decided to reward you with a meal when I saw you practicing so hard." Hao Ren didn't care if she was telling the truth or not since he was quite moved that Shie Yuji would come over and watch him practice so late at night. "The other day when Su Han asked you to go to her office, what on earth happened?" Shie Yuji asked abruptly. "She saw me talking in class and took me to her office to give me a lecture," Hao Ren answered. Shie Yuji's eyes told him that she didn't buy it, but she didn't question him on that. Instead, she asked another question. "Then what happened with the little beauty who came to see you?" "She is one of the girls I'm tutoring. She just came here to mess with me," Hao Ren answered immediately since he had prepared these answers. He looked at Shie Yuji. "Class president, you seem quite interested in me recently." "The things happening to you recently made it impossible for me not to notice them," Shie Yuji retorted. With a grin, Hao Ren lowered his head and began to suck the noodles into his mouth with loud noises. The male students who had been sneaking glances at them were furious at his lousy table manners. They thought he was blatantly showing off that he could eat a late-night meal with a beauty even with such rudeness. In fact, Hao Ren was uneasy. He had been Xie Yujia's classmate for more than 1 year, and their paths had not crossed frequently. At the university, classes were loosely organized. Since several classes took the same courses while students from different majors took the same public courses, it was rare for them to have interactions. Besides, only a few girls were in Hao Ren's major, and they always hung out together. In short, Hao Ren had little chance to interact with Xie Yujia. What Cao Ronghua and others told me last time was just a joke, wasn't it? Xie Yujia asked. Hao Ren raised his head, and his face had turned red due to the spicy hot pot he had eaten. They came over and told me that you liked me. Xie Yujia bit her lip before forcing the words out. Her big eyes with long eyelashes looked exceptionally beautiful even in the shabby late-night meal stand. Hao Ren's face turned even redder. No, they were just kidding. Oh, it's not important. I felt they liked to joke around. Xie Yujia smiled brightly, seeming indifferent to the whole incident. Those seniors didn't make trouble for you, did they? After a while, Xie Yujia asked abruptly. Why do you ask? Hao Ren was suddenly cautious. I heard from the student council that some troublesome senior male students had been displeased with your behavior in the past couple of weeks. They declared that they would teach you a lesson. Xie Yujia stared at Hao Ren while she expressed her worry. Well, it's no big deal. Indifferently, Hao Ren went back to eating. I know some of them. Do you want me to explain to them about the misunderstandings? Xie Yujia asked for Hao Ren's opinion. It's not a big deal. You don't have to trouble yourself with it. Hao Ren declined with a wave of his hand. He didn't think those guys would cause a lot of troubles for him. More importantly, he didn't want Xie Yujia, a girl, to help him to solve the problem. Well, I guess they are just trying to frighten you. You must stay low-key in the future in the university, Xie Yujia advised him with concern. But it's not my fault. Hao Ren thought about it but didn't say it. When they finished their food, it was almost 11 at night. The night's air got colder. Seeing Xie Yujia's thin dress, Hao Ren was afraid that she would catch a cold and suggested that they should return to the dorms earlier. Xie Yujia had no objections. Anyway, they were still classmates and couldn't stroll around hand in hand until midnight like a real couple. Walking through the quiet campus, Hao Ren accompanied Xie Yujia to her dorm building. Do your best at the athletic games. Standing at the door, Xie Yujia encouraged Hao Ren with a smile. Got it. Class president, have a good night. Hao Ren waved at her. For reasons unknown to him, he preferred to call her class president instead of her name. He turned to walk to his own dorm building, and a question occurred to him, was it a date? If it had not been a date, how come he felt much closer to her? A beauty like the class president was just encouraging me to perform better, I guess. Hao Ren shook his head to get rid of his wild speculations. Back in his dorm, he took a shower and went to bed. Ding. Ding. In the early morning of the next day, a Saturday, Hao Ren was woken up by the ringing of his mobile phone. Ren. What's the heck? Zhao Jiayi, sleeping on the lower berth beneath him, was the first to wake up. He threw aside his quilt and dashed to the table before tossing the ringing mobile phone to Hao Ren, who was sleeping on the upper berth. An unknown number was on the screen. Who is it? It's still early. Hao Ren answered the phone with a trace of displeasure. I'm Zhao Guang. Our car is now in front of your dorm building. A steady voice came from the phone. Chapter 24. Who said we are not a family? The voice briefly stupefied Hao Ren before he quickly put down the phone and rushed to the balcony from his upper berth. He saw the black Chevrolet quietly parked in front of his dorm. He went back into the room without thinking much and threw on some clothes and shoes. Hao Ren then picked up his phone and sprang downstairs. Zhao Guang was in the driver's seat while Zhao Hongyu was in the passenger seat. Zhao Yanzi was sitting in the back with her pouting little mouth. Why are you here? Hao Ren asked in surprise. We are going on a weekend trip, and we are here to pick you up, Zhao Guang responded. The tone of his voice was beyond doubt as if Hao Ren was definitely going to join them. Hao Ren wanted to come up with an excuse. Today I'll have Lu Qing speak to the school if there is something you need to do, Zhao Guang said. Hao Ren struggled for a bit before he finally gave up. All right, it's not a big deal. We don't need to speak to the vice principal. Okay, Zhao Guang nodded. Get in the car. Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren. Hao Ren opened the door awkwardly and sat in the back beside Zhao Yanzi. That was his only option. Mom. Why are we taking him? You said it was going to be a family trip, Zhao Yanzi complained. Isn't Hao Ren a part of our family? Zhao Hongyu said softly. Zhao Yanzi didn't know what to say. She thought about it, and Zhao Guang interrupted just when she was about to argue again. We'll just go back home if you keep complaining. You can go do your homework then. That certainly worked at suppressing her temper as she shut her mouth. However, her pouting became even more obvious. Ren, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Zhao Hongyu turned around and asked gently. It's okay. I'm not hungry, Hao Ren answered. Open up the bag, Z. Give Ren a piece of bread, Zhao Hongyu said. Zhao Yanzi held her breath and opened the bag. Still upset, she took out a small bread and threw it at Hao Ren. Thank you. Hao Ren said to Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Guang kept on driving steadily and stopped talking. Zhao Yanzi lurked in the corner and kept her distance from Hao Ren. It was more of a demonstration of her attitude towards Hao Ren and her parents. It was evident that she was annoyed at him. After leaving the downtown area, they got on a much broader road. The four of them in the car never spoke again. The long drive and similar views outside the window were starting to make people sleepy. Both Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were dozing off. Hao Ren was sleeping because of the lack of sleep he had since he slept too late last night and woke up too early this morning. As for Zhao Yanzi, it was due to her excitement of the trip today that made it difficult for her to go to sleep last night. The comfortable seats of the car made her want to sleep as well. The two of them both fell towards the middle of the back seat as the car continued along the road. We are here. A crisp voice woke them both up. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi slowly woke up as they realized that their heads were touching. Get out. Zhao Yanzi pushed Hao Ren away with an unpleasant frown. She quickly jumped out of the car. The surrounding view of green mountains and clear waters soon put a happy smile on her face. Hao Ren wiped the drool from his mouth and got out of the car too. He realized that they were already in the mountains. Where is this? He asked. Greenstone Mountain, Zhao Hongyu answered. Ah? Hao Ren was surprised. Greenstone Mountain was a famous tourist attraction outside East Ocean City, but it was over 100 kilometers from downtown. It seemed like they have unnoticeably driven for more than 2 hours. Let's go to the top of the mountain today and stay at the hotel at the foot of the mountain tonight, Zhao Hongyu continued. Ah? Hao Ren became even more surprised. He forced himself to come on the trip with Zhao Yanzi's family thinking that they would return within a day. But to stay the night, it was. Since it's over 100 kilometers from the city, even the buses here wouldn't be going in that direction. People who visited here would usually drive or take the bus provided by travel agencies after all. Let's put our belongings down at the hotel first, Zhao Hongyu suggested. Zhao Guang put away the car key as he nodded. He took the large traveling bag from her and headed towards the nearby hotel. Although Zhao Guang didn't talk much, Hao Ren could feel the tacit understanding and loving relationship between him and Zhao Hongyu. Here, Zhao Yanzi stuffed her backpack into Hao Ren's arms and skipped behind her dad. Hao Ren felt a little awkward knowing that he had to stay with them for 2 days. However, there was no way back at the moment. He threw Zhao Yanzi's backpack onto his back and followed them to the hotel with a shrug. The 4-star hotel at the foot of the famous mountain wasn't cheap at all. One room would cost 1,200 yuan a night. Zhao Guang paid for 2 rooms with his platinum card as if it was nothing. Then they need to coordinate the rooms. They wouldn't make me share a room with Zhao Yanzi, would they? Hao Ren thought to himself. Let's go. Zhao Guang patted him on the shoulder after noticing Hao Ren's hesitation. Hao Ren suddenly realized that he would be sharing a room with Zhao Yanzi's dad, and Zhao Yanzi would be in the other room with her mom. What was I thinking? Hao Ren talked to himself as he walked into the room with Zhao Guang. Their rooms were opposite to each other. Hao Ren followed Zhao Guang into the room and found that the rooms were elegantly decorated even though they weren't too large. He pulled back the curtains, and the beautiful scenery of Greenstone Mountain entered his view. A wave of fresh air breezed across his face. He had never breathed in such fresh air in the city. Put everything down and freshen up a little before we start the climb, Zhao Guang said to Hao Ren. Okay. Hao Ren put Zhao Yanzi's pink little backpack on a chair and walked into the bathroom. He brushed his teeth as well as rinsed his face. He left in such a rush that he didn't even have time to do that. It was pretty embarrassing to think about. The three of them were already waiting at the door when Hao Ren stepped out of the bathroom. So slow. Zhao Yanzi mumbled. Hao Ren didn't want to quarrel with her in front of her parents. He lightly coughed twice and asked Zhao Guang, "Time to go?" "Take my backpack." Zhao Yanzi cried out. Hao Ren turned around and picked up her little pink backpack. "Be polite, Z." Zhao Guang finally couldn't hold it back anymore and scolded her. Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth as she felt wronged. She was so thrilled about the family trip, but Hao Ren's sudden appearance made her uncomfortable. "Come on, let's get on the mountain," Zhao Hongyu said. "Oh, let me give my grandma a call first. I was supposed to go visit her this weekend." Hao Ren suddenly remembered and took his phone out. He dialed home and told his grandma that he wouldn't be able to visit her this weekend since he was going out with his classmates. His grandma didn't blame him. On the other hand, she told him to have fun. Zhao Hongyu felt that Hao Ren was even more filial and understanding through his use of tone and words over the phone. "The air here is really fresh. You should take your grandma here sometime. There is a farmer host at the mountain foot. Some young people in the city would bring their parents here to escape the heat as well as enjoy each other's company. The elders can play cards, chat, and try out some refreshing dishes. This place is pretty relaxing and popular," Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren as he hung up the phone. Hao Ren mumbled. He had never mentioned Zhao Yanzi to his grandma, and he even told her that he was out with classmates just now. How was he supposed to introduce his grandma to Zhao Yanzi's parents? He didn't know if grandma would be startled or surprised to see such a disobedient and misbehaving granddaughter-in-law. "We are a family, so don't be so stiff. Loosen up a little. Let's start the climb." Zhao Hongyu smiled at Hao Ren and walked out of the hotel entrance while holding Zhao Guang's hand. Chapter 25. The mysterious Taoist temple Zhao Yanzi was completely at ease. She was jumping and leaping, leading everyone else. Today, she was wearing a short skirt that was sewed together with cotton and denim fabrics, displaying her silky, slender calves. Out of her low-cut and vest-like sleeveless shirt came 2 plump arms and a good portion of skin. It was a little alluring. For a girl her age, or for Hao Ren who was relatively conservative, her choice of outfit seemed rather bold. On the other hand, the Roman sandals on her feet craftily balanced out her sexiness with the liveliness of youth. Along with her springing and bouncing, the slippers were flopping like 2 fluttering butterflies. It was nice to have a mother who was a designer. With such casual mix and match of an outfit, not only did Zhao Yanzi not look awkward, she actually looked like a pretty little catalog model. In comparison, Hao Ren couldn't be more unfashionable. He was wearing a shirt that hadn't been washed in 3 days, a pair of wrinkly jeans, and a pair of dirty running shoes. The only thing about him that could attract any attention was the little pink backpack on his back. However, that was also Zhao Yanzi's item. Speaking of that, it was indeed strange enough for a guy like him to be wearing a pink backpack. As Zhao Yanzi rushed ahead, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were walking side by side with Hao Ren. While Zhao Guang's outfit was business casual, Zhao Hongyu went for a young athletic feel. It was almost impossible to tell that she was already the mother of a middle schooler. They continued climbing up the flights of stone stairs and finally arrived at the ticket office for the tourist attraction. Zhao Yanzi was already standing right next to the window of the ticket office, impatiently waiting for her parents to go purchase tickets. Her inability to hold herself back reminded Hao Ren of the times when he went sightseeing with his parents in his childhood. Zhao Guang walked over calmly and bought 4 admissions tickets at once. Hao Ren felt a little uncomfortable that his ticket was paid for. But at a time like this, he did not want to put up a hypocritical fight over anything unnecessary. Through the mountain gates, they continued moving up along the stairs. The sight was undeniably magnificent. Their surrounding was saturated with greenness. As a result, even the air was giving off a hint of coolness. The reappearing stream was meandering downwards along the trail, generating a pleasantly clear and melodious sound by their feet. With her mouth wide open, Zhao Yanzi started taking in exaggeratedly deep breaths of fresh air. Hao Ren couldn't help but smile at her innocent and childish behavior. It was incredibly relaxing and satisfying for them to be one with nature again after having spent a long time living in the city. Hand in hand, Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were taking their time to admire and appreciate the scenery around them. Since Hao Ren did not want to walk beside Zhao Yanzi, he strolled behind them. Similarly, Zhao Yanzi did not want to be stuck with Hao Ren either. Thus, she was like an excited small animal, sprinting and exploring ahead. Z, slow down. Zhao Hongyu cautioned. Mom. There is a cave here. Zhao Yanzi screamed passionately from ahead. Zhao Hongyu let out a chuckle. She turned around and waved at Hao Ren before walking ahead to join Zhao Yanzi. This cave was created due to the impact of the underground water. Streams in the mountain have formed secret paths inside the mountain. When they run into fragile and worn-out rocks, they would burst through. What we have seen on our way here are tributaries. The real water streams are all contained on the inside of the mountain. How come there is no water in it then? Zhao Yanzi asked curiously. That is because the size and impact of the water streams also depend on the season. When the water stream is affluent, the water will seep through. Of course, it could also be that the stream had been diverted. In other words, this was formerly an exit that had become blocked off from the inside due to a small-scale landslide, Zhao Hongyu explained patiently. While nodding her head, Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up as if she had just discovered a new continent. She pointed ahead. Look, there is some writing over there. Earthly Paradise. This was supposedly inscribed by the famous poet Du Fu of the Tang dynasty. There used to be a Taoist temple here called Celestial Cloud Temple. Zhao Hongyu patiently elaborated as she walked. Blinking her big eyes, Zhao Yanzi was able to keep calm and followed her mother closely, observing and listening. Hao Ren was in awe. He was surprised that Zhao Hongyu was so knowledgeable. Not only was she successful in architectural designs, but she was also very eloquent when it came to astronomy, geology, culture, and humanity. As a result, they advanced quickly as Zhao Hongyu interpreted along the way. Moreover, she was often able to branch off from one point to pass on more information to Zhao Yanzi. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Even Hao Ren was enchanted and had learned a lot from listening to her. After walking for about 2 hours, they reached the halfway point and decided to go eat at a small restaurant on the mountain. Their tables were planted outside and underneath an awning. While they were devouring the vegetables and rice, they were also able to appreciate the magnificent views of Greenstone Mountain. Hao Ren had been trapped in school for far too long. Today's opportunity to travel with the Zhao family had his eyes and mind refreshed by the green mountain and clear streams. He became cheerful as well. There is a Taoist temple on top of this mountain called Heavenly Oneness Temple. It was said that Taoist Master Zhang had once cultivated here. The biggest palace in this Taoist temple is called the Founder's Palace. All of its shingles were covered with rolled gold. They have a pine tree that is 2,000 years old as well. Moreover, there is a monument that was inscribed by Taoist Master Zhang himself. As he was eating, Zhao Guang suddenly became enthusiastic and pointed out to Zhao Yanzi. That is fun. Zhao Yanzi looked to her father in anticipation. Let's go check it out after we finish eating. It takes 3 hours to get up there. Since there are no cable cars here, your mom and I will pass on this one. We plan to walk up a little more, but then we will take our time to go back down and get some rest at the hotel, Zhao Guang replied. Ah. Zhao Yanzi was obviously disappointed. Or you can ask Hao Ren to go with you, Zhao Hongyu suggested. Who needs his company? Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yanzi declared, I will go by myself. No way. We would be worried if you went up there yourself. Zhao Hongyu denied Zhao Yanzi's proposition resolutely. Knowing that she could not defy her parents, Zhao Yanzi sulkily lowered her head in silence. After their meal, they continued the climb. After walking for about half an hour and having checked out Elder Lord Cave, that had immense history, Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were ready to leave. As much as Zhao Yanzi wanted to continue upwards and to explore the Taoist temple on top of the mountain, she could only follow her parents' order now that they have decided to call it a day. Seeing that Zhao Yanzi was upset and was pouting her lips, Zhao Hongyu said, How about, we make an exception and let you continue your tour here on the mountain? Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up instantaneously, and a bright smile started blooming across her face. But there is one condition. Ren has to stay with you. Otherwise, we will be worried, Zhao Hongyu added. Biting her lip, Zhao Yanzi struggled for a few seconds but finally concurred. Fine, I want to see what's up there. A shade of joy appeared on Zhao Hongyu's face as she turned to Hao Ren. Ren, please stay with Z. Come back down as soon as you reach the top of the mountain. Give us a call if you need anything. At your pace, 4 hours should be enough for you to go up and get back down to here. It takes approximately 2 more hours to get down to the foot of the mountain so that it would be 6 hours in total. We'll expect you to be back in the hotel by 7 o'clock. Actually, Hao Ren did not want to go back to the hotel so early, either. It was a rare chance for him to be able to be immersed in nature. Therefore, he nodded at Zhao Hongyu assuredly and said, "Yes, auntie. I will try my best to look after Z." Zhao Guang gave Hao Ren a light encouraging nod before turning around and leaving with Zhao Hongyu. Hao Ren knew very well that Zhao Yanzi's parents were trying to create opportunities for him and Zhao Yanzi to get to know each other through spending time alone. However, he did not want to overthink it, as all he wanted now was to visit the legendary Taoist temple. Likewise, Zhao Yanzi was thinking the same thing. Now that her parents had walked far away, she started shouting at Hao Ren, "Come on, hurry up. Don't be a slowpoke and hold me back." After briefly rolling his eyes at her, Hao Ren looked up at the endless trail and took a step forward. Chapter 26. Who's holding you back? The top of the mountain was 3 hours away from where they were. If they were fast, it would only take 2 hours. Adding the time it would take to return to the halfway point and then to the foot of the mountain, it would total to at least 6 hours. Thinking that he would have to spend at least 6 hours alone with Zhao Yanzi, which was about half a day, Hao Ren became unsure. Fortunately, the scenery was splendid. If he could not bear to look at Zhao Yanzi, he could at least find consolation in the beautiful views. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi was ecstatic. She was practically running up the mountain. It was unclear whether it was because she could not wait to visit the Taoist temple or that she was intentionally trying to lose Hao Ren. Needless to say, Hao Ren would not let her get out of sight so easily. Taking a deep breath, he sped up and followed closely behind her. "Hurry, hurry. See how slow you are." While climbing upwards, Zhao Yanzi turned around to press Hao Ren to go faster. Disregarding her taunts, Hao Ren continued at the speed he found appropriate. After all, he was a long-distance runner and knew how to properly distribute his physical capacity, unlike Zhao Yanzi, who was sprinting without any thought of conserving energy for the latter part of their journey. Unsurprisingly, half an hour later, Zhao Yanzi, who had been running hastily upwards, had become exhausted. Gradually, she began to slow down. Going at an even pace, Hao Ren had caught up with Zhao Yanzi within minutes after she had slowed down. In no time, he had ran past her. "Hey!" Seeing that Hao Ren was going to abandon her, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but yell at him. Putting on a face that looked innocent, Hao Ren turned around. Standing on a higher step, he looked down at her and asked, "What? Can you not run anymore?" Zhao Yanzi's face was bright red. "I just wanted some water." She reached her arm towards Hao Ren and demanded, "Give me some water." Hao Ren opened her backpack, took out a bottle of water, and handed it to her. After gurgling down mouthfuls of water, Zhao Yanzi threw the bottled water back at Hao Ren in a hostile manner. Her bad attitude had indeed made Hao Ren feel uncomfortable. However, he reminded himself how nice her parents had been to him and decided to put up with it. Placing the bottled water back in the backpack, he proceeded to climb without a care for whether Zhao Yanzi could still keep up or not. That had made things very difficult for Zhao Yanzi. Now that Hao Ren had resumed climbing, she had to follow suit. For one, all of their supplies were in the backpack that Hao Ren was carrying. On top of that, she did not want to be looked down upon by Hao Ren. Hence, she could only force herself to carry on. In this situation, she could no longer utter any mockery towards Hao Ren as she did before. On their way up, Hao Ren had been going at an even and steady pace, just as he would do if he was in a long-distance race. With a superior sense of rhythm, he could adjust his pace according to his breathing. On the other hand, Zhao Yanzi now felt tortuous. As she tried to keep up with Hao Ren, she was constantly out of breath, and her face had gone from bright red to pale white. She couldn't stop glaring at Hao Ren as her grudge towards him grew. They continued climbing for a little longer before Hao Ren finally came to a halt. At last, Zhao Yanzi got a chance to catch her breath. Hao Ren opened up the map and studied it for a few seconds. "Well, we're halfway there. At our current pace, we should be able to get there in an hour." Another hour. Zhao Yanzi's face was filled with despair. As she imagined having to repeat the ordeal she had just gone through, her body couldn't help but become weak and powerless. Paying no attention to her reaction, Hao Ren rolled up the map and got up on his feet again. Now that Zhao Yanzi had finally caught her breath, she saw that Hao Ren was ready to move on again without much of a break. She had immediately developed an intense hatred towards him. Pausing for a few seconds, she exploded in rage and started screaming at Hao Ren, who was already far ahead. "You jerk." Hao Ren turned around, still looking innocent and unaware. He looked at her from afar. "What is wrong?" he asked. You. Zhao Yanzi was so mad that she was unable to utter a complete sentence through her gritted teeth. "Do you need a break?" Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi's face had turned red from suppressing her anger and her desire for a break. Even though she did indeed need a break, she couldn't bring herself to say the words. She was afraid of giving Hao Ren a reason to mock or to look down on her. "Oh my, it does seem a little tiring. Let's take a break here then." Hao Ren put down the backpack and placed it on the steps. Then he sat down right next to it. "Know that you are the one who wanted to take a break. I haven't said a word about being tired." Zhao Yanzi uttered out of her pouty lips and sat right down on the ground like Hao Ren. Her pallid face was the best indicator that her body was about to give out, but Hao Ren had no intention of exposing her. They were sitting 6 to 7 steps apart, staring right at each other. Hao Ren suddenly remembered that there was a camera in the backpack. He took it out quickly and pointed it at Zhao Yanzi, who was sitting below him. Click. Her grumpy face was instantly framed and got captured in a photo. "Who gave you the permission to take photos?" she screamed in a high-pitched voice. Trying to hand the camera to her from high up, Hao Ren said, "How about you take a photo of me, too?" "Why would I want to take a photo of you?" Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes. "How about, we take a photo together then?" Hao Ren again suggested. Zhao Yanzi turned away from the camera without looking at Hao Ren. "Humph. Who would want a photo with an uncle like you?" Promptly, Hao Ren put the camera back into the backpack and stood up. "That's enough of a break, let's get going." "You." Zhao Yanzi glanced at Hao Ren in annoyance. She knew that he was punishing her for not cooperating, but there was nothing she could do but run along. Hao Ren turned around and saw that Zhao Yanzi's face was bright red from trying to catch up. He thought for a second and decided to slow down. Even though Zhao Yanzi was such an ill-tempered girl, there was no need to physically punish her for that. "If I had my dragon core, I could outrun you 100 times. Punching Hao Ren's shoulder, Zhao Yanzi said regretfully. "If you can't climb anymore, it's not too late for us to turn back," Hao Ren proposed sincerely. There wasn't a trace of mockery in his tone. Yet, Zhao Yanzi gritted her teeth and responded determinedly. "Who said I couldn't climb anymore? I will get to the top of the mountain for sure." Sensing that Hao Ren was looking at her sympathetically, she clenched her teeth again. "If you can't do it, then start heading back yourself." Hao Ren's mouth curved into a smile as he actually found Zhao Yanzi's determination to be quite commendable. At this time, Zhao Yanzi's face was bright red. Adorned with drops of sweat, her small nose and chest were rising and falling to the rhythm of her rapid breathing, and her snowy white skin was moist and silky like milk. The strands of her hair that were soaked by sweat made her seem almost enchanting. Although young, she had started to showcase her potential in growing up to be a beauty. Clutching her fist tightly, she abruptly took a deep breath and surpassed Hao Ren again. After that, she continued to run forward. Not knowing what to do with her, Hao Ren could only speed up and run along her. The two were advancing in silence. Since the site had no cable cars set up and it was already the afternoon, the higher up they went, the fewer tourists there were. As the view was becoming more grand and spectacular, the trail was also becoming quieter. In the end, it seemed as if Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi, the competing hikers, were the only ones left on this mountain. Obliquely, the sun came through from between the branches of the trees. Hao Ren looked down on his phone. It was already 3 o'clock. If they didn't reach the top of the mountain soon, they would be returning late to the hotel. Especially if the sky darkened, it would be even harder for them to traverse the mountain. We have to pick up the pace, or else we won't be able to make it down in time." After walking in silence for close to an hour, Hao Ren finally spoke up. "Quit nagging me," Zhao Yanzi answered impatiently. Sweat had already soaked her face and most of her outfit. Judging from the look on her face, she was indeed trying her best already. After all, she was only a young girl, and Hao Ren was on the long-distance running team back in high school. Their physical strengths were not at the same level, to begin with. Just when they began to doubt whether they could make it in time, things took a different turn. As they followed the trail and walked around a big thick tree, the golden eaves of the Taoist temple had suddenly come into their sight. "Ha! We made it!" Zhao Yanzi shouted out of joy. She did not try to hold back her happiness of overcoming the mountain. Hao Ren also felt delighted. He was surprised yet satisfied to see that their efforts had come to fruition. At the same time, he was a little concerned. It had taken a long time and a lot of physical strength for them to reach the mountaintop. Would they be able to get back to the hotel by 7 as they had planned? Bubblehead. Hurry up and don't get lost. Seeing that Hao Ren was hesitant and hadn't moved off the steps, Zhao Yanzi couldn't control her excitement and yelled at Hao Ren unreservedly. Somehow, to Hao Ren, such thoughtless name-calling had indicated a sense of trust and friendliness. Chapter 27. Listen or suffer. Paying no attention to Hao Ren's reaction, Zhao Yanzi leapt towards the Taoist temple. Carrying the backpack, Hao Ren stepped across the entrance of the Taoist temple after her. The golden eaves of the temple were soaking up the last bit of the afternoon sunshine, and the entire Taoist temple appeared solemn and serene. Since it was already afternoon and the temple was situated on top of the mountain, there weren't any visitors. As there were no cable cars, only people who were fit and determined like Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi would be able to visit the temple at this hour. Otherwise, one would have to start climbing in the early morning in order to arrive here by noon and then further spend the entire afternoon getting back down. Therefore, arriving at such odd hours, Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren didn't run into any visitors. In the yard of the Taoist temple, some young Taoists were sweeping up fallen leaves. Even Zhao Yanzi, who was yelling and shouting on her way in, had become quiet as soon as she stepped into the temple. The paving bricks in the yard were of different colors and had been put together to create a massive picture of the Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams. In the southwest corner of the yard, there was an aged yet towering ancient pine tree. Hao Ren knew that this must be the 1,000-year-old tree Zhao Guang had mentioned. With a heart filled with respect, he walked over to it calmly. As the temple did not have many visitors, the ancient tree had not been fenced off. It had only quietly taken its place in the corner of the yard. Hao Ren walked up and reached out his hand, gently caressing its trunk, which was full of senescence and fortitude. Its bark was rock solid and smooth. From its outer appearance, it did not even look like wood anymore. Hao Ren stealthily began running the concentration cultivation scroll and was becoming aware of nature's essence nearby. He was actually able to receive a burst of condensed wood essence from the rigid bark of this ancient pine tree. Moreover, the dragon core inside his body seemed to have resonated with the ancient tree as Hao Ren could feel it vibrating inside of him. The warm and humid energy flow had traveled through Hao Ren's arms and towards the interior of the tree. At the same time, the ancient tree was also emitting a burst of wood essence towards Hao Ren, nourishing his body. Zhao Yanzi watched Hao Ren quietly. She understood that he must be having an enlightening moment and did not want to interrupt him. After a full minute, Hao Ren withdrew his hand and breathed out heavily. The fatigue that he felt from climbing up the mountain had completely vanished. Instead, all that was left in him was pure strength and prosperous liveliness. With his heart full of reverence, Hao Ren slightly bowed to the ancient tree. Hao Ren noticed that Zhao Yanzi had become dazed while watching him. He called to her with a smile, "Let's go." For a few seconds, Zhao Yanzi could not react properly. She couldn't help but let out an "oh" and start following Hao Ren's footsteps. As she passed through the yard and entered the main palace, she was finally herself again. The image of the smile that Hao Ren just gave her had lingered in her mind, and she suddenly felt her heart flutter. Hao Ren didn't even realize how gentle he had just smiled at Zhao Yanzi. Upon entering the main palace, he raised his head to observe the statue of the founder of the Sanqing religion that was a few meters tall. Then he proceeded inwards. The entire main palace was giving off a grand and magnificent, solemn and awe-inspiring atmosphere. It had instantly made Hao Ren feel that this visit was well worth their effort and time. Zhao Yanzi was following Hao Ren closely. Being surrounded by solemn-looking statues had frightened her a little. Through the main palace, they walked into another yard. There was a stone hut to the east of the yard, and inside of the hut stood a stone monument that seemed to have been there forever. Somehow, after the enlightenment at the ancient tree, Hao Ren suddenly felt that Zhao Guang had told them about the ancient tree and the stone monument on purpose. Hao Ren stood in front of the stone monument and began reading carefully the writing inscribed on it. "It is everlasting and cannot be named. It is the original void of non-being. This, oneness, is the Tao which is invisible and formless. It may be regarded as vague and intangible. When the oneness Tao comes forward, its front cannot be seen. When one tries to follow it, one cannot see its rear. By abiding with the original Tao, one can master the presence. As hard as Hao Ren had tried, he was only able to make sense of a couple of sentences. Standing next to Hao Ren, Zhao Yanzi was also reading the words on the monument in silence. If desire shall conceal true self will manifest itself even more. If desire shall weaken the true self will strengthen itself even more. If desire shall abandon the true self will prosperous even more. If desire shall deprive the true self will give even more. This is known as the enlightened nature that is subtle yet profound. Gentleness overcomes strength, and the meek overcomes the strong. The more Hao Ren read, the more difficult it was for him to understand. Likewise, with her brows deeply furrowed, Zhao Yanzi seemed to be having a hard time deciphering it herself. This was the way to command water. Suddenly, a sense of enlightenment crossed Hao Ren's mind. It was as though an awareness had arisen from the bottom of his heart. It was about to break through his chest and reach for his head. Hao Ren then thought of the prosperousness and liveliness of the ancient tree again. It reminded him of the times when he was working on math problems. He felt as though his thinking was now finally on the right track and was about to be able to solve a challenging problem. Water gives life and nourishes all things on earth. Water breaks through and overcomes all impediments. Bong! The unexpected tolling of a bell had abruptly interrupted Hao Ren's reflection. Zhao Yanzi, who was lost in her own thoughts, had also jumped at the loud noise. Hao Ren turned around and looked at his phone. He realized that they had spent precisely half an hour standing in front of this stone monument. The continually falling leaves had found homes on the tops of their heads and their shoulders, and the young Taoists who were performing cleaning chores had also returned to rest. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were now alone in this empty yard. "It is quite late now, let's start heading back," Hao Ren said. "Okay," Zhao Yanzi responded obediently. It seemed that her thoughts were still with the writings on the monument. Hao Ren put out his hand and helped Zhao Yanzi to clear off the fallen leaves in her hair and on her shoulders. His gesture was casual and gentle, and Zhao Yanzi did not react in time. She felt surprised and a hint of sweet joy. "This guy is actually quite nice to me," Zhao Yanzi secretly thought to herself. On the other hand, Hao Ren did not put much thought into his gesture. He looked down and patted off the leaves on himself before leading Zhao Yanzi out of the front gate. Dusk seemed to come particularly early on the mountain. As the sun could still be seen hanging loosely from afar, its last beams of lights were trying to lit up the sky effortfully. It seemed that darkness would soon consume the world. "Let's head down quickly," Hao Ren urged Zhao Yanzi as they could not afford any delays. With her lips pursed, although Zhao Yanzi was criticizing Hao Ren for having no compassion for the opposite sex in her mind, she did not dare to cause any real delays. Hence, she started following Hao Ren down the trail in compliance. As expected, the way down was less physically demanding than the way up. However, since the sun had gone down considerably, visibility had been significantly reduced. As they could not see the steps beneath their feet clearly, they had to move more cautiously and more slowly. The trails floored with green stone plates were like strings on an instrument, and the mountain streams were like musical notes. Together, they played the rhythms of the mountain. Puffs of cool and gentle mountain breezes swiftly crossed the countless branches, generating the most natural musical. As they walked, they were becoming more aware of all the changes around them. In the end, they seemed to have developed a more profound understanding of the natural simplicity that the Taoists had been promoting. The Taoist temple and pavilion stood far away in the seclusion of the endless greenness of the forest quietly. Conveniently borrowing the views of nature, these structures had completely become one with the mountain and forest. Such a splendid sight was certainly sufficient for Hao Ren to suspect that a legendary Taoist master could indeed take residence in this mountain. Hao Ren was immersed in the sceneries around him along the way. When he suddenly thought of Zhao Yanzi and turned around to check on her, she had already stopped moving a long time ago and was far behind him. Hao Ren formed a trumpet with his hands, placed it over his mouth, and yelled at her, "Hey!" Zhao Yanzi heard Hao Ren. However, instead of walking forward, she actually sat down. What is up with her? Hao Ren picked up his pace and began walking back to her. When he arrived, he questioned, "Why are you not moving?" Pouting her lips, Zhao Yanzi turned away from him. Hao Ren assumed that she was tired, so he sat down next to her for a break as well. He did not understand the mind of a little girl at all. He was so self-absorbed on their way down and did not check on Zhao Yanzi at all. Even though Zhao Yanzi did not say a word and tried to follow him with her greatest effort, she felt extremely upset and neglected. "Can you still move?" Seeing that Zhao Yanzi seemed to have no intention of getting up and the sky had darkened, even more, Hao Ren couldn't help but ask. "If I had my dragon core, I would have made it down a long time ago and not be here listening to you talk," she responded with rage. Now, Hao Ren finally realized that he had overlooked the fact that she was only a little girl and had limited strength. Zhao Yanzi's parents had asked him to look after her, yet, all he cared about was being on time. He was worried that they could not make it down the mountain in time and did not consider Zhao Yanzi's well-being at all. They were in a rush on their way up, and now they were in a rush on their way down as well. "How about," Hao Ren paused to think, "I carry you on my back?" "Bah! Who would want that?" With cheeks puffed with anger, Zhao Yanzi stood up and started walking downwards. "Hey, slow down." Hao Ren immediately ran after her as he was afraid she would trip. He began to have a slightly better understanding of this little girl's thoughts. Although she kept emphasizing that she didn't need Hao Ren to care for her, she became very upset when he actually did what she said. On their way down, Zhao Yanzi had picked up the pace, and Hao Ren was following by her side, trying to guard her against any potential dangers. The two were positioned like the intertwining black and white in the Tai Chi symbol as they traveled downwards along the peaceful trail. Still, as fast as they were proceeding, the sky had inevitably darkened. "You! Hurry!" Now that the last beam of light was fleeing and they were still 2 hours away from the foot of the mountain, Zhao Yanzi had become genuinely anxious. "Is it this side or that side?" By the dimming light, Hao Ren held up the map and asked. The closer they were to the halfway point, the more small exhibits and diverging paths they would encounter. "It is definitely this side." Zhao Yanzi pointed to the left. "Oh, then it is definitely the other side." Hao Ren directly went towards the right. After Zhao Yanzi had given the wrong direction 3 times in a row, Hao Ren had become faithless in her sense of direction and believed that he had to go against her hunch to get to their destination. Zhao Yanzi was flabbergasted. Yet, she did not trust her own sense of direction either. In the end, she could only follow Hao Ren. Strangely enough, every time Hao Ren had gone against Zhao Yanzi's hunch and went the other way, it turned out to be the correct way down the mountain. There were no signs of any other human beings in the entire mountain, and it was almost dead silent. Consequently, the footsteps of Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were becoming more distinct as they resonated in the dark. As the sun had set, the previously gorgeous sceneries had now become grim and gruesome. Being in this remote and thickly forested mountain, Zhao Yanzi was surely terrified as she was only a young girl after all. As a result, her speed had decreased, and she was not running ahead anymore. Slowly, she began walking by Hao Ren's side. This time, Hao Ren had figured out what she was thinking and took the initiative to hold her small hand. He had no intention of taking advantage of her. He worried that she might roll down the mountain if her legs started trembling due to fear. As the sky continued to darken, they proceeded even more slowly. Without noticing, it was already way past 7 o'clock. It was nighttime, and they were still at least 2 hours away from getting down to the hotel with their pace. Moreover, except the areas nearby Taoist temples which had cell towers, their cell phones had no signals anywhere else on the mountain. For them, there was nowhere to turn for help. Hence, Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi could only brace themselves and carry on. The paths on the mountain were full of twists and turns. Sometimes they pointed upwards and other times downwards. At times, the two had become confused whether they were climbing up the mountain or descending. Yet, overall, they felt that they were getting close to the foot of the mountain. "Hey, we're not going to starve to death here, are we?" Pinching Hao Ren's palm, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but ask. "If there is really nothing left to eat, then I will eat you first," Hao Ren said to her. "You," wrinkling her nose, Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren while her cheeks puffed with anger. While talking with him, her fear automatically dropped. Time was ticking away. It was already 8 o'clock at night. However, the foot of the mountain still seemed unreachable to them. Being caught in this mountain where birds had the creepiest chirping, Zhao Yanzi had no one to rely on but Hao Ren. She stayed close to him and grasped his hand even more tightly. Hao Ren was also unfamiliar with the mountain. As he did not bring a flashlight, he could only turn on his cell phone and utilize the weak light from it to light up the path under their feet. He prayed that he would not miss a step and roll down the mountain with Zhao Yanzi. On their way down, they found some peculiar insects that were emitting golden lights. However, these were not fireflies as they tend to be lumpily attached to mountain cliffs. Zhao Yanzi had an intense fear of insects. She cowered right next to Hao Ren and clutched onto his hand firmly. Regret had now filled her heart. She regretted climbing to the mountaintop with Hao Ren as it had resulted in them being stuck in the middle of a mountain at night and could not make their way back down. "Hey, how am I supposed to walk if you're grabbing onto me so tightly?" Hao Ren turned and asked her. Embellished on her fair face, Zhao Yanzi's starry eyes were beautiful and charming in pitch dark. I'm not scared. I'm only feeling a little cold." Zhao Yanzi's tenacious quibble had given herself away unintentionally. Enclosing her smooth and slippery palm tightly in his own, Hao Ren had strengthened his will to make it down the mountain and pressed on. After feeling their way in the darkness for over an hour, they finally caught a glimpse of the light from somewhere close to the foot of the mountain. The brilliantly illuminated hotel had also appeared before their eyes. "We're almost there." Pulling on Zhao Yanzi's hand, Hao Ren increased his speed. His cell phone was about to die, and the light emitted by Zhao Yanzi's cell phone was too weak to be helpful. If they did not get down now, they would seriously be stuck on the mountain. Zhao Yanzi also let out a sigh of relief and accelerated. At last, after about 15 more minutes, they had made it to the entrance of the mountain. As she had been extremely anxious on her way down, Zhao Yanzi's palm was now fully covered in sweat. Now that they were safe, she finally realized that Hao Ren had been holding her hand for hours and abruptly withdrew her hand out of his. What a way to take someone's goodwill for ill intent. Hao Ren sighed at her aggressive behavior. "Who gave you the permission to hold my hand?" Zhao Yanzi asserted eloquently. Hao Ren couldn't be bothered with arguing with her as his stomach was now growling loudly. They had long finished all the snacks in the backpack on their way down. He promptly walked towards the hotel. Zhao Yanzi followed behind him, looking torn by her mixed feelings. Truthfully, she knew that she had become very dependent on Hao Ren on their way down. If it weren't for him, she would not know what to do in those situations. At the same time, she did not want to admit to herself that she could only get down with his help. She believed that if she had run into any real danger, her parents would surely come to her rescue. As soon as they got to the hotel, it seemed that their alliance had broken down. Zhao Yanzi was giving Hao Ren dirty looks as if he owed her millions. Now that Zhao Yanzi was giving him the cold shoulder, Hao Ren did not want to waste any more effort on being friendly to her either. What concerned him the most right now was that he had to share a room with her father. He thought it might be awkward. As they entered the hotel respectively, they returned to their rooms. Listless and exhausted, Hao Ren was surprised to find that there was a note in the room. On it, it stated, "Zi's mother and I are going to visit a friend who lives nearby. We might be back late." Ding dong, ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of his room started ringing. He ran over to get the door and found Zhao Yanzi standing there awkwardly. Let's go eat," she said as she bit her lips. Chapter 28. Just for a little while staring at her, Hao Ren thought, "Weren't you just ignoring me moments ago?" Nonetheless, he was not the one to hold a grudge. He turned around and picked up his keycard. "Let's go." Zhao Yanzi secretly felt relieved as she was totally expecting Hao Ren to reject her. As a stranger in a strange place, she would hate to eat out alone. If only her parents were around or her stomach was not violently voicing its dissatisfaction, she would not have come to ask Hao Ren so shamelessly. Her fierceness had further weakened as she recalled how she intentionally ignored Hao Ren only moments ago and now had to beg him to go eat out with her. The two walked out of the hotel and were in search of small restaurants. It was already past 9 and was approaching 10 o'clock at night. Most of the restaurants had already closed. Not knowing where to look, they searched somewhat aimlessly in the areas close to the hotel. The fact that they could not find a restaurant that was open had made them even more hungry. Afraid that she might get lost, Zhao Yanzi was staying close to Hao Ren. Walking along a somewhat desolate street, Hao Ren had finally spotted a small restaurant ahead of them that was still operating. They rushed into the restaurant and were about to place 2 orders of food when they realized that there were a bunch of husky and muscular men in there. Some of them had their heads shaved, others were shirtless, and all of them were cursing and trying to drink as much as they could. Zhao Yanzi was scared and wanted to drag Hao Ren out of the restaurant. Hao Ren, on the other hand, gently grabbed her hand and comforted, "It's okay. He was absolutely starving and had no more energy to look for any other restaurants. Besides, it was almost next to impossible to find another restaurant that was still open at this hour. He led Zhao Yanzi to a corner and seated themselves. He then said to the owner who had come up to greet them, 2 bowls of rice, one with shredded pork and garlic sauce and one with sautéed pork and green peppers, please. He ordered on Zhao Yanzi's behalf without consulting her first. If it were any other times, she would definitely be scolding him for being disrespectful. But now, she was alarmingly watching the dangerous men around them and was too preoccupied to object to Hao Ren. Where there are people, there are drunkards. I'll knock you out in 3 drinks, or I'll knock you out in 5. The men at the other tables were drinking and chanting as they played their drinking games. As the atmosphere became more fervent, their voices grew louder. Zhao Yanzi thought for a moment and decided to move from the seat across from Hao Ren to the one beside him instead. Her alarmed and panicky look reminded Hao Ren of a startled little bird. He chuckled and reached out his hand. Zhao Yanzi was confused. Moments later, she realized that Hao Ren was asking her to hold his hand. Screw you. Zhao Yanzi scolded quietly. I am not that scared, she thought. Soon, the piping hot rice bowls had been served. Zhao Yanzi randomly picked one and started engulfing it. So did Hao Ren. He picked up the other rice bowl and started devouring it like crazy. Their actions were so synchronized that they probably appeared to others as a very compatible couple. After dinner, the two felt that their stomachs had been filled with warmth. As Zhao Yanzi refused to stay in the restaurant for any longer, she asked Hao Ren to pay the bill and got out of there immediately. This little town at the foot of the mountain was incredibly quiet. At night, the distant mountain range could be seen generating a continuous and endless shadow. The moon was shining gently on the two of them, projecting 2 shadows on the smooth concrete path. One was tall, and the other was short. Observing their shadows that were touching each other ahead of her, Zhao Yanzi suddenly realized that she was standing too close to Hao Ren and quickly pulled herself away. Shoo, shoo, out of nowhere, a wildcat appeared and caused Zhao Yanzi to jump up and move closer to Hao Ren again. Facing her, Hao Ren once again placed his hand in front of her. Zhao Yanzi looked at him and paused for a few seconds. Just for a little while, she said. As she finished, she placed her hand into Hao Ren's palm. All of a sudden, she no longer felt anxious and uneasy. Instead, she felt calm. Moreover, any changes in their surrounding were not evoking much fear in her anymore. Hao Ren did not say much. He quietly focused on leading her back to the hotel along the paths they had previously taken. A peaceful small town, a serene mountain range, light breathing, gentle footsteps, and the slight warmth of the hand, it was all so tranquil. After walking for about 15 minutes, they had arrived at the parking lot in front of the hotel, and their view instantly brightened. Hao Ren let go of Zhao Yanzi's hand. Zhao Yanzi turned and looked at Hao Ren as if she was ready to spew the harshest remarks. However, she decided to swallow it down instead. Her face had turned bright red as she somehow found herself useless and incompetent. Abruptly, she went into the hotel looking seemingly irritated. Hao Ren had no clue what was going on in her head. All he knew was that Zhao Yanzi was not the gentle and friendly type. Following her, Hao Ren walked into the hotel and returned to his room. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhao Guang was still not back yet. Zhao Yanzi's parents must be catching up with their friend and lost track of time, he thought. He lay down on the bed and opened Zhao Yanzi's pink backpack. He took out the camera and found that they had only taken one photo with it the entire day. The only photo was the one where Zhao Yanzi was sitting on the step and looking up angrily with her cheeks puffed up. She is actually not that annoying. Hao Ren shook his head and laughed as he put away the camera. After he finished taking a hot shower, he realized that Zhao Guang had come back. Zhao Guang briefly inquired about their day on the mountain, and Hao Ren also briefly responded to his inquiry. Without any further questioning, Zhao Guang nodded, acknowledging his response, and went on to shower in the bathroom. Feeling nervous and awkward, Hao Ren got into bed. He was guessing that in the room across from theirs, Zhao Hongyu must be asking Zhao Yanzi about their day as well. It had been a scary and thrilling day. Nevertheless, he had successfully brought Zhao Yanzi down without anyone getting hurt. It was not an easy task to take care of that little girl. Having labored all day, Hao Ren quickly fell asleep before Zhao Guang could even come out of the bathroom. When he woke up the next day, Hao Ren found Zhao Guang sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Were you exhausted yesterday?" Zhao Guang asked as he saw that Hao Ren had woke up. "A little bit," Hao Ren answered. "We are going to eat at a nearby farmer host in a bit. Afterward, we will be heading home," Zhao Guang told him. "Okay." Hao Ren nodded his head. He thought for a second and spoke again. "Thank you very much for your hospitality these days." "Alright, go freshen up." Zhao Guang walked over to the window and pulled open the curtains. It was a drizzling and foggy day. The mountain view was hazy but splendid. A swift breeze came in through the window and started diffusing in the room. It was even colder than what they had encountered yesterday, but it was refreshing and awakening. Hao Ren put on his shirt and went over to the bathroom to freshen up. When he was ready, he followed Zhao Guang out, and they went to knock on the door across from theirs. When the door opened, Zhao Hongyu appeared, and Zhao Yanzi was following closely behind her mother. Zhao Yanzi was wearing a milky-colored long t-shirt with a pair of gorgeous aubergine leggings. It was a beautiful and classic combination. Not only did the t-shirt look lovely on her, the tight leggings perfectly outlined the elegant and slender curves of her legs. Hao Ren couldn't help but keep glancing at her. On the other hand, Zhao Hongyu was wearing a bohemian-style floral dress. The excessive abstract floral patterns worked very well with the loose and flowy style, making her look casual and stunning at the same time. Both the mother and the daughter were each wearing a straw hat. The coffee-colored broad-brimmed straw hat perfectly matched the dark and light patches on Zhao Hongyu's dress, accentuating her elegance. Differently, the straw hat seemed a little out of place when it was matched with the rest of Zhao Yanzi's outfit. However, the fact that it was unconventional brought a sense of delight to the gloomy weather outside. "Let's go." Zhao Hongyu tenderly held onto Zhao Yanzi's hand as she gave her keycard to Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang led Hao Ren, and the four of them walked towards the hotel reception along the red-carpeted hall. Walking through the winding corridor of the hotel, Hao Ren saw Greenstone Mountain. Showered with drizzling rain and mist, it was like an impressionistic landscape painting. For a second, Hao Ren genuinely felt like he was a part of the family. Chapter 29. The real master. After checking out of the hotel, Zhao Guang drove them to another place near the bottom of Greenstone Mountain. On their way to the destination, it was raining. The mountain range and clear waters both appeared a bit depressed. Zhao Yanzi was playing with the edges of her long t-shirt while looking at the rainy scene in silence. She changed to a new set of clothes because the weather turned chilly today. Hao Ren could only wear the shirt he wore yesterday because he didn't bring another set of clothes. The mountains were moving in the background, and the square car window outlined Zhao Yanzi's side face. It was a delicate face. The pink whitish neck supported a small head, and her black hair laid beside her porcelain-like ears. It presented a vague and dim aesthetic. If this girl doesn't fight and quarrel, she is actually quite pretty. Hao Ren looked at her quietly and thought. The car stopped in front of a courtyard house. The owner of the courtyard house greeted the four of them zealously. Hao Ren noticed that a lot of old people lived there. Due to the rain, they were all chatting on the benches underneath the roof instead of going out for walks. It's a great resort for elders who want to retire. Zhao Hongyu turned back and explained to Hao Ren. Hao Ren suddenly understood. This place was near the bottom of the mountain. The weather was beautiful, and the air was fresh. It was indeed an excellent place for retirement. The owner of the courtyard house brought them to a small backyard. Hao Ren found out that there was a hidden but beautiful spot, a small half-outdoor restaurant. Bamboo's fences, frames covered with grapevines, antique-looking square tables, and a small piece of land planted with loads of vegetables, all of this reminded Hao Ren of his childhood. "Sit." Zhao Guang found a table, sat down, and said. There were only 4 tables there, and it wasn't as noisy as normal restaurants. The drizzling rain continued. The green cornfield kept on swaying like the wave, and water dripping down along the grapevines created a beautiful scenery. The restaurant's stir-fry dishes were cheap but tasted delicious. They were made from natural and organic ingredients. Zhao Yanzi's mother, Zhao Hongyu, was very charming and began talking about what had happened in the past. She talked about how the barren mountain started to flourish throughout the passage of history. Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren both enjoyed listening to the stories about what happened before they were born. Even Zhao Guang, who normally remained silent, was in a good mood when talking about the people and origins of Greenstone Mountain in this pure and natural environment. He also talked about the lifestyle of people who were in Hao Ren's grandparents' age, and that drew Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi's interest. Zhao Yanzi had never experienced things like these, and that was why she was very interested. For Hao Ren, he still had vague memories of the past. As Zhao Guang kept talking, he felt more and more nostalgic. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Yanzi couldn't help but want to go out and look around. Zhao Hongyu didn't stop her. She borrowed an umbrella and asked Hao Ren to accompany Zhao Yanzi. Hence, both of them rushed out of the small yard surrounded by the fences and went to the nearby vegetable farm for an adventure. There was very little rain, and Zhao Yanzi was unwilling to hold the umbrella. She ran forward like a bird who just got released from its cage. She rolled up her pants and went inside the muddy cornfields with her sandals. Hao Ren wore sneakers and couldn't get down there. He could only watch her play around crazily and wildly while standing on the ridge. In Hao Ren's memories, he was often sent to his grandparents' place in the countryside when he was young, and the countryside at that time was fairly similar to the scenery there. It was a pity that with the expansion of the city, the countryside was replaced by reinforced concrete which later became factories, warehouses, and harbors. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yanzi's feet were both covered in mud. She finally finished playing in the fields and returned happily to the ridge that Hao Ren was standing on. Due to the narrowness of the ridge and the slipperiness of the mud, she was unable to keep her balance and had to hold on to Hao Ren. Hao Ren grabbed her. Seeing that she found everything here interesting, he realized she actually had some cute sides. Nowadays, how many kids in the city had really gone to the countryside? They didn't even get a chance to touch a piece of soil, not to mention to play in the fields. Tall cornstalks seemed to separate this place from the outside and made a little isolated world. When one looked up, chilly rainwater hit his or her face. A blue sky could also be seen. When one looked down, the refreshing odor of soil came to one's nose. Occasionally, the sound of bugs could also be heard. It's about time to go back, Hao Ren reminded her. No. Let's go check the front too, Zhao Yanzi said capriciously as she dragged Hao Ren's arm and walked forward. It was rare for her to enjoy the real happiness of the countryside. How could she go back so easily? They came to a small river after crossing the cornfield. The water of the river was very clear. Although they didn't see any fish, the cobblestone riverbank was fairly beautiful. The rain dropped on top of the river and made many ripples. That created an elegant prospect in the rough and unadorned field. Hao Ren held up the umbrella and let her appreciate the small river. In fact, experiencing the countryside in these mountains and forests not only excited Zhao Yanzi but also delighted Hao Ren. Zhao Yanzi found a place with shallow water, went inside with her sandals for a bit, then returned to Hao Ren's side. Seeing that half of her body was soaked in water, Hao Ren was scared that she would catch a cold and dragged her back. Zhao Yanzi didn't resist this time. A small tree branch extended onto the side of the road. A small grasshopper jumped in front of them. A thrown-away worn-out bamboo basket was to their left. Every small thing in front of their eyes made Hao Ren more and more nostalgic. Zhao Yanzi continued to walk and breathe in heavily along the way as if she couldn't smell this kind of refreshing air when she returned to the city. A joyful feeling spread throughout the field. They returned to the small restaurant and saw Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu still eating. Zhao Hongyu didn't blame her daughter when she saw her whole body covered with mud. Instead, she took out a napkin gently and wiped off the rain on her forehead. How was it? Zhao Guang asked Hao Ren. This random question made it sound like he was an elder who was familiar with Hao Ren and had known him for many years. Pretty good. It's very rare to experience the feeling of the countryside now, Hao Ren replied. Yeah. We'll be returning to the city soon, Zhao Guang nodded and said. Hao Ren nodded and looked at the green and lush mountains and suddenly felt lost. Zhao Yanzi cuddled inside her mother's arms and seemed like she was reluctant to leave the nature as well. Yet, they still had to go back. After half an hour, Zhao Guang drove his black Chevrolet and took them back to the city. It was still raining. Zhao Yanzi, who played wildly for 2 days, finally couldn't stop the weariness from settling in as she leaned on the seat and fell asleep. Hao Ren looked towards the monotonous landscape of the highway. Feeling the quiet ambiance in the car, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be a lot closer to Zhao Yanzi's family after the 2-day field trip. Without Zhao Yanzi's unbearable ill temper, Zhao Hongyu and Zhao Guang were indeed very kind to him, and there weren't any problems with them. After returning to the city, "Let's have a family dinner together," Zhao Hongyu, who sat in the front seat, said suddenly. "Family dinner?" Hao Ren reorganized his thoughts and asked with confusion. "Yeah, with Zi's third uncle, her second uncle's family, and our family," Zhao Hongyu said. "She completely treats me as a family member," Hao Ren thought. However, thinking about meeting up with the relatives other than Zhao Yanzi's parents, Hao Ren felt pressured and shook his head. This is not necessary. Honestly speaking, as to marrying Zhao Yanzi, he hadn't had a clear idea yet. If there was a new way of solving the current problem in the future, maybe he wouldn't become Zhao Yanzi's husband, and Zi won't have to marry him unwillingly. Certainly, another reason was that Hao Ren knew Zi's third uncle didn't like him. Therefore, he didn't want to go to their family dinner. "That's fine, then we'll bring you back to your school," Zhao Hongyu said. She didn't have any intention of pushing Hao Ren. "Does Zhao Yanzi's father have two siblings?" Hao Ren asked. "Yes, you saw Zi's third uncle last time. He isn't married and has been single. Zi's second uncle is doing business overseas, but some of his family members stayed behind in East Ocean City, and we still meet quite often," Zhao Hongyu explained. Zhao Guang didn't participate in these conversations. Instead, he focused on driving. Hao Ren felt like their lifestyle wasn't any different compared to ordinary people, but they were probably wealthier than normal. Zhao Yanzi's second uncle probably has a bigger business than her dad's, he thought. And as of Zi's third uncle, he looked malicious, his personality wasn't that great, and his temperament didn't feel like that of a successful person. He probably didn't have a stable job. No wonder he is still single and didn't get married, he wondered. As if she guessed what Hao Ren was thinking, Zhao Hongyu said, "Zi's third uncle is very diligent in cultivating. He doesn't care about secular matters and never had any thoughts of having a family nor a career. Zi's third uncle may look ordinary, but he has the highest cultivation level out of all three brothers." "Oh, how does he compare to Su Han?" Hao Ren asked randomly. He remembered that Zhao Hongyu once said that in their circle, Su Han already belonged to the top tier. Zhao Hongyu smiled. Tu Su Han can't even beat Zi's third uncle. Her reply slightly shocked Hao Ren. Tu elder Lu couldn't beat Su Han, and Tu Su Han couldn't beat third uncle. According to Zhao Hongyu's statement, Su Han was a heavenly level master who was one step away from entering the soaring realm. Then the actual strength of this third uncle. As for a person like me who is still a newbie struggling with the beginner's cultivation technique, Zi's third uncle can pinch 100 of me to death with a single finger. Hao Ren's forehead was covered with a layer of cold sweat. Her third uncle has a bias against you. But don't worry, he isn't the type of person who kills for no reason, Zhao Hongyu smiled and said. This third uncle loves Zi very much. No matter what, I am nominally Zi's fiancée in this period of time. If I did anything against the normals of a husband, I probably will die very miserably. Another layer of cold sweat suddenly covered Hao Ren's forehead. Chapter 30. Failure of an opportunity. Zhao Guang dropped Hao Ren off at the gate of the dorm and left. Zhao Yanzi was still asleep, and Hao Ren didn't want to wake her up. He said goodbye to Mr. and Mrs. Zhao and thanked them for the weekend. Zhao Hongyu had gotten more and more satisfied with their future son-in-law. She felt that he was considerate, smart, and even more pleasing than Zhao Yanzi. She already secretly treated him as her son. Hao Ren returned to his dorm room and saw no one was in there. He guessed that they probably went to the internet cafe. It was because the school regulation stated that first and second year students couldn't bring their computers to the dorm, and the school wouldn't connect internet for lower years dorms. Therefore, internet cafes were the most visited places by lower year students. While they were out, Hao Ren finished the assignments that had been accumulating for a week. He didn't bother to do the complicated ones as he had planned to borrow someone's and copy their assignment. Near dinner time, the other three guys were still not back. In fact, Zhao Jiayi and the others believed that Hao Ren went home already and would only come back to the dorm around 7 or 8 o'clock on Sunday night. They wouldn't have guessed that Hao Ren went to spend some time with his fiancée this weekend. Hao Ren recalled the weekend that he spent at Greenstone Mountain. It was probably the most substantial and meaningful weekend he has had in a while. Hao Ren took out his cell phone and found the picture of Zhao Yanzi pouting in anger. He uploaded the picture from the computer in the hotel to his cell phone. Her shiny eyes were like black pearls, her nose was delicate, her mouth was as small as a cherry, and her eyelashes were naturally curly. With the background of green forest and gray stone stairs, this girl seemed like she had potential as a fashion model. If Zhao Jiayi and the others didn't see Zhao Yanzi in person, they would think that Hao Ren had downloaded a beauty's picture from somewhere on the internet and set it as his cell phone's wallpaper. Hao Ren thought about it and still didn't dare to use the picture as the wallpaper on his cell phone. Although she is just a little girl, she will become a super beautiful lady after 3 years. Anyway, the 15-year-old Zhao Yanzi is probably already a super pretty girl with that kind of appearance. She is probably really popular at her school too. What am I thinking about? Am I jealous? Hao Ren suddenly realized. Zhao Jiayi and others finally came back noisily around 7 o'clock in the evening. They were caught by surprise when they saw Hao Ren in the room. "How come you came back so early today?" Zhao Jiayi asked. They totally thought Hao Ren went back home, and Hao Ren certainly didn't mention that he went on a trip with Zhao Yanzi's family. If they knew that he went out with the little girl's family, they would definitely doubt his relationship with the little girl. "Tomorrow is the athletic game. Ren, you got to work hard and try not to come in at the last place." Zhou Liren patted Hao Ren's shoulder and said encouragingly. "Your expectations of me are so high." A drop of cold sweat appeared on Hao Ren's forehead as he thought. "It's great that we don't have any classes for the whole day tomorrow." Speaking of the athletic games, Cao Ronghua, who usually had a calm personality, seemed to be excited as well. They chit-chatted about which class beauty would be there and looked everywhere for a telescope. They didn't have any hope towards Hao Ren's 1500-meter race. If he wasn't their roommate, they probably wouldn't even care. From their perspective, Hao Ren was a last-minute resort kind of guy. He would be doing great if he didn't get the last place. After all, there weren't any great athletes in their major. Most of the people were ordinary students. Occasionally, there were a few people who were talented, but those talents were mainly in regards to academics. They talked about tomorrow's athletic games excitedly. Hao Ren ignored them and went to the balcony for some fresh air. The rain was already gone, and the moon that was in the sky was bright. Hao Ren recited the spirit concentration scroll silently twice. He felt refreshed, as all the negative energy around him seemed to have disappeared. He tried to recall the ancient tree from the Taoist temple in Greenstone Mountain and the stone monument attentively. He always felt that there were some inspirations that he couldn't grasp onto no matter what. Even now, Hao Ren still couldn't forget the comfortable feeling of the rich wood essence entering his body. He also couldn't comprehend the weak suction that happened when the energy in his body went towards the trunk of the tree. Water element. Hao Ren suddenly thought of what Su Han said when she grabbed his arm. Is it possible that the spirit concentration scroll utilizes the water elements that originates from heaven and earth? An idea came to Hao Ren's mind. If desire shall conceal the true self will manifest itself even more. If desire shall weaken the true self will strengthen itself even more. If desire shall abandon the true self will prosperous even more. If desire shall deprive the true self will give even more. This is known as the enlightened nature that is subtle yet profound. Gentleness overcomes strength, and the meek overcomes the strong. The scripts on the stone monument appeared in front of Hao Ren's eyes again. Hao Ren felt his heart pounding, and the barrier that stopped him from advancing to the second level of the spirit concentration scroll was about to be broken. As a matter of fact, Zhao Guang asked me to go to that Taoist temple not only to accompany Zhao Yanzi but also to test how much I could comprehend and understand. Hao Ren frowned and tried his best to look for the sensation of water. However, the more stubborn he was, the harder it was for him to comprehend it. He took a deep breath and slowly recited the spirit concentration scroll to calm down his mind. Water is yin and wood is yang. Affinity and counter can complement each other, combining toughness with tenderness so they can have mutual control and support. Hao Ren thought about the ancient tree and suddenly had some profound inspirations. The seed that the ancient tree left inside Hao Ren's body that contained pure wood essence abruptly sprouted. In the meantime, the water element in the air formed into a few tiny water streams and poured into Hao Ren's body. Hao Ren felt his whole body was extremely comfortable, and the body that was originally transparent became a clear container and took in all the nature's energy from heaven and earth. He knew that he was about to break through the first level of the spirit concentration scroll and achieve the second level. It was the inspiration that the ancient tree brought him. In terms of that stone monument, it talked about the ways of managing and controlling water, and it matched the essence of the third level of spirit concentration scroll. The mist that was originally spreading in the air gradually formed into 9 vague whirling streams of water and entered into Hao Ren's 9 crucial acupoints around his body. After entering Hao Ren's body, the thick streams tried to find their own positions and began to settle down. "What are you doing outside, Ren?" Zhao Jiayi yelled from inside the room. Hao Ren was suddenly shocked and the 9 water streams that were filling Hao Ren's body immediately vanished. Zhao Jiayi walked to the balcony and patted Hao Ren's shoulder. "What are you thinking out there? You have a race to attend tomorrow. Go to bed early." He dragged Hao Ren back inside. At the same time, the ancient tree that brought Hao Ren his seed of inspiration completely vanished and Hao Ren couldn't find any trace of wood essence nor control the abundant water energy inside his body. His body was like a container that leaked from the bottom, and all the accumulated water was gone. Nature's energy around Hao Ren's body once again returned back to chaos as it wasn't divided into the 5 elements anymore. Hao Ren understood that this failure wasted a great opportunity to advance to the second level of the spirit concentration scroll. Additionally, he didn't know when his next breakthrough will be. Even though he was disappointed, he didn't want to blame it on Zhao Jiayi. After all, Zhao Jiayi saw him standing outside for too long and asked him to take a break for his own good. Sigh. I better find a quiet place without disruption for cultivation. Hao Ren climbed up to his upper berth and thought in annoyance. Chapter 31. The competitor, East Ocean University was very lively. The festive atmosphere was everywhere even though no lanterns or banners were hanging. Zhao Jiayi and the other 2 got out of bed early in the morning. They packed up some food, drinks, camera, telescope, etc. They ganged up with their neighboring dorm rooms and headed towards the sports field together. Hao Ren, on the other hand, put on his sportswear and his running shoes before he had a big breakfast in the cafeteria. Then, he unhurriedly walked to the sports field. The athletic games was divided into 2 sections. Indoor events such as badminton, basketball, and volleyball were held in the newly finished stadium, whereas outdoor activities such as track and field and gymnastics were held on the sports field. There were relatively more outdoor events than indoor ones due to the large space. Therefore, it was more popular too. Since the school suspended classes for this event, it was mandatory for students in their freshman year, sophomore year and junior year to watch the games. Basically, junior year students were to watch the indoor games while freshman and sophomore year students were to watch the outdoor games. Sure enough, almost every student was satisfied with not having to go to classes. They watched the games with snacks in their hands while chatting from time to time. They seemed as relaxed as if they were on a middle school field trip. However, for the guys like Zhao Jiayi, it was way more interesting to search for pretty girls with their telescopes and cameras. Xie Yujia, the class president, was already taking attendance when Hao Ren arrived at his class-designated area in his sportswear. Yu Rong. Here, Zhao Jiayi. Here, Cao Ronghua. Here, Zhou Liren. Here. Since the class president was taking attendance herself, they couldn't muddle with it unlike classes with a lot of students. Not only did everyone show up, but they also appeared to be extremely excited. An ordinary t-shirt on Xie Yujia made her look extremely comfortable and refreshing in such beautiful weather. However, the highlight of her outfit was not the white t-shirt with the word, "fighting," printed on it. It was the sexy ripped jean shorts over her pretty legs. It made people assume that she was in a great mood today. The usually conservative class president was wearing something so appealing. It made the guys' hearts beat fast. "Hao Ren, you are here." Xie Yujia gave him a warm greeting. "Whoa," the guys kicked up a fuss seeing the unusual greeting. "Whoa, what? You can go attend the games too if you are capable." Xie Yujia scolded the guys with her stern class president face. Her smooth hair was tied up behind her, revealing her long neck and soft shoulders. Her face looked as smooth as a freshly peeled egg under the sunshine. She looked very beautiful even though there was no makeup on her at all. The charm she had wasn't seductive at all. However, the guys weren't frightened by her today. Instead, they got even more unscrupulous. "Good luck today." Xie Yujia stepped up and adjusted Hao Ren's collar. "Wow!" The guys were yelling in surprise as they saw Xie Yujia's move. Even a few guys from the nearby class joined them. Although Xie Yujia kept a very low profile, she was still one of the prettiest girls in their major. Hao Ren got a bit embarrassed and stepped back. Okay, I'll try my best. Class president. I want to run the 1500-meter race too. Count me in as well. Me too. The guys shouted in jealousy and envy. Humph. You weren't so proactive when you were supposed to, and now you are starting to bluff. Shui Yujia glimpsed at them. I was on the list, class president. I want you to adjust my collar too. Zhao Jiayi jumped up and cried out. Hao Ren remembered clearly that Shui Yujia randomly put in Zhao Jiayi's name since no one else enrolled. Now he was taking advantage of it to tease Xie Yujia and Hao Ren. Xie Yujia ignored Zhao Jiayi's request. She stood up blushing and said, all right, now let's go on with the attendance. Ji Yu Jiadong. Her excellent figure was lightly shown under her white t-shirt. Although Xie Yujia didn't want to show off, she was still a top-ranked beauty in the guys' eyes. Zhao Jiayi made a bet with the other three as soon as they got into university. They wondered who amongst the 38 guys in the class would be able to make this beauty his girlfriend. The fact was, in the past 2 years, not only in their class, but no guy in the entire school had a dubious relationship with her. Compared to the most popular girl at the university, Lin Li, who always had rumors floating around, Xie Yujia indeed had a low profile. As a matter of fact, according to Zhao Jiayi's scoring standard, that Lin Li from class 3 wasn't as pretty as Xie Yujia on both looks and temperament. She was only good at getting involved with the influential and popular guys in the school. In other words, she was only good at promoting herself. Lin Li, who was sitting under the sun umbrella like a spoiled girl, overheard the noise and looked over. She was a bit surprised to see Xie Yujia looking so pretty in her outfit. But she was then upset when she noticed some guys in her own class were starting in Xie Yujia's direction too. Xie Yujia did not intend to steal her thunder at all. She only wanted to dress up a little on such a pleasant day to cheer up the guys in her class. Though, indeed, Hao Ren was the only one that was participating in an actual game. Lin Li glimpsed over at Xie Yujia and landed her eyes on Hao Ren, who was in sportswear. Her expression darkened as she thought of something. Then she turned her attention back not to make people believe that she was interested in an ordinary guy. The noise was becoming unbearable for Hao Ren, who was in the class 2 area. He turned to Xie Yujia. I'll go warm up over there. What's the rush? The 1500-meter race won't start until this afternoon. Xie Yujia didn't realize that Hao Ren was just trying to avoid Zhao Jiayi and the guys. All the long-distance races are scheduled in the afternoon, so there won't be enough space for warming up later on. Hao Ren waved as he got down from the spectator stand by jogging down the stairs. Xie Yujia lost her train of thought when she watched Hao Ren's natural and unrestrained body walk down in sportswear. She only came back to her senses when someone called out her name. She then went on with the attendance. How come he seemed even more handsome after a weekend? Xie Yujia felt a bit strange. She was worried that it was her subconscious that gave her the idea. Is this what beauty is in the eyes of the beholder means? She wondered. When Hao Ren got to the track, Huang Zuji entered the sports field from the locker room in his golden Adidas sportswear. He did a short spring and stopped to stretch his legs. Then he waved in the direction where most of the girls were. Ah! The girls in the advertising major, business major, and finance major screamed as if they saw a celebrity. The screaming continued one wave after another. Lin Li, who was in the mechatronic engineering major, also got excited. Chapter 32. Can't even keep a low profile at this very moment. Hao Ren walked off the spectator stand and walked into Huang Zuji. Hao Ren's sportswear was of a lesser-known brand. Although clean and tidy, there were some fray edges. Its quality was a lot worse than Huang Zuji's silky Adidas sportswear, which was shining under the sun. Huang Zuji was wearing a pair of fancy long-distance running shoes, whereas Hao Ren was wearing the most common pair of sneakers. Huang Zuji curled his lips at Hao Ren in disrespect after seeing how poor his outfit was. Having ignored him, Hao Ren ran over to the track. Sophomore, Huang Zuji said as Hao Ren was passing by, "You are ready for your last place in the match, aren't you?" "My name is Hao Ren, not sophomore." Hao Ren turned around. Hee hee. Huang Zuji sneered as he leaned over to Hao Ren's ear. "I'll completely surpass you in front of the entire school," he whispered. he said lightly but surely in his arrogant tone. Xie Yujia, on the spectator stand, was a little confused by the intimate talk between the two on the sports field. Since when did these two become good friends? She thought. Hao Ren didn't want to argue with him as he did not expect a good placement in the race. However, he would try his best because the class president picked him for the race. However, there was nothing he could do if he still got the last place. You don't even dare to talk anymore, sophomore? Huang Zuji looked at him in a provoking manner as he performed a split. It made the girls on the spectator stand scream crazily again. Hao Ren ran quietly to the track with his fists tightly clenched. He really wanted to hit Huang Zuji when he provoked him, but he was able to hold back. He thinks the entire East Ocean University is his just because of his charm. Hao Ren turned back to look at the senior, as he found it funny just thinking about it. It seemed like no one but Xie Yujia and Hao Ren's classmates would pay attention to this unimpressive guy in low-quality sportswear and old sneakers. On the contrary, girls were reacting passionately whenever Huang Zuji passed by. His black hair, well-built body, confident look, and the yellow sports bracers all became reasons for their screaming. To them, Hao Ren who just passed by Huang Zuji was incomparable to the charming man. They did not even notice the few seconds of conversation between them as they passed by each other. Hao Ren got to a quiet corner on the west side of the sports field. He practiced shuttle runs on the rubber track. The intense sunshine caused him to be soaked in sweat after just a little while. He returned to the spectator stand after feeling completely warmed up and went back to where his class was at. Xie Yujia had finished taking the attendance, and everyone had taken their seats. They were waiting for the game to start as they sipped on their drinks and shared snacks. Hao Ren. Xie Yujia waved her slim arm in excitement when she saw him coming over. Hao Ren walked over, and Xie Yujia pointed at the empty seat near her. Come sit here. The invitation was to Hao Ren's surprise. He searched for Zhao Jiayi and the other two of his roommates as he said to Xie Yujia, I'd better go sit with them. They are in the very back, and you have to go for your race later. It's inconvenient to go up and down like that. Xie Yujia gave him a reason to stay. Hao Ren saw Zhao Jiayi and the guys waving at him, but then he saw the crowded area filled with cards and sunflower seed shells. They were nudging each other and making a lot of noises. Hao Ren gritted and thought to himself, looks like I'll have to put girls before bros today. He sat down beside Xie Yujia. This move completely startled Zhao Jiayi. His mouth gaped open. It was almost wide enough to fit an egg. Hao Ren, the guy who blushes whenever he sees pretty girls, is sitting beside the class president Xie Yujia. Then something even more startling happened. Seeing how sweaty Hao Ren was, Xie Yujia took out some tissue and wiped off the sweat from his forehead with a smile. Ka-cha! Zhao Jiayi felt like his own jaw had dislocated. Sensational news! He shouted at Cao Ronghua, who was busy playing cards after he realized what was going on. Ren is dating Xie Yujia. What? Zhou Liren cried out. He stopped playing cards to look at Hao Ren and Xie Yujia, who were sitting together below them. Then his facial expression looked exactly the same as Zhao Jiayi's. It's fine, it's fine. I can do it myself. Hao Ren was flattered as Xie Yujia wiped his sweat for him. He hastily stopped her smooth white arm. The intense enthusiasm Xie Yujia was showing towards him was making him uncomfortable. It's okay. You are our class hero. She smiled. Then she handed over a bottle of water. Here, you need to keep hydrated. Zhou Liren and the guys almost dropped their jaws to the ground at the sight of this. Ren is really having some luck with women, they thought at the same time. Don't be so nice to me, class president. I'm not ready for it. Hao Ren took the bottle as he made a defensive gesture. He was being honest due to nervousness. I'm thinking of being this nice to you from now on. Xie Yujia laughed. Hao Ren was stupefied by her smile as he felt like his heart was about to pop out of his chest. I was joking, Xie Yujia added after seeing Hao Ren's stupefied look. Oh, Hao Ren finally returned to normal. He thought for a bit and said, Class president, don't blame me for disappointing you if I really end up last in the race. As long as you tried your best. Xie Yujia's genuinely stared at him with her pretty eyes. That's the biggest difference between you and them. Hao Ren laughed bitterly and didn't respond. Oh, do you know Huang Zuji? She suddenly asked. Sort of, Hao Ren mumbled. He thought girls like Xie Yujia would probably be interested in cute guys like Huang Zuji. He is kind of cute, and a lot of girls like him, Xie Yujia said. Hee hee. Hao Ren laughed. Being cute was really a great asset these days. His dad is East Ocean City's deputy mayor, she continued. No wonder he is so arrogant, but is the deputy mayor such a big deal? Hao Ren thought to himself. He had no idea how many jealous eyes were staring at his back while Xie Yujia was tilting her head and talking to him. Suddenly, a sensitive color entered Hao Ren's sight amongst the colorful background. A light blue middle schooler uniform fluttered into the sports field like a jasmine flower. Chapter 33. He is Prince Charming Zhao Yanzi. Hao Ren's heart skipped a beat. He looked closer and realized there were two girls instead of one who entered the sports field. Due to the distance, he couldn't see who the girls were. However, by the color and style of their uniforms, one of them indeed looked a lot like Zhao Yanzi. What's the matter? Xie Yujia asked as she sensed the weirdness in Hao Ren's behavior. Oh, it's nothing. Hao Ren looked at the rostrum that was on the opposite side of the sports field. Yet he kept looking at those two girls. There are two of them, so it shouldn't be Zhao Yanzi, Hao Ren thought. The students who were warming up went back to their classes one by one. Huang Zuji also returned to the spectator stand and sat down with other junior and senior competitors. Since junior students were watching the indoor games and senior students were busy with their internship as well as job search, it was not mandatory for them to watch the game. Therefore, the junior and senior competitors' classmates were mostly not present. However, it was not a problem for Huang Zuji since he was famous at the school and all the girls around the sports field knew about him. It was safe to say that more than half of them were his supporters. As the tradition of the athletic games, the principal went up onto the stage to give a speech. It was nothing more special than advocating sports spirit and encouraging students to exercise more. Following that was a speech from Vice Principal Lu Qing. He gave a brief speech and announced the beginning of the athletic games full of energy. This was the first time Hao Ren saw Lu Qing in public. He would never have thought that the vice principal would offer him special treatment. However, people cared more about the beautiful Su Han who didn't show up today. But thinking about it, as an ordinary teacher instead of an instructor or a class advisor, she didn't have to attend athletic games at all. The events focused on majors instead of which year the students were from. The first game was a 400-meter relay race. Participants from the management major, environmental chemical engineering major, mechatronic engineering major, and life science major all went onto the sports field. Hao Ren noticed that Huang Zuji, who was from International Business Administration major, also went up in his golden sportswear. The girls screamed as she stepped onto the track. At that moment, Hao Ren glimpsed over at the entrance where the two middle schoolers were at. He was relieved as they had disappeared. All the 8 participants were in their positions on the track. Pa! The students representing the 8 majors suddenly bolted ahead following the sound of the starting pistol. They are all so fast, Xie Yujia sighed lightly. Hao Ren knew this would happen since they were all carefully chosen from their majors. They were all elites athletes, and it made sense that they exceeded the level of a high school sports event by a large degree. Soon, 3 relays had been completed, and none of the major had missed the passes. The relay batons were handed over to their last contestants. Hao Ren focused his attention on Huang Zuji because he subconsciously regarded this man as his competitor in the 1500-meter race. The International Business Administration major was in the second place when the baton was in the third runner's hand. He was almost 5 meters behind the guy from the mechatronic engineering major. However, Huang Zuji came from behind and chased after that runner after he received the relay baton. It was extremely difficult to make up those 5 meters within a 100-meter distance. The somewhat quiet spectator stand suddenly burst into cheers. Even Xie Zujia was concentrating on the race, and she stood up lightly. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Hao Ren opened his eyes wide in surprise. Huang Zuji had a powerful explosive force, similar to that of a rocket. The girls' cheerings turned into screamings. Zhao Jiayi and the guys who were playing cards all put their hands down to look at the race in astonishment. 2 meters. 1 meter. They were in a tie. Huang Zuji. The screaming of his name filled up the entire sports field. The exciting scene at the beginning of the athletic games put a satisfying smile on the school officials' faces. Boom! Huang Zuji ran across the finish line a half-step faster with the relay baton in his hand. He lifted the baton up high and waved at the audience, showing a winner's stance. Huang Zuji! Huang Zuji! The girls started to call out his name rhythmically as the rhythm followed his waving arm. Huang Zuji was immersed in the happiness of victory. He shook his head as sweat dripped off his black hair. There were pride and satisfaction on his face. No wonder he is the president of the rock climbing club, Xie Yujia sighed as she looked towards the finish line. You like him? Hao Ren asked. Xie Yujia shook her head. No, I just think he is pretty cool. His grades are good, and he has a cute face. He even excels in sports. No wonder he is the Prince Charming in so many girls' heads. And he comes from a decent family? Hao Ren added. Xie Yujia turned around and looked at him. Are you a little jealous? I am racing with him in the 1500-meter race this afternoon. Will you be cheering for him or me? Hao Ren shrugged and revealed a smile. Of course for you. Xie Yujia answered without thinking. He nodded in satisfaction. Hey, what are you thinking? Xie Yujia asked as she suddenly felt something was wrong. Nothing. I thought you were one of his fans too, Hao Ren said lightly. I am not one of those girls, she answered. However, this comment sounded a bit familiar to Hao Ren. The cheering of the girls started to fade as the second game started. Huang Zuji took his time as he returned to his seat. From there, he looked in Hao Ren's direction. Is that a warning? Hao Ren wondered. However, the explosive force wasn't the most important component when it came to long-distance race. Hao Ren calmed himself down, not letting Huang Zuji influence his mood. The second event was the 110-meter hurdles, and it was a relatively new event. It started to gain popularity amongst university athletic games after Liu Xiang became the Olympic champion. Here you go. Xie Yujia opened up a bottle of water and handed it to Hao Ren. She gave her own to him as she noticed that Hao Ren came empty-handed. Thank you, class president. Hao Ren laughed in embarrassment. You need to replenish your stamina for the race this afternoon, she said. Zhou Liren and the guys got very jealous seeing how nice Xie Yujia was treating Hao Ren. They were all regretting their decision for not enrolling in the game. Otherwise, it was worth it even if they got the last place because the beautiful Xie Yujia would be taking care of them. But unlike them, Hao Ren was feeling a little uncomfortable with Xie Yujia's special care. Just when he was feeling restless, a crisp and melodious voice came from behind him. Uncle. Chapter 34. I'm his fiancée. This familiar voice almost made Hao Ren fall from the stand. He turned his head around and saw Zhao Yanzi standing behind him with a smile on her face. Ling, who he met once at the gate of Ling Jiao Middle School, was standing beside her. You. Why are you here? Hao Ren looked at her in surprise. I skipped school, Zhao Yanzi said nonchalantly. Hao Ren was speechless. He thought about it and scolded her. Not only did you skip school yourself, but you also told your friend to skip too. The classes today aren't that important. It's fine. Zhao Yanzi still acted like there was nothing wrong with skipping school. Hao Ren couldn't do anything about her and didn't know how to deal with her right now. This is, Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren in confusion. Ah, this is Hao Ren could only say, my sister. Your sister is very beautiful, Xie Yujia praised Zhao Yanzi sincerely. You're very beautiful too, big sister, Zhao Yanzi answered deliberately. While the two girls were looking at each other, Zhou Liren, who was sitting at the top of the spectator stand and playing cards, poked Zhao Jiayi and pointed at Hao Ren. Damn. It's that little girl from last time. Ren is in big trouble. Zhao Jiayi frowned as he recognized Zhao Yanzi as the one who waited for Hao Ren at Green Hill Cafeteria. Want to go and check it out? Zhao Liren dropped the cards and said worriedly. Check out what? That little girl is so hard to deal with. You think you could do it? Then what should we do? Zhou Liren stared at Zhao Jiayi. Zhao Jiayi glared at him. Cut the CRP. Of course, we should continue to play cards. A pair of kings. At Hao Ren's side, Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia gazed at each other for 2 seconds without saying anything. Xie Yujia wasn't stupid. She could sense a bit of jealousy when Zhao Yanzi called her big sister, thus, she stopped talking and waited to see what would happen next. I'm already here, and you want me to go back? Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren and asked. So I should allow you to skip class? Hao Ren asked her. Zhao Yanzi pouted. Fine, I'll go see Lu. Hao Ren covered her mouth. Okay, you win. You can stay around for a while. But go back before noon. Zhao Yanzi pushed away Hao Ren's arm and dragged Ling to sit beside her. Your sister seems like she's tough to deal with. Xie Yujia came up to Hao Ren and whispered. Hao Ren rubbed his temples and couldn't express his discomfort. Who would have expected that this little girl would skip class and come here? I'm thirsty. Go buy a drink for me. Oh, and get a drink for Ling too, Zhao Yanzi said to Hao Ren after sitting down. I'll give you money. You go buy them yourself, Hao Ren said petulantly. I don't know your campus well. What if I get lost? Zhao Yanzi retorted. How did you find this place then? Isn't the big sports field easy to find? I had to ask one by one for the location of your class. Zhao Yanzi squinted her eyes and said with pride. She probably can't find the corner store. You should buy it for her, Xie Yujia said. Thus, Hao Ren stopped arguing with Zhao Yanzi, left the spectator's stand, and walked outside of the sports field to buy drinks. Seeing Hao Ren vanish at the entrance of the sports field, Zhao Yanzi turned her head, looked at Xie Yujia, and said something that surprised Xie Yujia. Are you his girlfriend? Xie Yujia looked at her awkwardly as she didn't expect this kind of question. She carefully observed this little girl closely and found out that her skin was delicate and smooth. Her flickering eyes made her look especially cute. Moreover, an ordinary middle school uniform didn't make her look average but rather youthful and lively. Her body that was gradually developing also made people think that she was beautiful. Anyone would find her extremely pretty and see the potential of her becoming a real beauty when she grows up. However, the aggressiveness of Zhao Yanzi's gaze didn't make Xie Yujia think that she was cute. A dangerous aura diffused from her body, making Xie Yujia, the big sister, who was 4 to 5 years older than her, a little nervous. I saw you giving him water, Zhao Yanzi said. Oh, about that, Xie Yujia was relieved. He's just like you. He didn't bring anything to drink, so I gave him a bottle of water. That was it. You're not his girlfriend. Zhao Yanzi tilted her head and looked at Xie Yujia as if she was double-checking. Xie Yujia nodded dully. Thought so. How can a guy like Uncle have a girlfriend? Zhao Yanzi pouted her mouth and said. Uncle, Xie Yujia sweated as she heard this title. Even though Hao Ren wasn't good-looking, he wasn't that old either. You're his sister? Xie Jiayu made use of Hao Ren's absence and asked. Do you want to hear the truth or the lie? Zhao Yanzi asked. Truth, of course. Even when she added the words of course, Xie Jiayu's tone sounded hesitant. She wanted to hear both the truth and the lie. I'll remind you first that Uncle is quite a useless person. You'll definitely regret it if he becomes your boyfriend, Zhao Yanzi said. Oh, then what's the truth? Xie Yujia was covered in sweat as she heard the unexpected advice. The truth is, Zhao Yanzi paused for a bit on purpose, I'm his fiancée. Ah? Xie Yujia's mouth opened wide, and she nearly fell to the spectator stand. At this time, Hao Ren ran back with 4 bottles of water. He sat in between Zhao Yanzi and Xie Yujia, separating them. Then, he handed 2 bottles of water to Zhao Yanzi. This is for you and your classmate. Then, he handed a bottle to Xie Yujia. This is for your water earlier. Ling took the water from Zhao Yanzi's hand, came close to Zhao Yanzi, and whispered, Is fiancé some kind of a joke? Of course it is. I was tricking her, Zhao Yanzi whispered back righteously. Why did you trick her? Ling asked in confusion. I am pissed. Why can't I? Zhao Yanzi snorted twice. After Zhao Yanzi and her classmate joined them, the atmosphere between Hao Ren and Xie Yujia seemed to be a little different. At first, they could still comment on the competition. But now, both of their attentions were on the 2 middle school girls. Is this your sister, Ren? A few nosy guys who didn't know anything about Zhao Yanzi came up to Hao Ren and teased him. Hao Ren thought that these guys were done for as Zhao Yanzi was so short-tempered. However, Zhao Yanzi made an adorable expression and said to them, Hi, do you guys have any snacks? Ah! They were stunned when they heard such request from this super cute little girl. They immediately delivered their unopened potato chips, cookies, and beef jerkies to Zhao Yanzi. Thank you, big brothers. Zhao Yanzi gave them a bright smile, causing those guys to almost faint in happiness. Thus, Zhao Yanzi didn't even have to go out and buy snacks. She opened up a massive pack of snacks and ate them with Ling as they watched the competition. She completely ignored the existence of Hao Ren. They were having so much fun that it felt like they were out for a field trip. Hao Ren was completely speechless and was debating whether or not to report this to her father tonight. To his surprise, she skipped school without feeling guilty at all. This was something that absolutely never happened when he was studying in middle school. She should at least be a little nervous. Not only Hao Ren, but Xie Yujia also looked at them in astonishment. As a tri-merit student, also called the Three Good Student. It's an award given to students who are athletic, score straight A's, and have good morality. Since she was little, it was difficult for her to imagine that middle schoolers dared to skip school for no reason. Certainly, what she cared more about was the fiancé situation that Zhao Yanzi mentioned. She didn't believe that this little girl was Hao Ren's fiancé. Instead, she thought that Zhao Yanzi was merely a naughty little girl. However, she did hear some rumors regarding the Lincoln Stretch limousine pickup that Hao Ren had as well as his engagement. Could it be that Hao Ren will be marrying this girl's older sister? If that's the case, no wonder Hao Ren couldn't do anything about her and had to treat her like his little sister. Xie Yujia analyzed the situation with her intelligent brain. However, this little girl is so pretty. Her sister must be even prettier. Another thought came to Xie Yujia's mind. Chapter 35. Who is your rival? The champion of the 110-meter hurdle was a second-year student from the life science major. Although his speed couldn't be compared to Lu Zhang's, the whole process was fantastic. Meanwhile, there were other games going on, such as high jump, long jump, shot put, and so forth. On the screen, the names and majors of each student who got excellent results were shown. Zhao Yanzi watched for a while and almost finished then snacks. Then, she suddenly turned to Hao Ren and asked, "Uncle, when will it be your turn?" "My race is in the afternoon," Hao Ren answered. "What race?" Zhao Yanzi continued. 1500-meter race, Hao Ren answered calmly. "Just one?" Zhao Yanzi opened her eyes widely. "That's it." Hao Ren nodded. Hearing Hao Ren's response, Zhao Yanzi mumbled, "So useless. Do you need your husband to able to run a decathlon?" Hao Ren almost shouted that out. "I always get first place for long-distance races at my school," Zhao Yanzi said. "Fine. Next time I will come and watch your race," Hao Ren said absent-mindedly. Zhao Yanzi's face showed a bit of annoyance. She made a striking pose all of a sudden. If you can't get the first place then you are absolutely useless," she shouted. Somehow, her words touched Hao Ren's heart. He suddenly realized that the reason she sneaked out was probably to watch his race. The resistance he had against her suddenly disappeared. Instead, he felt quite moved. "But if that was the case, you have to go back before noon," Hao Ren said to her. "You nagged too much." Zhao Yanzi twisted her pretty eyebrows. "I had asked for a leave." "What is the reason?" Hao Ren continued to ask. He soon realized that he disciplined her quite a lot. Especially when he didn't even know this little girl about 1 or 2 weeks ago. "I feel ill." Zhao Yanzi almost screamed. Hao Ren didn't expect her to ask for a leave just to watch his race. Thus, Hao Ren caved. "Fine, but you have to go back after I finish my race." He felt that since he wasn't her elder, there was no need to pester her so much. He also sneaked out of class when he was back in middle school, and he sneaked out, even more, when he got into university. Therefore, he actually wasn't qualified to give Zhao Yanzi a lesson. "I got it. You are so annoying." Zhao Yanzi rolled her eyes at Hao Ren. Ling, who sat beside her, covered her mouth while laughing. It was probably her first time seeing the fearless Zhao Yanzi being driven nearly crazy by someone. She was dragged out by Zhao Yanzi today, and the reason she gave to the teacher was to keep Zhao Yanzi company at the hospital. The teachers were aware of how influential and wealthy Zhao Yanzi's family was, so they didn't dare to give her a hard time. What surprised Ling was that although Zhao Yanzi couldn't be considered as an excellent student, this was her first time skipping class. Time for the 1600-meter relay race, Xie Yujia reminded Hao Ren suddenly. Dozens of students on the bleachers started walking towards their specific spots. Hao Ren switched his attention to the sports field as he saw Huang Zuji would be participating in this race too. The 1600-meter relay race was the highlight of the athletic games at Eastern Ocean University, as it wasn't only a test of endurance and explosive force but also a reflection of teamwork. The 400-meter relay race, by contrast, took such a short amount of time that it finished even before the audience could really enjoy it. Therefore, it could only be seen as a warm-up. Cheers sounded on the spectator stands that were silent a few moments ago as Huang Zuji showed up. He purposely rolled up his sleeves to show the solid deltoid muscles. Underneath his sports shorts were a pair of thick and strong legs. Those chunky legs didn't make him look short and chubby because of his 180 cm height. Instead, he looked extremely powerful. The way he showed off his muscles caused another wave of screams from all the girls. "That guy in golden sportswear looks handsome." Staring at the track, Ling, who was beside Zhao Yanzi, said to her. Yeah. Zhao Yanzi looked over and nodded. "Little kid, what do you know about good looks?" Hao Ren objected vaguely. Ling turned around and cast a slight glance at Hao Ren. It seemed like he offended them by objecting their taste of beauty. Zhao Yanzi, however, pretended she didn't hear Hao Ren's words. She stared at the track motionlessly as if she was admiring Huang Zuji, who was trying to act cool. N0 Vel B J N served as the original host for this chapter's release on N0V3LB1N. Her act made Hao Ren a bit jealous. Although he never thought of marrying Zhao Yanzi, she was still his fiancée by name. What he didn't know was that Zhao Yanzi had nearly the same thoughts when she saw Xie Yujia give water to Hao Ren. After warming up for a few minutes, every athlete got into position. Chants like, "Come on, XXX," or, "Come on, XXX Major," soared through the entire field. However, among all the cheerings, the loudest and most in sync one was definitely, "Come on, Huang Zuji." Damn, such a nice athletic games is now becoming that guy's private show. Hao Ren felt secretly annoyed. Thanks to the rules of the athletic games, each athlete could participate in no more than 3 games. Otherwise, who knows how much limelight that guy would get. Hao Ren thought as he didn't realize the annoyance he had towards Huang Zuji had evolved into disgust. However, most of the guys were annoyed by Huang Zuji anyhow. As he always tried to act cool, most of the guys in the school were just choking with silent fury. After all, Huang Zuji's father was the deputy mayor, and he was the president of the most popular rock climbing club. Most of the guys didn't have the chance to get close to him. Bang! As soon as the starting pistol fired, the 8 athletes who represented the 8 majors launched themselves into the race with a burst of acceleration. The whole atmosphere heated up instantly. All kinds of cheerings resonated in the field. Compared to the mechatronics engineering major, International Business Administration major didn't have a lot of male students. That was why they never did very well in sports. As the trump card of their major, Huang Zuji was placed as the 4th runner to boost the performance of the major. After the 3rd runners finished, the distance between the International Business Administration major and other majors were getting longer and longer. As the relay baton was handed to Huang Zuji, he was over 20 meters behind the first-place runner from the mechatronic engineering major and over 10 meters behind the second-place runner from the computer science major. There is probably no chance of overthrowing with such a distance gap. Following the situation on the field, Hao Ren thought to himself. However, Huang Zuji, who was on the outermost track, strived to catch up. His golden sportswear seemed to have created a golden whirlwind around him. He ran the 400-meter distance in a flat-out sprint as if he was doing a 100-meter dash. 2 meters. 1 meter. He outran the second-place runner within 300 meters. There were only 100 meters left. Similar to what happened during the 400-meter relay race, he was about 5 meters behind the first-place runner. It was impossible to catch up as he had already run at full speed for the last 300 meters. How could he still be able to sprint through the last 100 meters like it was a 100-meter dash? Hao Ren couldn't help but to get up and look at the track. He felt like his heart was on tenterhooks. Actually, it wasn't only him. Almost all of the people on the spectator stands got up to watch the final dash. Whoosh! Huang Zuji surprisingly surpassed the first-place runner and reached the finish line with a 1-meter gap. Wow! The entire audience went crazy. Is this guy a real human? How could he have such a strong explosive force as well as incredible endurance? Hao Ren looked at the finish line with a bit of astonishment. He runs so fast. Ling couldn't help but express her praise when she saw Huang Zuji run for the first time. Numerous first- and second-year students from the International Business Administration majors stood up and cheered vigorously for their third-year senior. Being a hero again, Huang Zuji took off his golden sports t-shirt immediately and showed off his muscles. Then he held the t-shirt in his hand and waved it around. Does he think he's a world champion? Seeing the result, the guys around Hao Ren sat down one after another and complained discontentedly. Huang Zuji. Huang Zuji. The name Huang Zuji was called out in sync by over 1,000 students from the International Business Administration major. Hao Ren sat back down, grabbed a bottle of water, and had a sip. This guy has saved his major and snatched victories at the last minute twice already. From this respect, he indeed is worthy of pride. However, he isn't fighting for the honor of his major. He is just submerging himself in the satisfaction of victory. He just would like to see others cheering for him. This is obvious as Huang Zuji didn't gather and celebrate the victory with his team members. Instead, he chose to run around by himself. Hao Ren was calmly analyzing Huang Zuji's behavior after he got his victory. Is that who you will be competing with this afternoon? Seeing the serious look on Hao Ren's face, Zhao Yanzi asked suddenly. Chapter 36. Her sister is, translator. Noodletown translated editor. Noodletown translated. Yeah. Do you have any advice? Hao Ren asked her. No advice. I just hope you won't lose to him, Zhao Yanzi answered. It might be tough to not to lose to Huang Zuji. Hearing Zhao Yanzi's words, Xie Yujia followed up with some doubts. She would go to the student council sometimes to help out, and she learned something about Huang Zuji. Before he became the president of the rock climbing club, he was the provincial long-distance race champion back in high school. Although he fell behind after he got into university, winning a championship on the university level would still be too easy for him. There would only be a sliver of a chance for Hao Ren to win against Huang Zuji. Huang Zuji would need to make a big mistake. Seeing Zhao Yanzi talk to Hao Ren as if she was giving an order, Xie Yujia felt speechless. Although she wished that Hao Ren could get a good result, she felt that this little girl thought too highly of him. After the 1600-meter relay race, there was pole vaulting in the middle of the sports field. It was incredibly eye-opening as Hao Ren realized that Eastern Ocean University had numerous undiscovered talents. After watching javelin throwing and shot putting, it was time for lunch. Hao Ren, let's go get lunch. You can't get hungry since you have a race in the afternoon, Xie Yujia said to Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked back at Zhao Jiayi and the other guys and found that they were still playing cards with a great passion. He uttered a sigh, nodded, and said, "Let's go." He looked back at Zhao Yanzi and Ling. "Let's go together," he said. Zhao Yanzi looked at him and then got up. Obviously, Ling followed her. Such a little girl, but she already has the qualities of a leader, Hao Ren thought in secret as they all walked out of the sports field. All the cafeterias were open, but they went to Clear Stream Cafeteria, which was the closest to the sports field. It also had the best food in the university. This cafeteria was behind the pink dorm building for female students. Many beautiful female students would come here for food, and there were a lot of male students there who wanted just to come here and admire the girls. Zhou Liren, for example, always went to this cafeteria by himself, hoping that he could meet a pretty girl from first year and start a relationship. The debut release happened at N0V3LBIIN. There weren't as many people as usual because of the athletic games. Xie Yujia brought them to the second floor, turned around, and asked Zhao Yanzi and Ling, "What do you guys want to eat?" Zhao Yanzi looked at the menu on the wall and answered, 2 orders of sizzling beef." "Okay." Xie Yujia nodded and then asked Hao Ren, "How about you?" Hao Ren rushed to take out his prepaid cafe card. I'll get it myself." "Come on, it's on me today." Xie Yujia grabbed Hao Ren's hand and pushed his card back. Her palm was smooth and soft. She didn't care much, but she was actually grabbing Hao Ren's fist. Hao Ren felt quite embarrassed and quickly retracted his hand. He didn't want the class president to think that he was trying to take advantage of her. "We'll take 4 orders of sizzling beef so that we don't have to be in the lineup again." Xie Yujia walked up to the ordering window briskly. "Sir, can I have 4 orders of sizzling beef?" It was embarrassing for Hao Ren to have a girl to pay for the food. Hao Ren had no choice but to let Xie Yujia pay since she was so straightforward. Zhao Yanzi and Ling found 2 empty seats. They just sat down and started enjoying the beautiful view of the university. Hao Ren and Xie Yujia stood beside the steaming pickup window as they waited for their sizzling beef. "That's so, how can you pay?" You had already treated me to spicy hot pot last time, Hao Ren said to her. That only cost a few bucks. It doesn't count. You are going to represent the entire class in a race this afternoon. This can be a treat for you, Xie Yujia said with a smile. She smiled slightly, but it was honest and refreshing. You always talk about class honor and stuff, but you are buying me food with your own money. They aren't from the bank account of the class committee, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia suddenly pointed out the window and smiled. It's done. Seeing her happy face, Hao Ren found that even the serious class president had times when she was like a gluttonous kitty. They held 2 plates of sizzling beef each and walked to the table while enjoying the smell of the delicious food. Zhao Yanzi and Ling were both at the age when their bodies were growing. Therefore, they were already starving and couldn't hide the hungry look on their faces when they smelled the food. Xie Yujia smiled at Hao Ren as she saw Zhao Yanzi eating in a hurry. Zhao Yanzi completely disregarded how hot the beef was. Xie Yujia didn't believe that this little girl was Hao Ren's fiancée, and she treated Zhao Yanzi like a little sister as well. The 4 of them continued to have their lunch quietly. Xie Yujia didn't plan to ask this little girl for her name, and neither did Zhao Yanzi. After finishing their lunch, Xie Yujia looked at Hao Ren and said proactively, Hao Ren, it is still too early to go back. How about we walk around the campus? Hao Ren was about to agree when Zhao Yanzi interrupted and said, Uncle, didn't you promise me that you'd show me around? Xie Yujia paused for a moment. She quickly thought that Zhao Yanzi was misunderstanding the situation and said, I meant the 4 of us could walk around the university. Don't bother, I'll just walk around with him, Zhao Yanzi said decisively. Xie Yujia received a light blow, but that didn't make her mad. Fine, Hao Ren, you can keep them company. She suddenly felt that this little girl had such a strong possessive desire. I can't erase her hostility even after buying her lunch. Did she really think that I'm going to take away her big sister's boyfriend? Thinking of this, Xie Yujia started wondering again. Who is the big sister of this little girl? Is she beautiful? As she was about to leave, Zhao Yanzi suddenly yelled towards the gate of the cafeteria in excitement, Big sister. Xie Yujia looked back at the gate. Hao Ren also turned around as soon as he heard Zhao Yanzi's yell. Su Han showed up at the gate wearing a long striped blue dress. She walked towards Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren slowly as if her feet didn't even touch the ground. Her graceful elegance seemed to block all the grease and smoke of the cafeteria. Xie Yujia was so shocked that she had to cover her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound. Her big sister is Su Han. The teacher who made all the guys lose themselves in reverie? Hao Ren's girlfriend is Su Han? No wonder Su Han asked Hao Ren to go to her office a few days ago. The reason was. Xie Yujia was so puzzled that she was lost in the mind trap she had set up for herself. I was looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come here. Su Han walked up to Zhao Yanzi and said to her. All the students who were having lunch were genuinely shocked as they saw Su Han appearing in the cafeteria. The impression they had of Su Han was that she was so pure and elegant that she would never show up in any cafeteria at the university. What do you want from me? Zhao Yanzi looked at Su Han in confusion. Su Han took a glance at Hao Ren before slightly holding onto Zhao Yanzi's arm. I'll show you around the university. Like what Hao Ren experienced last time, Su Han's move seemed slow and elegant, but it didn't allow Zhao Yanzi to get away. Zhao Yanzi's wrist was already in Su Han's hand before she realized it. Seeing Zhao Yanzi got taken away by Su Han helplessly, Hao Ren paused for a few seconds and then turned around to look at Xie Yujia and Ling. Let's go back to the sports field, he said. Chapter 37. Definitely no chance to win when Hao Ren, Xie Yujia, and Ling went back to the field. The 400-meter hurdle had just begun. They walked back to the spectator stands while watching the race on the track. There was, theoretically, 2 hours set aside for lunch, but only a few students went to the cafeteria for lunch. Most of them were just eating cookies and bread, playing cards, or chatting while watching the games. Zhao Jiayi and other guys were surprised and excited to see Hao Ren and Xie Yujia come back together. Nobody could have ever predicted that Hao Ren would get so close to the class president Xie Yujia unknowingly. Especially since Hao Ren seemed so honest and shy. Xie Yujia will probably become his girlfriend if everything continues to go smoothly, they all thought. Hey, last time you have said that if Ren could get a girlfriend within the 4 years of university, You would give 1,000 yuan to me and Cao Ronghua. Noticing what was going on, Zhou Liren, who just lost 30 yuan playing cards, yelled at Zhao Jiayi. Zhao Jiayi used to think that it was absolutely impossible for Hao Ren to find a girlfriend, but he was starting to panic now. However, it wasn't in his character to break promises. Therefore, he thought for a while and said, Zhou Liren, how about we have another bet? This time, we will bet on the ranking Ren could get in this race. The classmates around them were also excited and ready to join in on the bet when they heard Zhao Jiayi's suggestion. Hee, this is interesting. We are in. Fine. The bet is open. Throwing away the cards in his hands, Zhao Jiayi picked up a paper and a pen from the ground and began writing down and recording the bets. The ratio will be 1 to 1 if you bet on Hao Ren getting the last place, 1 to 1.5 if you bet Hao Ren will get the second last place, 1 to 50 if you think Hao Ren will get the second place, and 1 to 100 if Hao Ren you think Hao Ren can get the first place. Others got excited as soon as Zhao Jiayi started the bet. I bet 100 yuan on Hao Ren getting the last place. I bet 50 yuan on Hao Ren getting the second last place. I'll bet on the second last place too. He can't be so weak that he will get the last place, right? I bet 10 yuan on him getting the last place. 10 yuan profit is still profit. As they were making bets at full blast, Hao Ren and Xie Yujia sat down in their old spots. They had no clue as to what the guys were doing. Ling also sat back down as she quietly enjoying her drink. Her appearance was average. She wasn't good looking but wasn't ugly either. She went back home with Zhao Yanzi after school every day, and they skipped class together today. It was obvious that she was Zhao Yanzi's best friend at school. Aside from Zi's special status, she is just a normal middle school girl who has her best friend, her own hobbies, and her own temper, Hao Ren thought. Following the 400-meter hurdle, there were a few female games. The 400-meter relay race, the 1600-meter relay race, and 800-meter race. The appearance of female students dressed in tight tops and shorts instantly heated up the field that was silent and dull. Eastern Ocean University was a comprehensive university. Every major possessed comparative teaching resources and research abilities. The feature that made it most popular was probably the number of beautiful female students it had. The eyes of all the guys on the spectator stand lit up, and the binoculars laying beside their feet were picked up again. It was finally showtime for the majors that had more girls than guys. Majors such as liberal arts, film and television, and fine arts were going to demonstrate their athletic abilities. Seeing Hao Ren stare at the track with sharp interest, Xie Yujia seized the chance to tease him. There are so many pretty girls at Eastern Ocean University, and you still don't have a girlfriend? There is a pretty girl in my class. Is it necessary for me to find one somewhere else? Hao Ren said casually without even looking back. Xie Yujia froze for a moment. Then she looked at the calm expression on Hao Ren's face, making sure he didn't have any other special meaning. She then asked after thinking for a while, do you have a girlfriend already? Following the start line on the track, Hao Ren reviewed the beautiful and well-built girls one by one and didn't even hear Xie Yujia's question. Xie Yujia's face turned red. She had planned on taking the opportunity to ask Hao Ren more about Su Han. However, after giving it a few more thoughts, she held back as she felt she had been too gossipy recently. Bang! 8 beautiful girls started running as soon as the starting pistol fired. Although their speed couldn't be bracketed with that of the guys, their slim and gorgeous figures were the most wonderful scene for the guys on the stand. The fluttering black silky hair, the flying long and slim legs, the waving soft and tender arms, and the blushing cheeks. They were all showing the charm of sports. Ahem. 2 coughs sounded behind Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked back and saw Zhao Yanzi standing behind him. He didn't know when she came back. He moved a bit to the left, leaving some space for her. Then he asked, how is it? Not that good. You seem so happy staring at the beautiful girls. Your drools almost dripped down your mouth. Zhao Yanzi sat down and said in a jealous tone. Hao Ren then realized that he was so focused on looking at the race of the beautiful girls that he didn't even hear anything Xie Yujia had said. However, he was too embarrassed to ask her what she had said earlier. Though he can't be blamed. No guys would be able to stay calm while seeing so many beautiful girls. Didn't the other guy's eyeballs almost pop out? Obviously, Hao Ren wouldn't explain this to his fiancée. He pretended to look back seriously at Zhao Yanzi. He tried to say something but didn't end up saying a word. Actually, he really would like to know what Su Han and Zhao Yanzi talked about, but he couldn't ask because Xie Yujia was there. The next event will be the 1500-meter race for men. All participants, please enter the field and get ready. The radio announcement on the field went off again. It's your turn. Xie Yujia reminded Hao Ren. Hao Ren stood up and was about to walk down from the stand. Xie Yujia grabbed him immediately and took out a number tag from her bag. Here, put it on. She stood up and was going to put it on Hao Ren's chest, but she seemed to have remembered something. In the end, she just handed it to Hao Ren. Put it on yourself, she said. Hao Ren nodded, pulled off the plastic, and stuck the tag with the number 8 onto his chest. All participants, please enter the field, the announcement continued on the radio. All of a sudden, Hao Ren felt a bit nervous. Xie Yujia gave him an encouraging smile, clenched her fist, and made a cheering gesture to him. Hao Ren smiled back at her as he took a deep breath and walked down the spectator stand. You have to get the first place, Zhao Yanzi urged him. Hao Ren didn't look back. Instead, he waved his hand and walked to the track firmly. No matter if it were the first place or last, there wouldn't be any regrets as long as he tried his best. This was Hao Ren's belief ever since elementary and middle school. This also explained how Hao Ren could get to the finish line successfully when everyone else collapsed. Number 8 corresponded with the most outer track on the field. It was the most disadvantageous position for long-distance races. Huang Zuji, dressed in golden sportswear, was doing some stretches. He didn't even have a number tag on him. Then, he walked towards Hao Ren. Hao Ren took a look at him but didn't say anything. Get in position, the starter made his command. Hao Ren got ready as he got on all fours and stay on his knees with his butt on his heels. Huang Zuji was behind him. His position was on the second most outer track. He was only half a meter away from Hao Ren. Sophomore, I'll let you know today what our difference is, he whispered to Hao Ren. Hao Ren looked over his shoulder slightly and saw Huang Zuji's golden Nike running shoes and tight leg muscles. Ready, set, bang, the starting pistol fired. Chapter 38. The Sticky Candy Strategy. The 8 contestants including Hao Ren shot off almost at the same time. Hao Ren's starting point looked to be the foremost, but he was, in fact, farthest from the inner track. Since runners would cut into the inner track as soon as they start in the 1500-meter races, Hao Ren had to do so. When he cut into the inner track, he was the second last while the runners who started from the tracks closer to the inner track were all running ahead of him. As for Huang Zuji, due to his superior explosiveness, he had successfully grabbed the leading position even though his starting point in the 7th track. The situation was such that Hao Ren had to overtake 6 of the 7 runners before he could run against Huang Zuji and win the race. During the process, he had to make sure that he wouldn't be overtaken by those who he passed. On the spectator stand, Xie Yujia frowned slightly when she saw the disadvantageous starting point Hao Ren had taken. Zhao Yanzi was also staring at the racetrack anxiously as if she was concerned about Hao Ren's performance as well. Meanwhile, the 8 runners had lined up on the inner track with Hao Ren close to the tail. He didn't look eager to overtake any runners, and the others were also content with their current positions as they reserved their strength and tried to pass others at the right time. Now, Huang Zuji was leading the race while the others followed closely. Just by looking at them, it seemed like they were training for a long-distance marathon. Go! Go! Huang Zuji! Go! Go! Huang Zuji! The girls' cheers got louder. Some of them even rushed down from the stands and got into the field to cheer for Huang Zuji. Due to their large numbers, the volunteers responsible for maintaining order couldn't keep them all out and thus tolerated them as long as they didn't interfere with the race. As if they were watching a race car event, they formed a circle around the tracks as they cheered Huang Zuji on up close. After some consideration, Xie Yujia also got down from the stand and walked into the field to cheer for Hao Ren. By now, the runners had finished one lap which was 400 meters. They began to show some fatigue as their steps were not as swift as they had been at the beginning of the race. The competition for stamina had begun. Hao Ren was the first to start overtaking his competitors. From his original 7th position, he overtook 2 runners in one go. Keep it up. Standing by the field, Xie Yujia raised both of her hands to cheer for him. Hao Ren's overtaking didn't attract much attention since he was still at the rear end of the line. More attention was focused on the repeated passing between the second place and the third place runners. Huang Zuji, on the other hand, was now so far ahead of everyone that no one could threaten his leading position. After overtaking 2 runners, Hao Ren steadied his pace and adjusted his breathing before speeding up and passing another runner. The former 4th-place runner purposefully stepped to the right as he tried to block Hao Ren's path. However, Hao Ren easily dodged his blocking and successfully overtook him. Xie Yujia was amazed at his smooth movements. Sitting on the stand, Zhao Yanzi's eyes lit up as well since Hao Ren's movement contained the steps of life and death originating from the 8 trigrams. It was not a movement that he had learned and copied, it was natural. Is it possible that he had unintentionally reached the first level of the spirit concentration scroll and understood the makeup of the world? Zhao Yanzi wondered. She wanted to go down to the field and take a closer look, but she gave up on the idea knowing that she wouldn't see much due to her small size. Resigned, she stayed on the stand. After taking the 4th place, Hao Ren gradually gained speed and moved closer to the 2nd place and 3rd place runners who had been repeatedly overtaking each other. Now people's attention finally turned to Hao Ren. On the stand, Zhao Jiayi and the guys had been concerned with the race since the beginning. They were actually worried because of the bets they made. Seeing Hao Ren overtook runners before him one by one, Zhao Jiayi grinned with joy since most of the guys in the class had bet on Hao Ren ending with either the last place, the second last place, or the 6th place. If Hao Ren won the 4th place, he the banker would be rich with all the gains. It's no use. He is running fast now, but he will be passed later, Yu Rong who had bet 100 yuan on Hao Ren getting the second last place said firmly. Yeah, if he doesn't save his energy, he won't keep his place on the last lap. The others agreed with him. Hao Ren, good boy. You could take the 4th place in this highly competitive athletic games. Even though you are only temporarily 4th, it is a great achievement, Zhao Jiayi thought to himself. Zhao Jiayi knew how great the runners competing on the tracks were. He was even familiar with some of them as he had played basketball with them. They were either local municipal champions or got placed 1st or 2nd in provincial races. If the gamblers on the stands had been on the track racing against them, they would have been left behind by at least more than half a lap now. That was why Hao Ren's 4th position was a great feat. Zhao Jiayi caught a glimpse of Xie Yujia who had been rooting for Hao Ren while jogging along with him. Gazing at Xie Yujia's vibrant and young figure, Zhao Jiayi lamented silently at Hao Ren's luck for having such the support and encouragement of such a beauty. Thud. Thud. Hao Ren's feet stepped firmly on the synthetic tracks while his arms swung rhythmically. His steps looked heavy, but a fresh breeze went with him when he passed by the speculators. After Hao Ren took the 4th position, the students both on the stands and around the field began to notice the normal number 8 runner. With a red face, he had been advancing steadily without showing too much fatigue. Who is this guy? Is he from the mechatronic engineering major? He was taking the rear at the beginning of the race. People began to talk about Hao Ren because they found that this runner with the number 8 tag on his chest was running steadily and even speeding up slowly while others began to slow down. Xie Yujia watched Hao Ren as he passed the curve in front of her and saw the drops of sweat on Hao Ren's face clearly. She was touched by his decisive expression. He looked at the ground ahead of him and was oblivious to the fact that many pretty girls were cheering on Huang Zuji. Xie Yujia felt an extraordinary attraction while she looked at his earnest and persistent expression. Just a moment ago when the girls were competing, Hao Ren looked like every other guy around as he watched the performance of the pretty girls on the tracks enthusiastically. However, when real responsibility fell on his shoulders, sweat dripped down from his chin. Some of it soaked his shirt while the rest dropped onto the track and shattered in pieces before sinking into the ground. While the other girls were still cheering for Huang Zuji due to his handsome face and dashing figure, Xie Yujia was attracted to Hao Ren. On the spectator stand, Zhao Yanzi had her eyes locked on Hao Ren and gradually understood his movement. Each of Hao Ren's steps seemed to contain Taoist principles and thus were extraordinarily steady and firm. A unique aura seemed to have surrounded him while nature's essence flowed through him. His aura was gradually transforming because of all this. Zhao Yanzi couldn't get to the bottom of it. She wished Su Han had been here since she would have been able to tell her what level Hao Ren was on. She didn't realize that the most important thing for cultivation was the one-mindedness between one's mind and one's spirit. Hao Ren did much better than her in this field. On the rooftop of the stadium nearby, Su Han in a blue dress stood against the blue sky and watched the race intently. She nodded with appreciation and soon disappeared with a flash. While the second place and the third place runners were still trying to overtake each other, like a floating ghost, Hao Ren passed both of them with ease. They were astonished and tried to overtake him, but Hao Ren just left them in the dust. In their panic, they didn't notice Hao Ren's light steps. His steps were silent, and his breathing was quiet. It felt like he was talking a walk. It was impossible for the other runners to race against him. It seemed like he was flying. No way. In the spectator stand designated to Hao Ren's class, all the guys stood up as they were stunned. In the blink of an eye, Hao Ren's ranking had turned from the original 7th to 2nd. No one knew how it happened, even though Hao Ren had overtaken his rivals one after another before their eyes. Hearing the crowd's gasps of astonishment, Huang Zuji, who had been leading with ease, turned his head. He found in shock that the second-placed runner was gaining on him. This second-placed runner was no other than the sophomore, whom he regarded with disdain. Distracted, he stumbled and almost fell. This precarious movement caused a wave of alarming shrieks among the girls. Huang Zuji didn't regard the shrieks as the girls' concern for him. Instead, he was humiliated by the sound. He gritted his teeth and was determined to not allow Hao Ren to go near him. Huang Zuji sped up abruptly, and the girls' cheering got louder with his acceleration. Go! Go! Huang Zuji! A crisp voice appeared among the others. Hao Ren turned his head slightly and saw the so-called most popular girl of the university, Lin Li, cheering for Huang Zuji beside the track. Damn it! The woman is so blatant. Zhao Jiayi stood up in fury when he saw Lin Li cheering for Huang Zuji. Even though Lin Li was not in their class, she was in the same major and as Zhao Jiayi and Hao Ren. Zhao Jiayi would understand if Lin Li didn't cheer Hao Ren on since they weren't in the same class, but Lin Li was now cheering for Huang Zuji, who was Hao Ren's competitor from another major. This was unacceptable to Zhao Jiayi. In fact, the other guys from Hao Ren's class and some of the guys from Class 3 were also enraged. After all, it was okay for one to not participate in the events, but one must guard one's major's honor. On the track, Huang Zuji thought he had pulled away from Hao Ren and relaxed a bit. However, when he looked back, he found that Hao Ren was catching up again steadily. He sped up again. When he looked back, Hao Ren was still gaining on him at a steady pace. This guy's is like a sticky candy. Last time when I watched him practice at night, he didn't look like he could be my rival. Huang Zuji felt threatened for the first time. He turned his head around to glance at Hao Ren, and he found his rival looking calm and breathing evenly. His rival was running with perfect form. Is it possible that he doesn't even regard me as his rival? Is he just trying to surpass himself? Is it possible that in his eyes, I'm nothing? These thoughts suddenly occurred to Huang Zuji. Seeing Hao Ren making gains on him step by step, Huang Zuji, who had his eye on the first place, immediately regulated his breathing and sped up. Seeing the distance between Huang Zuji and Hao Ren gradually got shorter, Lin Li, who was wearing a miniskirt, cheered for Huang Zuji again. Xie Yujia happened to be standing near her, and she got angrier while she watched. She bumped the excited Lin Li in the waist with her elbow intentionally. Ouch! Lin Li frowned as she put her hand on her waist and turned angrily to the person beside her. When she saw it was Xie Yujia, the class president of Class 2, her arrogance abated a bit instantly. She glared at Xie Yujia unpleasantly. Sorry. Xie Yujia apologized insincerely before bringing her palms around her mouth to form the shape of a trumpet. Go! Go! Hao Ren! She shouted. Lin Li gritted her white teeth while she glared at Xie Yujia. However, she didn't dare to release her anger. She knew about Xie Yujia's great reputation at the university. Xie Yujia was even on good terms with those tough figures. Since Xie Yujia was cheering loudly for Hao Ren, Lin Li was ashamed of herself and didn't continue cheering for Huang Zuji anymore. As the race went on, the distances between the runners were getting bigger. The last place runner lagged behind the first place runner by about half a lap, and competition for higher placements was still fierce. Hao Ren and Huang Zuji were in the lead. The third place runner was well behind them, while the fourth place runner could overtake the third place runner at any minute. As to the rest of the contestants, they couldn't engage the audience's attention. On the spectator stand, Ling turned to Zhao Yanzi abruptly and complimented, Your uncle is quite amazing at long-distance races. Of course. Zhao Yanzi pursed her lips with pride. Chapter 39. The power of the crowd. Soon, the long-distance race entered the last 1.5 laps and the competition got fierce. The match between Hao Ren and Huang Zuji for first place had undoubtedly become the focus of the audience. The 1500-meter race had not been under the spotlight until Huang Zuji entered the race. The girls had been eagerly anticipating the event. While Hao Ren gradually gained on Huang Zuji and threatened his leading position, the guys in the spectator stand all put down the cards they had been playing and began to watch the race carefully. For them, it was quite refreshing when someone could threaten Huang Zuji's position as the permanent champion. Apart from the issue of strengths, it would be a disgrace to Huang Zuji if someone could take the first place from him. What a sensation it would cause. Huang Zuji's breathing became short, and his steps got heavier. As a veteran athlete, he had regarded the champion of the 1500-meter race as something that was already in his bag. But now, some unknown guy was catching up to him. It was like a loud slap to his face. Naturally, East Ocean University was full of people with unusual abilities and Huang Zuji was only one of them. On the other hand, Hao Ren had a firm look on his face, and his steps remained steady. When he passed the start line, he glanced at the sign on the side of the tracks. 1. There was only 1 lap left. On the spectator stands, all the guys standing beside Zhao Jiayi were stunned. They had not expected that Hao Ren could reach second place and could even maintain his placement for so long. In other words, as long as Hao Ren didn't make any mistakes, he would surely get the third place even if his stamina ran out on him later. None of them had betted that Hao Ren would enter the top 3. Standing among them, Zhao Jiayi had a huge grin on his face since no one winning meant that him the banker was the real winner. Hao Ren, drink some water. Xie Yujia dashed along with Hao Ren by the side of the track as she handed him a bottle of water with its cap removed. Glancing at her gratefully, Hao Ren took some gulps as he continued running. Afterward, he handed the bottle back to Xie Yujia. A girl followed suit and handed a bottle of water to Huang Zuji a few meters in front of Hao Ren. Surprisingly, Huang Zuji pushed away the girl's arm, and the water spilled all over the track as the bottle fell to the ground. This ungracious act showed Huang Zuji's fury. Go, uncle! Sitting on the spectator stand, Zhao Yanzi shouted abruptly. Hao Ren glanced up at her and gave her a gesture of victory. Then, with his eyes glued to track in front of him, his body tilted slightly forward while his heels continued to step onto the ground. With a snap, he shot forward like a bullet. Sprint. He was sprinting. Everyone was screaming in their heads. He began to sprint with 1 whole lap left. It was 400 meters away from the finish line. Seeing the astonished faces around him, Huang Zuji in the leading position involuntarily looked back. When he saw Hao Ren sprinting toward him like a rocket, he hurriedly moved to the right as he tried to block him. Hao Ren didn't slow down. Running close to the inner track, he leapt into the air lightly and passed Huang Zuji through the gap on his left side. It was like a move from the hurdle race and a breakthrough in a soccer game. Huang Zuji's heart sank. When he tried to block again, Hao Ren had overtaken him. It was the first time in his whole life that he was overtaken by someone with such arrogance and ease. He felt like Hao Ren showed him the ultimate contempt. But he will regret sprinting so early. Gazing at Hao Ren who was moving fast away from him, Huang Zuji thought to himself with resentment. Go! Ren! On the spectator stand, Zhao Jiayi abruptly stood up and shouted. From the morning until the afternoon, he had been playing cards with Zhou Liren and some others and didn't pay much attention to the events. It was his first cheer of the day. Go! Ren! Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua joined him. One after another, Yu Rong, Jiyu Jiadong, Chen Ke, Huang Jianfeng, and other classmates who were close to Hao Ren began to cheer for him. Their cheering drew the attention of other classmates, and they all stood up and cheered loudly. Their high spirit spread to other classes. From the neighboring Class 3 to Class 1 to Class 4, soon, all the students from the mechatronics engineering major began to cheer for Hao Ren. Then, the spirit spread to the other majors. Soon, the entire engineering faculty began to cheer for Hao Ren. Go! Go! Ren! The cheering resonated across the whole field, and the voices got louder and more distinct. Their faculty had the highest percentage of guys, and their collective cheering was a magnificent sight. Meanwhile, the cheering for Huang Zuji from the girls was shattered as if small waves were hit by the tsunami. Hearing the deafening cheers, Huang Zuji panicked for the first time. He even found that the guys from the other faculties were cheering for the sophomore. You all want me to lose? A wave of fury surged in Huang Zuji's mind, and the fury was a source of newfound energy as it allowed him to sprint forward. On the tracks, the first two runners continued to sprint as if they were in a 100-meter dash. They sprinted forward with all their strength as the finish line was still 300 meters away. Hearing the deafening uniformed cheering, Hao Ren felt a strength surging in his body. Stepping hard on the ground, he began to speed up. Huang Shuiji, who was also sprinting, got left in the dust as he saw Ren run away at an insane speed. He knew he would never catch up. Despair engulfed him. He had regarded his opponent with contempt, yet this opponent had easily overtaken him and created a distance of more than 20 meters between them. When Hao Ren was almost at the finish line, he looked back to see if Huang Zuji was right behind him. This subconscious behavior was noted by most of the people in the audience. So arrogant. He even looked back when he sprinted across the finish line. Damn! It was a blatant taunt, it was an easy win. Of course, Hao Ren didn't hear those comments. When he saw Huang Zuji was still far behind him, he relaxed before sprinting across the finish line. Huang Zuji also reached the finish line 3 seconds later. One of his buddies tried to drape a jacket over his shoulders but was pushed away by him forcefully. With a pair of red eyes, Huang Zuji dragged his exhausted body to the locker room without looking back. He wasn't even planning to attend the award ceremony. On the rostrum, Lu Qing, the vice president of the university, slouched on a chair with a cup of tea in his hand. He grinned while his gaze followed Hao Ren, who was walking towards Xie Yujia as soon as he won the race. Chapter 40. Who would win the fight? A simple awards podium was built in the middle of the field. Hao Ren and the third-place runner walked onto it successively, but Huang Zuji couldn't be found by the organizers. The broadcaster had no choice but to announce that Huang Zuji was injured and won't participate in the award ceremony. The girls in and out of the field murmured among themselves with concern. The fact was, they didn't care if Huang Zuji won the first place in the competition or not. All they wanted was for him to continue to be handsome and cool. Despite the vacancy on the awards podium, the award ceremony went on, and Jiyu Jialing, the student council president, presented the certificates of merit to Hao Ren and the third-place runner. The certificates were just a symbol, while the most attractive part of the awards was that the champion of each event would get 1,000 yuan in cash, second place would get 500 yuan, and third place would get 250 yuan. The prize money was set up to encourage participation in the competitions. Of course, people like Zhou Liren who knew they were weak would never enter the competitions just for the money. While Hao Ren was receiving the certificate of merit and prize money, Zhao Jiayi was busy collecting his money. Hurry! Hurry! Hand me the money you lost in the bet. He waved the paper written with records of the bets. Yu Rong, 200. Chen K, 300. And don't run, Zhou Liren. You owe me 200, too. Those guys were both pleased and reluctant. On the one hand, they were surprised and happy that Hao Ren had won first place. On the other hand, they scolded themselves for underestimating his strength. With the certificate and prize money in hand, Hao Ren walked back to the stand while talking to Xie Yujia. He looked for Zhao Yanzi and Ling, but found that they were gone. Zhao Jiayi. Where are the girls who were sitting here? Hao Ren raised his head and asked Zhao Jiayi, who was busy collecting money. Oh, they left after you crossed the finish line, Zhao Jiayi answered. Well, Hao Ren was a little disappointed. But he soon rallied and shouted at Zhao Jiayi, I won the prize money. I will treat you all to dinner tonight. Forget it. Zhou Liren, who had lost 200 yuan, shouted sulkily, Zhao Jiayi has won much more than you. Dinner is on him. Hearing Zhou Liren's suggestion, the other guys who had lost yelled in agreement, yeah, it's on Zhao Jiayi. Zhao Jiayi was never a stingy person. On the contrary, he was the most generous one among the group. He laughed. Okay, tonight, let's go eat something fancy. I will spend all my winnings to celebrate Hao Ren's victory. The others all agreed. After all, they were proud that Hao Ren won the race, and none of them minded their small losses. Xie Yujia smiled with joy at the friendship among the guys. Class president, you come with us too, Zhao Jiayi shouted. Xie Yujia was surprised. Don't count me in. You guys have a good celebration. Come on. Come on. Zhao Jiayi coaxed her with enthusiasm while the other guys shouted in agreements. Xie Yujia blushed. Okay, I will join your celebration. But, you must invite the girls in the class as well. She wouldn't find it awkward if she weren't the only girl among them. They only had 6 girls in the class, so Zhao Jiayi waved his hand grandly and shouted, okay, I invite all of them. The next event is the aerobics competition. All the contestants, please enter the field as soon as possible. The broadcaster announced the next competition. At the announcement, the boisterous guys suddenly became quiet while their eyes lit up. Then, they howled with delight. Well, these guys, Xie Yujia sighed with helplessness and sat down. Of course, she knew what was on the guys' minds. They faked interest in the aerobics competition while they focused their attention on the girls who were competing. The origin of this chapter's debut can be traced to N.0. Vel. B. J. N. Hao Ren sat down. He moved a bit closer to Xie Yujia. URM. Class President. I want to donate my 1,000 yuan prize money to the class. I plan to spend it on the dinner, but now that I don't have to pay for it. Staring at Hao Ren, Xie Yujia interrupted him. Why donate it? You won it. Besides, you won honor for the class and the department. You deserve it. Hao Ren froze a little looking at her serious expression. Okay, then I will keep it, he said. In fact, he felt he owed a lot to Xie Yujia for his win, and donating the prize money to the class was his way of expressing his gratitude. Meanwhile, Xie Yujia looked away from Hao Ren and thought, Hao Ren is indeed different from the other guys. He is neither greedy nor dirty-minded. Her heart fluttered. But when she turned to Hao Ren again, she found him staring at the first aerobic contestant from the management department entering the field. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes lit up. Well, forget it, Xie Yujia was speechless. The aerobic competition was the last event. Pretty girls with great figures selected from each major leapt and swayed with the music. It was a pretty sight. This wise schedule had successfully kept a majority of the guys to the end of the whole competition. The competition ended with the announcement of the results of the unity prizes for each department. They were given by the school's management team according to the overall performance of each major in the competitions. The students on the stands left one after another. Zhao Jiayi sent out his invitations and led everyone to a barbecue restaurant. Except for the 2 girls who couldn't make it, 4 girls, including Xie Yujia, joined the 20-plus guys. When they entered the restaurant, they almost took up half of the small establishment. Hao Ren's victory in the long-distance race was unexpected but worthy of celebrating. To award Hao Ren, who was today's hero, Zhao Jiayi arranged Xie Yujia, the pink-faced beautiful class president, to sit next to him. Hao Ren tried to stop them while he kept apologizing to Xie Yujia. Fortunately, Xie Yujia knew their ways. She pouted with helplessness but was not angry. Beer, roasted meat, and pretty girls. All these raised the guys' adrenaline levels. They clinked their beer mugs repeatedly, and half of the barbecue restaurant became their venue of revelry. Under the persuasion of the naive-looking Cao Ronghua, Xie Yujia drank several glasses of beer. Sitting next to Hao Ren, her face was deep pink, and she looked sweet and bright like an apple. As for Hao Ren, they didn't go easy on him. Almost everyone came over to drink with him. Although it was only beer, Hao Ren began to feel the effects of the indulgent drinking. The scene looked more like a wedding feast just before the wedding night than a celebration for Hao Ren's victory. Half drunk, Hao Ren wanted to send a message to Zhao Yanzi to ask her if her trip back to school was safe and was she home yet. However, when he dug out his mobile phone, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have Zhao Yanzi's number. He patted himself on the head and lamented about his drunkenness. Hey! You are too loud. A harsh voice cut into their boisterous conversations with a loud bang on the table at the other end of the room. Zhao Jiayi and others stopped talking and looked toward that direction. A brawny guy with a crew cut was glaring at them while holding a glass of beer in his hand. This is a public place. If you find it noisy, you can go to another place, Zhao Jiayi turned to the guy and retorted. As the leader of the dorm, Zhao Jiayi had always put Hao Ren under his protection. When he was in middle school, he had been a big gun at his school and never had to back off from anyone. Sophomores, right? That guy looked at Zhao Jiayi as he stood up. When he stood up, the people in the room saw his unusual height. almost 6 feet 4 inches tall. He was one head taller than Zhao Jiayi. Sensing a fight was in the air, Xie Yujia stood up immediately and called out with her class president tone, "Zhao Jiayi, come back. Ignore him." However, Zhao Jiayi's motto was to never back off. He stared back at that guy without fear. The other guys eating with the tall guy abruptly stood up. Each of them was at least 6 feet tall, and they looked like a group of aggressive mountains when they stood together. Fearing for Zhao Jiayi's safety, the usually timid Zhou Liren, who was the tallest of the guys, rushed over and stood next to Zhao Jiayi. Then, the other guys in Hao Ren's class walked over and stood on both sides of Zhao Jiayi. Hao Ren was about to go as well, but Xie Yujia caught him with a firm grip. Zhao Jiayi's group had no advantage in height, but their number was 4 times of their opponents. If the fight broke out, the worst result would be heavy losses for both parties. Sensing that a fight was about to break out, Xie Yujia screamed, "Come back here, don't fight." But at that moment, who would care about her opinion? "You. Are you a bad *SS? The biggest guy with the crew cut suddenly pointed at Hao Ren, who was held back by Xie Yujia. Xie Yujia stared at that guy in astonishment and realized they were here to cause trouble for Hao Ren. She searched her brain and abruptly remembered that this guy was Bai Zhishang, a 4th-year student and the deputy captain of the university's basketball team. He was also one of Huang Zuji's good friends. "Are you here to mess with Ren?" While Xie Yujia racked her brains for a solution, Zhao Jiayi saw the real intention as he asked that guy directly. Although the guys in the mechatronics engineering department were a group of otakus, they stuck with each other when needed. They always teased Hao Ren, but they would never allow anyone to bully him. Never. "Zhao Jiayi, they are here for me." When Xie Yujia's grip on his arm slackened a bit, Hao Ren escaped her grasp and strode over. He didn't want Zhao Jiayi and his other buddies to get hurt because of him. Since they came for him, he had no reasons to hide. The big guy had planned to intimidate Hao Ren and didn't expect the ordinary-looking Hao Ren to have the guts to face him. The speech he had prepared for this occasion was now useless. He stared at Hao Ren blankly, trying to find a way out. At his silence, Hao Ren walked up to him and said, "If you think we are younger than you and would be good targets for bullying, you are mistaken. As seniors, you have nothing to be proud of. Huang Zuji does excel in some areas, but he is too full of himself. He overestimated himself, and that is why he lost to me." "You are indeed arrogant." Bai Zhishang looked down at Hao Ren and said. Hao Ren shook his head and sighed. "This is not arrogance. I'm trying to reason with you. You don't like me, just like how I don't like you. However, I didn't randomly mess with you, but you think you can mess with us just because you are seniors. There's no use reasoning with them. They messed with us. Let's fight with them." Zhao Jiayi shouted from the side. He had never liked these self-important guys who preyed on the weak. He was especially displeased with them since they had repeatedly taken the basketball court away from him and his friends. Swoosh, suddenly, a brown basketball flew in from the outside. The ball swept over Zhao Jiayi's head and smashed into Bai Zhishang's face. As strong as Bai Zhishang was, he couldn't withstand the sneak attack of the basketball, and blood flowed from his nose. "Who the FCK told you to come out? Get your *SSES back to the gym." A thundering shout exploded from the outside of the door. Hao Ren turned and saw a huge figure block the entire doorway. "Brother," an inaudible word jumped out of Xie Yujia's mouth. Chapter 41. Big Trouble. The 6 feet 4 inches tall Bai Zhishang didn't show any signs of fury on his dark face after he got hit. Instead, he shivered at the voice from the outside and looked very obedient. Likewise, the other members of the basketball team all looked nervous. With their heads lowered, they filed out of the restaurant silently. Each of them was slapped on the back of the head by the man waiting at the door. He struck Bai Zhishang with greater force and sent him stumbling several steps forward. However, the 6 feet 4 inches tall Bai Zhishang dared not to utter a word of complaint. Looking at the magnificent and big body standing at the door, Hao Ren and his buddies couldn't help but wonder about the man's great strength. Especially since he could hold this group of big guys in the basketball team in check. "Get your *SSES back to training." With another shout, the mysterious man escorted the basketball team members to the university, giving the people in the restaurant a magnificent broad back to look at. This man was even half a head taller than Bai Zhishang. He should be Xie Wanjun, the captain of the basketball team. Only he can keep those guys on the basketball team in control. Yu Rong, who was familiar with the situation at school, said. From the start to the end of the incident, Hao Ren had never gotten a glimpse of Xie Wanjin's face. This man was taller than the door when he was standing on the outside, and Hao Ren only got a glimpse of his back when he left. Okay, let's get back to our dinner. Hao Ren cleared his head and called out to the others. With an awkward smile on her face, Xie Yujia joined his efforts. However, their spirits were dampened by the interruption. Your victory over Huang Zuji disgraced him. His friends will probably make more trouble for you. Be careful. At Hao Ren's silence, Xie Yujia continued, but you don't have to worry. At most, they will just do something to make you uncomfortable. They won't do anything outrageous. I'm not worried. They are making trouble out of nothing. And it's not the first time the seniors bullied juniors in the school. They took basketball courts from Zhao Jiayi and his friends several times, and he had been wanting to summon some of his buddies to fight them, Hao Ren said. Xie Yujia sighed, you'd better not fight, or the school would punish you. She thought about talking to her older brother and asking him to tighten his control on the guys on the basketball team. However, she knew it would be little use since it couldn't eliminate bullying in the school as it was almost a part of the norms in the school. Besides, Huang Zuji, son of the deputy mayor of the city, set up the popular rock climbing club and was close to the other sports clubs in the school. He was especially close with the players on the basketball team, who were the unrivaled tough guys in school. The basketball team of East Ocean University was well known all over the country, and it was last year's champion of National College League, bringing great honor to East Ocean University. That was why the school treasured them despite their terrible academic performances. They triumphed over all the other ordinary students in strength, and more importantly, they had the school behind their backs as long as they didn't do things that were outrageous. Due to his close relationship with them, Hua Zuji could almost do whatever he wanted. Anyway, Hao Ren humiliated Huang Zuji by winning the race, and the latter would make trouble for him. Xie Yujia was a bit concerned about this. While Xie Yujia was troubled with all these concerns, Hao Ren was thinking about something else. He wasn't too concerned about Huang Zuji's retaliation, even though the latter was the son of the deputy mayor. What concerned him was the deep resentment between the so-called celebrity students and the regular students in the junior years. Zhao Jiayi and his buddies were repeatedly driven away from the basketball court by the members of the rock climbing club and some players of the basketball team. This was just one example of the bullying happening on campus. If the situation continued, a huge fight would break out sooner or later. If a fight broke out, no one would be the winner, especially the weaker ones like Zhao Jiayi. Hao Ren knew Zhao Jiayi had been contacting his buddies and was prepared to fight with those seniors from the rock climbing club and the basketball team if they kept up the bullying. Hao Ren wondered if it was time for him to dig out Lu Qing's card and have a pleasant conversation with the vice president of the university. The party ended in low spirits half an hour later. Zhao Jiayi returned to the dorm in a bad mood. If Hao Ren didn't persuade him, he would have summoned his buddies to go after those guys tonight. Ren, if they dare to make trouble for you, give me a call. Zhao Jiayi patted his chest and said. Hao Ren smiled and replied, I will be fine. They were just bluffing. They won't do anything serious. In this dorm, Zhao Jiayi was the big brother. Zhao Jiayi had many friends from all circles, so he felt like he should look after his roommates. However, he would never have guessed that Hao Ren had the school's vice president Lu Qing behind him. In fact, in the so-called Dragon Tribe, Lu Qing must respect Hao Ren and refer to him as Fuma One. Even without Lu Qing behind him, Hao Ren wasn't afraid of Huang Zuji. He had always kept a low profile because he didn't like to attract attention to himself, but he wasn't scared by trouble. The eventful day ended. The next day, everything returned to normal at school while some people still talked about what happened the day before. In class, Hao Ren immersed himself in preparing middle school English practice questions. Knowing Hao Ren was tutoring the little girl in the evening, Zhou Liren left him alone. The glory of the long-distance race champion was now just a memory. Hao Ren put the 1,000 yuan prize money into the shared funds box of the dorm room. It would be used for room 302's future entertainment activities. To Hao Ren, only those self-important guys would care about such vanities and the girls' screams. He did his best in the race because he entered his name into it and wanted to repay Xie Yujia for her encouragement. The sky turned dark in the evening. Hao Ren rode bus 767 and arrived on time at Zhao Yanzi's home, a two-story house. For some unknown reason, after having eaten food cooked by Zi's mother, Hao Ren's mouth would water each time he was on his way to Zi's home to tutor her. Since yesterday was Monday and he didn't come to tutor Zhao Yanzi, he was suddenly struck by a longing for the delicious dishes cooked by Zhao Hongyu when he was standing at the door. With papers in hand, Hao Ren pressed on the doorbell. Suddenly, thunder resonated in the sky, and a storm came instantly. A downpour commenced. Standing at the door, Hao Ren was half soaked in the blink of an eye. "Well, hurry in." Hearing the doorbell ring, Zhao Hongyu hurried over to answer it. Seeing Hao Ren getting soaked in the rain, she drew him in immediately. Boom! Boom! With another string of thunder, dashes of lightning flashed across the sky outside the windows. Very soon, the high buildings in the distance were engulfed by the white downpour. Hao Ren put down his papers while he shook his head to get rid of the water in his hair. Zhao Hongyu handed him a white towel and told him in a light tone, "You can stay here tonight. Today, elder son is responsible for the rainfall, and it shall last the entire night." Chapter 42. It all depends on you. Just when Hao Ren was struggling to answer, the sound of the doorknob being twisted interrupted him. It was Zhao Guang bringing Zhao Yanzi back. They didn't get wet at all since they were in the car. Although Zhao Guang seemed like a stern father, he showed how much he loved his daughter by going in person to pick her up from school on such a rainy day when he was a busy man. Zhao Hongyu walked over after her husband entered. "Since there's a storm today, I think Ren should stay over instead of going back in the rain," she said. "Okay, it should be elder son's rain, so it will probably last all night. It will be difficult even to drive him back. It's best for him to stay here." Zhao Guang nodded without hesitation. Hao Ren was too shy to express his opinion after both of them told him to stay. He wouldn't want to insist on leaving as they were both persistent in keeping him there. Zhao Guang would for sure give him a ride back if he insisted. However, Hao Ren didn't want to cause him so much trouble on a stormy night like this. Zhao Hongyu smiled pleasantly as she saw no objections from Hao Ren. "All right, let's have dinner first since it is ready." Zhao Guang, grab some dry clothes for Ren. He got all soaked on the way here to tutor Z. "And go wash your hands, Z," she said. "Okay." Zhao Guang nodded calmly and went upstairs to get some clothes. Zhao Yanzi stared at Hao Ren grudgingly from where she was standing as if she wasn't happy about her own turf being invaded. She still hadn't gotten used to the fact that her parents were treating Hao Ren as a part of the family. She could still endure it when they took him on the family trip, but now keeping him for the night. Who would know what was going to happen next time? Little girls were pretty territorial at this age, as they even drew lines across the shared desks at school to mark their territories. Hao Ren completely ignored her stare. He never regarded her as his fiancée. On the other hand, he only hoped for her English grade to pick up. If that happened, he wouldn't disappoint her parents who had been treating him so nicely. Soon, Zhao Guang walked downstairs with a set of gray plaid pajamas and handed it over to Hao Ren. "Go get out of your wet jacket first," he said. "Thank you." Hao Ren took the pajamas and put it on after taking off his own jacket. It was a bit large for Hao Ren, but it somehow fit. The four of them washed their hands and sat down for dinner. Hao Ren forgot about all the unpleasantness when he saw the delicious dishes on the table. Thinking back, it had been several days since Hao Ren enjoyed Zhao Hongyu's cooking. How lucky is Zhao Yanzi to have such a wonderful mother who was loving, caring, intelligent, and beautiful, he thought. "Ren, has Z shown any improvements in her English tests lately?" Zhao Hongyu suddenly asked about Zhao Yanzi's schoolwork while they were having dinner. Zhao Yanzi looked up at Hao Ren nervously when she heard the question. "There are some improvements. It seems like she is doing better than before." Hao Ren didn't answer directly. As a matter of fact, only Zhao Yanzi herself knew how bad her English was. Take it slow. Has she been doing well in school?" Zhao Hongyu continued to ask. Hao Ren was stunned for a moment as he thought she was asking about the time when Zhao Yanzi skipped class. He tried to think of a reasonable response but didn't know how to answer. Zhao Yanzi was trying her best to send him signals. She held onto her chopsticks tightly and curled her lips, giving him a threatening look. "Oh, what I mean is, do you think she is putting more effort into studying English?" Zhao Hongyu added. Hao Ren looked at Zhao Hongyu as he realized they didn't know about her skipping class yet. He was relieved and said, The knowledge points have been enhanced. She has probably been paying more attention in class. Hao Ren certainly couldn't reject the mother-in-law's request. He nodded and said, "Okay, I will try my best." English is her weakest subject. You don't need to tutor her specifically on other subjects. Is it okay if she comes to you with questions she can't do? Zhao Hongyu asked softly. No problem. Hao Ren said. Although he was stuck with an annoying little fiancée, he couldn't complain about having such an understanding mother-in-law. We love everything about Z. It is only her attitude towards studying that bothers us. Her grades have always been one of the worst in her class, and we are always embarrassed when we attend the parent-teacher meeting, she said. So that is why, Zhao Hongyu doesn't want to be embarrassed as a parent. Even for the charming Zhao Hongyu, it was hard for her to be proud of her daughter when Z has such bad grades. Hao Ren thought, hee. Even the dragon tribe suffers just like any other parents in the world. Z's little face blushed. Her lips pouted as she tried to defend herself, but she came up with nothing. Except for her excellent PE grades, she was amongst the worst students in all other subjects. Sorry for the trouble, Zhao Hongyu apologized softly when she realized that she had been asking a lot of him. That's okay, Hao Ren laughed. He would do his best to tutor Zhao Yanzi just for the sake of Zhao Hongyu. Relaxing classical music was being played in the room, and even the heavy rain couldn't disturb the cozy atmosphere. Zhao Guang had always been a man of few words as the head of the household. Zhao Hongyu, on the other hand, had a charming smile on her face as if she was satisfied with where life was headed. Zhao Yanzi frowned and pouted. She was probably coming up with ways to deal with Hao Ren's invasion into her life. Time passed by quickly as dinner reached an end. You can go help Z with her schoolwork in my studio after dinner. I'll go make the bed in her room so that you can rest well tonight, Zhao Hongyu said gently to Hao Ren. Phew, Hao Ren immediately spat out a mouthful of soup. Chapter 43. Past the probation period, not only did Hao Ren not know what to say, but Zhao Yanzi also looked at her mother dumbfoundedly. Zhao Hongyu smiled as she explained, what I meant was, you can sleep on Z's bedroom floor tonight. Z's bedroom is big enough. Besides, she also has her own washroom, and it's more convenient. Mom. Zhao Yanzi whined in dissatisfaction. No guy had ever slept over in her bedroom before. Zhao Hongyu was about to say that Hao Ren wasn't a stranger, but Hao Ren wiped the soup from his lips and said voluntarily, Z is a girl after all. It's not convenient for me to sleep in her bedroom. How about I sleep in the living room? Zhao Yanzi turned her head around and looked at Hao Ren without saying anything. She initially thought that this dirty uncle would seize the chance and sleep in her bedroom to make her feel uncomfortable. Hao Ren also had his own ideas. On the one hand, he didn't want to provoke Zhao Yanzi too much even with her parents' support. On the other hand, before they properly confirmed their relationship, he should still keep some distance from Zhao Yanzi. Otherwise, he might not be able to get away from her if he wanted to in the future. Zhao Hongyu looked at them and said, the first floor living room is too cold. If you're not sleeping in Z's bedroom, sleep in my studio in the attic upstairs. The room is a bit small, but it's still pretty warm. That sounds good. Hao Ren nodded. But Ren still has to take showers in your washroom. Zhao Hongyu turned around, looked at Zhao Yanzi, and said. Zhao Yanzi bit her lip in a grievance. Fine, she murmured. She felt like her territory was being divided up and given to Hao Ren. Even her parents were leaning towards him. This made Zhao Yanzi feel conflicted. Before she made up her mind to marry Hao Ren, any sort of contact without her consent was worth fighting for. This was her little pride, even though she sometimes thought Hao Ren wasn't that bad. Zhao Hongyu smiled sweetly to soften up the atmosphere. You guys go up now since you have finished eating. Hao Ren is sleeping here tonight anyway, so we're not worried about the time either. Take a shower first, get comfortable, and help Z with her schoolwork. Seeing that Zhao Hongyu was about to stand up, Hao Ren hurried and stood up first as he grabbed some dishes and chopsticks. Auntie, let me help you clean up. Haha, it's fine. Let me do it. You go upstairs and take a shower first, Zhao Hongyu said gently. Hao Ren insisted for a bit but failed to persuade Zhao Hongyu. He could only thank her for treating him to dinner. After Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi went upstairs, Zhao Hongyu, who was cleaning the table, asked Zhao Guang, what do you think after this period of observation? Zhao Guang nodded. He has a good character, a calm personality, and he's also nice to Z. Besides, there seemed to be a sign of him breaking through the second level of the spirit concentration scroll. Just like what Elder Lu said, he is a smart and non-ostentatious kid, he said. Then that means you officially approve of him. In fact, after interacting with him several times, I like him a lot as well. Zhao Hongyu stopped what she was doing and looked at Zhao Guang. Also, what are you planning to do with West Ocean? She asked. Counter soldiers with generals and cover water with soil. TL. A Chinese idiom which means there's always a solution to a problem. There's no use thinking about this now. We can only make Ren improve his strength as soon as possible. Zhao Guang's face turned solemn as he said calmly. On the second floor, Hao Ren held the materials for their tutoring session and entered Zhao Yanzi's bedroom as he smelled a light aroma. Despite the heavy rain outside, it didn't impact the silence of this small world. Hao Ren put down the materials and asked Zhao Yanzi, "Where's the washroom?" Humph. Zhao Yanzi turned her head and didn't answer him. "I haven't told your parents about you skipping school yesterday," Hao Ren looked at her and said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yanzi's ears perked up right away, and her facial expression revealed her anxiousness. "You, how dare you? There isn't anything I can't say. It was a fact that you skipped school," Hao Ren said again indifferently. That was to watch your competition." Zhao Yanzi glared at Hao Ren and raised her voice. "That's weird. I don't remember inviting you. You sneaked out yourself, and you're blaming it on me?" Hao Ren asked. Zhao Yanzi was speechless. Indeed, skipping school to watch Hao Ren's competition was just a small part. The real reason was that she wanted to see how lively it would be at a university's athletic competition. "Did you see that I got first place yesterday?" Hao Ren asked her again. "What is there to brag about? Obtaining first place in that kind of trashy competition." Zhao Yanzi blushed and almost wanted to beat Hao Ren up. Seeing that she got so anxious, Hao Ren laughed and whispered, "Then why did you come and watch?" Zhao Yanzi's chest was moving up and down from anger. This uncle has been going way too far and is getting more and more annoying, she thought. It was true that she wanted to see Hao Ren's results of the race, but it really made her angry that she went to watch him but also got mocked by him. She was angry and didn't realize that she had done the exact thing to Hao Ren several times before. "If you don't want me to tell your parents about you skipping school, improve your midterm class ranking of each subject by 10. You're threatening me." Zhao Yanzi showed her teeth and was so eager to bite Hao Ren's ears off. Hao Ren stuck out a finger and wiggled it. "I'm not threatening you, it's a condition," he said. "I won't accept it." Zhao Yanzi grabbed the pillow beside her and threw it at Hao Ren. Hao Ren avoided it and smiled again. "No rush. I will tell your parents that you skipped class if there isn't any progress on your midterm grades." Zhao Yanzi was very close to going crazy. She had never encountered such an experience when growing up. Especially since her parents, who used to spoil her, seemed to have taken Hao Ren's side now. Okay. Hao Ren comforted her when he felt like she was about to explode. "I'll go shower first. Where is the washroom?" "Over there. Don't you have eyes?" Zhao Yanzi pointed at a white cabinet. Hao Ren walked over, opened the white cabinet door, and found a well-equipped washroom hidden in there. What the heck? He thought. If no one told him about it, how could he find it? He walked inside and turned on the shower head. Indeed, he wanted to shower because his body was sticky from being soaked in the rain. However, it was his first time showering in a girl's home. After he took a hot shower and put on a bathrobe, he saw a brand new set of black pajamas folded tidily by the door of the washroom, and Zhao Yanzi was nowhere to be found. After he put it on and walked out of the room, he heard Zhao Yanzi's voice in the next room. Zhao Hongyu probably heard Hao Ren's footsteps and called, "Come in, Ren." Hao Ren pushed on the door carefully and entered Zhao Yanzi's parents' bedroom. It was a bedroom that was way bigger than Zhao Yanzi's, but the design of the bedroom was also very delicate. The presentation of the bedroom gave people an elegant and comfortable feeling. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu were both wearing comfortable pajamas. They laid on the 3 meters wide bed and faced the 54 inches plasma TV, which was playing an entertainment show. Zhao Yanzi was laying in between her parents and wore a set of pink pajamas. It seemed like she had showered in the bathroom that was connected to this bedroom. Seeing Hao Ren walk in, Zhao Yanzi, who was giggling just now, suddenly stopped. When Hao Ren saw that the family of 3 was having a good time, he felt like he shouldn't have entered. Zhao Hongyu stood up. Done showering? Leave your clothes in the washroom. I'll wash them for you, and they should be dry by tomorrow. No, it's fine. Hao Ren rushed to stop her. Don't worry. We're a family. You don't need to be shy. Zhao Hongyu neglected Hao Ren's intent, stepped out of the door, and went to Zhao Yanzi's room to get his clothes. Do you want to watch TV? Zhao Guang asked Hao Ren. No thanks. Hao Ren stood at the doorway and said blankly. You're still too tense, Ren, Zhao Guang said to Hao Ren. Then, he patted Zhao Yanzi's shoulder and said, go study and don't let your mom down. Zhao Yanzi stood up from the bed unwillingly, jumped on the rug, and put on a pair of pink cartoon slippers. Zhao Guang looked at their contrasting figures, tall and short, black and pink as they walked out of the bedroom. His gaze seemed distant as he sighed meaningfully. Chapter 44. It's not jealousy, it's inspection. After returning to Zhao Yanzi's room, Hao Ren realized it was almost 8 o'clock and decided to send a text message to Zhao Jiayi. He notified his roommates that he was not going back, just in case they got worried. The four of them had a very close bond. Thus, Hao Ren didn't want them to worry, especially during this sensitive period after Huang Zuji's incident. The primary upload of this chapter happened on B1 nanonewton 0 vel. Who are you texting? Zhao Yanzi came and looked when she saw Hao Ren busy texting someone. Hao Ren turned his body away and avoided her gaze. However, this made her even more curious, and she had to see. Message sent. Hao Ren put his cell phone back in his pocket. He turned back and looked at Zhao Yanzi. All right, sit down and let's start your lesson, he said. Zhao Yanzi sat down angrily. Suddenly, she raised her head and looked at Hao Ren from the side. You were texting that class president, right? Since when were you allowed to question me? Hao Ren reached his finger out and dabbed her nose. The pink pajamas made Zhao Yanzi look as cute as a rabbit, and the pink undertone of her fair skin was just like those of the porcelain dolls they sold at the store. Hao Ren had the urge to tease her a little. Hao Ren felt funny, especially when he noticed the jealousy in her voice. Paw. She hit Hao Ren's arm hard and had an extreme reaction toward Hao Ren's touch. What? Are you jealous? Hao Ren asked as he used his left hand to rub his right arm, which had turned red. Do you think I can't kick you out? Zhao Yanzi pointed at the outside and said viciously. At this moment, it was still raining cats and dogs. Even though it was quiet in the house, the sound of the rain outside was still audible, and it sounded like a huge storm. Hao Ren didn't want to worsen the atmosphere. He sighed. No, I sent a text message to my roommate and told him that I'm not going back tonight so they won't worry about me. Give me your cell phone. Zhao Yanzi reached out her pink and soft hand. Hao Ren sighed again and didn't think he should argue with a little girl. Thus, he took out his cell phone and handed it to her. Zhao Yanzi turned on the phone and actually started checking the text messages on his phone. Her serious expression seemed like that of a suspicious girlfriend, inspecting her boyfriend's phone. When she saw that the text message was sent to a guy named Zhao Jiayi, she snorted lightly and returned the cell phone to Hao Ren. Not worried anymore? Hao Ren put his cell phone back in his pocket and asked her intentionally. What is there to worry about? Zhao Yanzi defended herself. After all, Hao Ren still couldn't understand the little girl's mindset. He flipped open the study material. Let's start with English. Today, we are going to emphasize the knowledge point on the infinitive, to do something, he said. Zhao Yanzi bit her lips, ignored the thought of arguing with Hao Ren, and opened her notebook. This time, Hao Ren explained very carefully and attentively. He tried to slow down his explanations and started with the most straightforward concepts to the most difficult ones. After tutoring a few times, he knew what level Zhao Yanzi was at and how he should explain the key points accordingly. Zhao Yanzi seemed to be putting in more effort than before. She propped her chin up with her left hand as she memorized and processed the concepts at the same time. The pink pajamas emitted a light aroma. Her eyebrows were slightly raised. The appearance of Zhao Yanzi in deep thought was actually a little charming. This little girl is still pretty lovely when she's quiet. While explaining, Hao Ren thought to himself. Zhao Yanzi listened and started to blank out gradually. Her gaze moved to Hao Ren's face. Looking at the somewhat familiar and unfamiliar facial features, staring at the brightness in his eyes, and listening to various English sentences coming out of his mouth, Zhao Yanzi felt slightly dazed. The soft and wet hair stood up messily on top of Hao Ren's head and reflected the light, Compared to Hao Ren's normal dry hair, the wet hair seemed to have added some handsomeness to his appearance. Hey, why didn't you write anything down? Hao Ren waved his hand in front of Zhao Yanzi's unfocused eyes as he asked. Zhao Yanzi, recovering from blanking out, flushed slightly and asked, "Ah, where were we?" Hao Ren signed helplessly, "We're at the combination of subject grammar. Utilize it to be the subject of the sentence. For example, it is my duty to take care of you." Oh, Zhao Yanzi wrote the sentence down but didn't really understand, so she asked again, "What does this sentence mean? How come you don't know this simple sentence?" Hao Ren pointed at his notebook and said, "Duty is responsibility, and this sentence means taking care of you is my responsibility." He was angry and a bit depressed. He prepared detailed information and explained so clearly, but Zhao Yanzi didn't even care and blanked out. Seeing Hao Ren was getting slightly impatient, Zhao Yanzi got irritated as well. "I was at school all day and have to listen to you tutor at night. I'm already tired to death. Why can't I snooze for a bit?" Hao Ren wasn't feeling that great either and got angry when he saw her finding excuses for herself. "What kind of attitude is this? I am helping you out by teaching you." Knock. 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 3 knocking sounds came from the door. The door opened soon after. Zhao Hongyu, who walked in with a plate of snacks in her hands, asked, "What are you guys fighting about?" Half of Hao Ren's anger suddenly disappeared when he saw Zhao Hongyu. Zhao Yanzi's expression also turned tame. Nothing. We were discussing a knowledge point, and Z and I had different opinions," Hao Ren said. "Oh? Let me see." Zhao Hongyu didn't seem to buy his excuse. She walked over, picked up Zhao Yanzi's notes, and read with fluent English, "It is my duty to take care of you. Which means it is my responsibility to look after you. What's wrong with this sentence?" Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi were both embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Hao Ren felt weird as well. Why did I get so angry when Zhao Yanzi randomly talked back? It's a great sentence. Zhao Hongyu put Zhao Yanzi's notes down and moved the plate of snacks towards them. "It's been a while since we had dinner. Eat some snacks," she said. "Thank you, Auntie." Hao Ren grabbed a slice of cake. "Thanks, Mom." Zhao Yanzi pouted her mouth as she carefully grabbed a piece of desserts from the plate. "All right, I'm not going to disturb you anymore. Study hard." Zhao Hongyu took the plate and walked out of the room with a smile. Hao Ren and Zhao Yanzi looked at each other and felt a bit awkward. Strangely, the burning flames of anger couldn't seem to be ignited again. Hao Ren coughed twice and broke the silence. He followed the spirit Zhao Hongyu conveyed at dinner time and said, "We'll stop here for English. You don't have questions about other subjects, right? It seems like you're tired as well. Let's call it a day." Wah. Zhao Yanzi pulled out her drawer and grabbed a few thick exercise books. A smile of revenge emerged on her face as she spoke with a clear voice, "I suddenly feel energetic again." Chapter 45. Transforming into a fashionable woman. "I don't know how to do this one. And this. Opening the practice book, Zhao Yanzi circled with the ballpoint pen. Let me take a look." Hao Ren forced himself to look through the problems. "This is only math. And I still have physics, chemistry, biology, geology, one by one." Like in a magic show, Zhao Yanzi pulled out many practice books from that little drawer. Hao Ren was dizzy with exhaustion, and he could only solve a few of the problems. Meanwhile, Zhao Yanzi slouched in the chair with her arms crossed over her chest, looking at Hao Ren with a gloating smile. "Damn. How come the science courses in middle school have gotten so difficult?" Hao Ren cursed silently. However, since he couldn't humiliate himself in front of Zhao Yanzi, he had to rack his brain on the problems. While he was working on the 8th grade math problems, he thought about advanced mathematics. While he was working on the physics problems, he thought about college-level physics theories. The big gap between his current knowledge of the subjects and that of a middle schooler made it impossible for him only to solve the problems using middle school concepts. "Uncle, can you solve them or not?" While he was struggling with mounting frustration, Zhao Yanzi asked him in high spirit. Hao Ren had tormented her in English, and now she felt good about the retaliation. Putting his hands to his burning temples, Hao Ren felt he was going to explode. However, it was too shameful to admit that he, a student at a top university, couldn't solve middle school problems. Hand me all your textbooks, and I'll refresh my memory on the middle school concepts. Hao Ren put down the pen and said to her. Zhao Yanzi misunderstood him and said, but I need them for tomorrow's classes. It's fine. I only need them for tonight. Hao Ren looked confident. Wait. Standing up, Zhao Yanzi walked to the bed and picked up her backpack. She dug out 5 to 6 thick textbooks before handing them to Hao Ren. Sleep early tonight, Hao Ren said to her as he walked to the door with the textbooks in his hands. Zhao Yanzi looked at him, stunned. She was surprised that Hao Ren was still so nice to her and didn't get angry as she had expected. Before she could regain her composure, Hao Ren had left her room and walked up to the attic where Zhao Hongyu's studio was. She looked down at her pink pajamas and the soft skin under the collar and wondered, is he not attracted to me at all? He leaves as soon as he finishes tutoring as if it is a task to him, Zhao Yanzi thought as she looked down at the slight rise of her chest. All of a sudden, she thought of the pretty girl she met at East Ocean University during the athletic games. She snorted with disdain and jumped onto her bed. When Hao Ren got up to the studio, he found that neatly laid out bedding was placed on the clean floor, and on one side of the bedding hanged the clothes he had changed out of earlier. They had been washed and dried. Zhao Yanzi's mother is such a thoughtful and considerate woman. If Zhao Yanzi can grow into a woman with half of her mother's virtues, I will be a happy man. What am I thinking? Hao Ren put the textbooks on the floor before settling down. He picked a random textbook from the floor and began to study it. Outside, the storm continued into the night as predicted by Zhao Hongyu. Illuminated by the soft yellow light, the little attic was warm and quiet. While reading, he began to doze off. Clap! The book slid from his hands and fell to the floor. In her room, Zhao Yanzi was tossing and turning in her bed, unable to sleep. She turned on the lights and stared up at the ceiling covered with stars. After a while, she got up from her bed and tiptoed out of her room and up the stairs. She was curious about what Hao Ren was doing. When she found Hao Ren asleep with textbooks scattered around him, her suspicious heart was touched. The pitter-patter of raindrops outside made the small attic seem a little cold. You jerk, throwing my books everywhere. She thought for a moment and tiptoed into the room. She picked up the textbooks and was about to leave when a thought occurred to her. She bent down and quietly dragged the kicked-aside quilt over his body. She made a face at the sleeping Hao Ren and waved her hand in front of his face as if she was going to strike him. But in the end, she didn't wake him up. Carrying the heavy books, Zhao Yanzi returned to her room on the second floor. The next morning, when Hao Ren woke up, he was a bit startled to find himself not in his dorm. Sitting up, he saw the quilt had been kicked aside and realized that the textbooks beside him were gone. It was still raining, though not as heavily as last night. He changed into his own clothes and walked down the stairs to the first floor. When he passed by Zhao Yanzi's room, it was rather quiet. Chop! Chop! The chopping sounds came from the kitchen. Hao Ren walked in and found Zhao Hongyu who was in her apron busy in the kitchen. Morning, Auntie, he went in and greeted her. You up already? Zhao Hongyu smiled at him. How was your sleep last night? She asked. It was good. Isn't Z up yet? Hao Ren asked. She is a lazy bug and won't get up until someone wakes her. Go to Z's bathroom for your morning wash up. I put a new towel and a new toothbrush there for you, Zhao Hongyu said. I'll wait for her to get up. It's not right to barge into her room, Hao Ren said. Zhao Hongyu nodded with a smile. Indeed, if Z found that Hao Ren had seen her unladylike sleeping poses, she would fly into a rage and make a scene. Z's father will drive you to school. Relax in the living room for now, Zhao Hongyu said while chopping the Chinese mustard with ease. Minced pork congee with mustard and preserved egg? Let me help you. Hao Ren walked over and began to help. Zhao Hongyu didn't refuse his help. She smiled and said, You are a good boy. And you are a great mother, Hao Ren replied. Doesn't your mom cook you breakfast? Zhao Hongyu asked casually. She is very busy and has no time to do the things an ordinary mother does, Hao Ren answered after some thoughts. Sensing the faint disappointment in Hao Ren's tone, Zhao Hongyu smiled at him. It doesn't matter. This is your home now, she said. Hao Ren was touched. He wasn't certain about Zhao Yanzi's feelings toward him, but he knew Zhao Hongyu treated him as a member of her family. Not knowing how to answer her, he busied himself and worked silently. Soon after, Zhao Guang and Zhao Yanzi got up and came down to the first floor. By now, the deliciously smelling minced pork congee with mustard and preserved egg was on the table, a result of the joint efforts of Hao Ren and Zhao Hongyu. Hao Ren went into the bathroom in Zhao Yanzi's room to wash up, and Zhao Guang was pleased that Hao Ren had helped to make breakfast. Zhao Yanzi was surprised that Hao Ren was such a hard-working and able guy. However, when her mother scolded her for being surprised, she pouted in silent protest. When the simple breakfast ended, the storm which had been raging for the whole night ended as well. Zhao Guang got ready to drive Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren to school while Zhao Hongyu took off her apron and revealed the lotus flower halter top with thin straps underneath. She put on her sunglasses and grabbed a very ladylike black purse before entering the garage. 1 minute later, Zhao Hongyu drove a red Ferrari out of the garage. Hao Ren was surprised by Zhao Hongyu's instant change from a perfect mother to a fashionable woman. But then again, it wasn't that big of a surprise since Zhao Hongyu was a top-rated designer. He had only seen her role as the perfect mother recently and had forgotten that she had her own career. With her reputation and ability, she was probably leading her own elite team and running an independent studio. With a wave of her hand, Zhao Hongyu sped off in her shiny red Ferrari. The inception of this chapter's publication is linked to N0V3L, B1N. In his low-profiled black Chevrolet, Zhao Guang drove Zhao Yanzi and Hao Ren to their schools successively. Not wanting to draw more attention to him, Hao Ren asked Zhao Guang to drop him off hundreds of meters away from the school's main gate. After saying goodbye to Zhao Guang, Hao Ren walked to the main gate of the university. From afar, he saw some students hanging up a banner over the gate. A warm welcome to the world-famous biologist Hao Zonghua and globally well-known meteorologist Yu Yang, who will be giving lectures at the university. Chapter 46. How old are you? Hao Ren walked toward the banner and saw a line of smaller characters underneath the big ones. Thursday, March 18 at 8 p.m. in Shaw Auditorium. Next Thursday is a full week from now, but the school couldn't wait to put up the banner at the main gate. It is undoubtedly their way of showing off, Hao Ren thought. Although East Ocean University was currently a comprehensive university, its goal was to become a research-focused university. To reach that goal, the school had been working hard to hold science and technology lectures and establish science research projects. Directed by this strategy, East Ocean University's research branch had been growing while its comprehensive abilities were still improving. Its undergraduate programs were ranked among the top 10 nationally, while the development of masters and doctors had been moving into more advanced areas. While he walked through the campus, Hao Ren leapt over one puddle after another. After the storm, the tree-lined campus was full of cool and refreshing air. After he walked from the main gate to the southern entrance, Hao Ren crossed a street and returned to his dorm. He found that his roommates were already gone, so he picked up his bag and walked back to the campus for the lectures. In the classroom, Zhou Liren spotted Hao Ren and yelled, "Ren, are you a kept man now? Stop your nonsense." Hao Ren hurried over and knocked Zhou Liren's head with his book. "Then why didn't you come back last night? We all thought that you had been kept by a rich lady." Zhou Liren covered his head with his hands and laughed. "Isn't that your dream?" Hao Ren slapped Zhou Liren's head twice with his book, though not with force. Xie Yujia, who was sitting in front of them, heard their bickering. She turned to look at them. "Did you stay the night in the home of the little girl you are tutoring?" Zhao Jiayi came over and asked. "Yeah. I couldn't come back because of the storm and had to stay the night in their home," Hao Ren said. "They should have asked you to stay the night. Is it possible they want you to be their son-in-law?" Cao Ronghua also joined the conversation. "We analyzed the situation for half a night and thought that the little girl has some hidden motives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to see you race at the athletic games." Seeing that Hao Ren had stopped assaulting him, Zhou Liren raised his head and said, "Slap." Hao Ren's book landed harshly on his face again. "Stop your wild guesses. I stayed there for the night because of the storm." Hao Ren tossed the book onto the desk before sitting down. "Then you and Xie Yujia," Zhou Liren leaned toward him and lowered his voice, "have nothing going on? FCK. You are such a gossiper." Hao Ren glared at him. "This information is worth 1,000 yuan. If you have a girlfriend, Zhao Jiayi will lose 1,000 yuan to me and Cao Ronghua," Zhou Liren snickered. "BTCH." Hao Ren tapped Zhou Liren's face with the back of his fist. The morning and half of the afternoon passed uneventfully in classes. Hao Ren spent some time preparing that night's tutoring lesson for Zhao Yanzi, and the last class was over before he noticed. There were still 2 hours before dinner time. They usually spent it on playing cards in the dorm or playing World of Warcraft at the internet cafes. The students filed out of the classroom. Suddenly, Hao Ren noticed that the students who had walked out of the room all stopped at the door. Hao Ren and Zhou Liren walked to the door slowly and saw Su Han, who rarely showed herself on campus, standing at the door. She looked like she was waiting for someone. At the sight of Hao Ren, Su Han walked forward and said, "Mr. Hao, please take a walk with me around the campus." Hearing her words, the surrounding classmates suddenly turned quiet. Xie Yujia also stared at Su Han and Hao Ren in astonishment and confusion. "Are you afraid of me?" At Hao Ren's silence, Su Han asked. "Let's go then." Hao Ren squared his shoulders and escorted Su Han to the stairs pretentiously. His classmates were left behind, gaping at them. They went down the stairs and out of the academic building. On the way, the students they met all shot strange glances at them since they had never seen Su Han walk with a male student before. Today, Su Han was dressed in black and white. The short-sleeved sweater with a U-shaped neckline accentuated her elegant long neck and showcased her beautiful head like a statue. She wore big retro bracelets which made her arms look slimmer and more feminine. Hao Ren looked askance at her up close and wondered which of the two women, Su Han or Zhao Hongyu, had a better taste in fashion. When he turned his head around, he saw Zhou Liren and others sneakily following them in the distance. These guys, Hao Ren didn't know what to do with them. He knew Su Han was aware that the guys were following them. Since she had come for him, she didn't intend to keep their meeting a secret. "I have made a thorough investigation on this issue," Su Han said abruptly when they were more than a dozen meters away from the academic building. A faint fragrance floated from her cherry-shaped mouth. Even without makeup, Su Han was a great beauty. "You mean the issue of my identity?" Hao Ren asked. Since they were far away from other people, Hao Ren wasn't worried about being overheard. "Yes," Su Han nodded and said. "I asked Lu Qin and talked to Z. I have a clear understanding of the whole situation." "Then do you acknowledge my identity now?" Hao Ren asked. "Yes, barely. Since East Ocean is determined, I have made an exception for you. You are not from the orthodox background, but due to the special circumstances and the insistence of Z's parents who are my benefactors, I will temporarily give you a chance," Su Han, walking with light steps, said. "Temporarily?" Hao Ren caught the keyword and asked. "Right, only temporarily. The result of my negotiation with East Ocean is that if you don't succeed in the cultivation of the techniques of the Dragon Tribe, I, as an inspector, will have to deprive you of the qualification of becoming a member of the Dragon Tribe. And the time limit," Su Han paused for a second before she said, "is only 1 month. I need to a breakthrough of the spirit concentration scroll?" Hao Ren asked. "In your dreams. It is just a basic technique, and you are not counted as a cultivator even if you mastered it. I meant Con level, which is the lowest level in the cultivation system of the dragons. Qian, Kun, Xuan, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Con 1. These are the 8 levels, and Con is the lowest," Su Han said coldly. Hao Ren was a bit disappointed. It had taken him almost 2 weeks to break through the first level of the spirit concentration scroll, and maybe he was one of the least talented guys. It would be extremely difficult for him to reach Con level within 1 month. "I've told you everything you need to know. If you can't meet my requirement, I'll have to do my duty despite my feelings for East Ocean. In the next while, I will closely monitor your cultivation progress," Su Han continued. Hao Ren silently lamented his ill fate. Now he was not only monitored by the school's vice president and his father-in-law, but also by Su Han, the beautiful teacher who was in the center of the attention. Being under the supervision of these 3 people was worse than being roasted in the elixir furnace. "I have to warn you. I'm not the only inspector in the Dragon Tribe. I am lenient with you, but when other inspectors notice you, you won't be so lucky." Hao Ren asked in bafflement, "You mean, if you're lucky, they will only interrogate you? But if you're not, they might kill you," Su Han said, emphasizing each word. When Hao Ren froze in astonishment, Su Han turned to look at him and said, "Don't panic." She took out a silver necklace from her pocket. "This necklace holds a special array formation designed by me which can conceal the faint dragon presence in your body and keep other inspectors from noticing you." Relieved, Hao Ren berated her silently for scaring him by not taking out the necklace earlier. Instead of putting the necklace in Hao Ren's hand, she faced him and put it around his neck. Zhou Liren and others who had been following them from a distance were all stunned. What's happening? How intimate are Su Han and Hao Ren? She's putting a necklace on him. And the necklace seems to be her gift to Hao Ren, they thought. Hao Ren had not expected that Su Han would put the necklace on him herself. Of course, Zhou Liren and his buddies were not the only witnesses. The other students loitering around campus had also seen it. After all, Su Han rarely showed herself on campus and everyone would notice the super beauty wherever she went. Everyone was shocked, but Zhou Liren was on an extreme. He put his finger in his mouth and almost bit it off. With the array formation I designed on it, only I can put it on you or take it off you. Su Han lowered her slim and soft arms and explained. Hao Ren tried to take it off but failed. Besides, the necklace seemed to be made from a special material which couldn't be broken easily. Fortunately, the necklace is quite pretty. Otherwise, it would look like a dog collar, Hao Ren thought to himself. If Zhou Liren had heard this ungrateful thought, he would have strangled Hao Ren with jealousy because he would have passed out in happiness if Su Han had put a dog collar on him. Of course, this necklace has other functions. One of them is that I can track your whereabouts anytime I want, Su Han continued. FCK. I have been tricked. Hao Ren thought. This Su Han is really a fox. She pretended to be concerned about my safety, but her real intention is to monitor and control me. Seeing the regretful expression on Hao Ren's face, Su Han smiled. There's no use crying over spilled milk. As I told you, you can't remove it until you find someone more powerful than me, she said. Looking at her beautiful smiling face, Hao Ren lamented silently that beautiful women were the most ruthless. He searched his brain for a person more powerful than Su Han and found one, Zhao Yanzi's third uncle. However, that third uncle didn't like Hao Ren and probably won't waste his strength to help. As to the other people, neither Lu Qing nor Zhao Hongyu had greater strength than Su Han. This damn inspector. She trapped me, and I am now totally under her control. The woman looked cold, but she is actually very cunning. Hao Ren silently berated the beautiful woman who was worshipped and admired by all the guys in the school. Well, what other questions do you have for me? I can walk with you for another half hour. Su Han's fleeting smile vanished while she continued the walk. Hao Ren hurriedly followed her. I'd like to know how many inspectors are out there. Zhou Liren, Zhao Jiayi, and Cao Ronghua continued to follow them. When they saw Hao Ren walking shoulder to shoulder with Su Han while talking animatedly, they were green with envy. The number of inspectors is not fixed. Some wander around between cities and are disguised as artists, musicians and such, and others, like me, stay in one city and supervise the dragons in that area. Su Han answered Hao Ren patiently. Hao Ren was pleased to obtain this useful information. He continued to ask, then how can I recognize these inspectors? This question was important to him, and he had to know the details. You can't recognize the inspectors, especially those who wander around. Even elders like Lu Qing probably can't spot them. Only inspectors can sense each other's existence, Su Han explained. Inspectors were like secret agents whom you can't avoid. Even the mighty East Ocean Dragon clan has to be respectful towards them. No wonder Zhao Hongyu was cautious when she mentioned Su Han. Hao Ren had a better understanding of the situation now. This thing you gave me, Hao Ren pointed at the necklace and asked, will it last forever? The array formation on the necklace lasts only 1 month. After 1 month, unless I transfer more energy into it, the array formation will automatically stop working, Su Han answered him. No one would expect such patient explanations from Su Han, who was so cold in the class that she never answered her students' questions. Hao Ren wasn't the only one who was surprised. Zhou Liren and the other students, both male and female who were watching them from a distance, were also astonished to see Su Han talk incessantly with a male student. The sky was cloudy, but the air was quite refreshing. Beautiful Su Han dressed in black and white walking shoulder to shoulder with the ordinary-looking Hao Ren under the willow shades along the lake bank was not a perfect picture, but others felt like they were intimate. That was why I gave you the time limit of 1 month. If you can reach Khan level in 1 month, your body will release pure dragon energy, and the other inspectors won't easily detect you. Besides, if you get to Khan level, you will have some strength to defend yourself even if you meet a tough inspector, Su Han added. Looking at her, Hao Ren suddenly realized that she was, in fact, helping him. Since you don't acknowledge my official status, why do you want to help me? Hao Ren asked her. Su Han sighed a little. Because I owe East Ocean a favor and helping you is to return that favor, she said. What kind of favor? Hao Ren continued to ask. Su Han looked at him and thought for a while before answering. I grew up in the East Ocean Dragon Palace. Zhao Guang and Zhao Hongyu took care of me before. Dragon Palace? Hao Ren raised his voice in astonishment. He was stunned that it did exist. Yes. It's hidden under the water of East Ocean, and I think Zhao Guang will take you there one day. Most of the elders of East Ocean are in the Dragon Palace, guarding the place while cultivating. Only a few clever ones are in the city assisting Zhao Guang, Su Han said. Strange feelings surged in Hao Ren's heart. He had thought the so-called dragons looked a bit too ordinary and thus was surprised that the legendary Dragon Palace really existed. To Zhao Yanzi and others who live in the city, the Dragon Palace should be like their home and base, right? He thought. So you grew up in the Dragon Palace? Hao Ren asked her with interest. I am an orphan and was adopted by an elder of East Ocean. That's why I spent my childhood in the East Ocean Dragon Palace, Su Han said lightly. When she said those words, her expression was calm without a trace of sadness. After a few seconds of consideration, Hao Ren asked rudely, I've been wondering, how old are you? Chapter 47. The beauty in the Ferrari. Su Han turned around to look at him quietly. However, the coldness in her eyes could almost freeze Hao Ren into an ice sculpture. 24, she stared at him for a few seconds before she told him her age. Hao Ren exhaled deeply. I thought you are a few hundred years old, he murmured. He only spoke his mind and didn't think things through. Su Han was able to level up from Kan level to Qian level in 20 years, and she was what Zhao Hongyu referred to as a heavenly level master. It showed how talented she was. Lu Qing, for example, tried his hardest and was only able to get to Kun level after working towards it for a few hundred years. For him, Kun level was already the highest he could dream of in this lifetime. The difference in power between them was not only 1 or 2 folds. Su Han rolled her eyes at him. Although her heart was as calm as a pond of water, she was a woman after all, and every woman cared about their age. Okay, what other questions do you have? Su Han asked Hao Ren in a cold voice. In fact, Hao Ren wanted to ask about her body measurements for Zhou Liren. But he could only secretly wonder in silence to avoid being beaten by her. He could never ask that out loud. Oh, are there any quiet places in the school where I can concentrate on cultivating? Hao Ren suddenly remembered and asked. He was interrupted by Zhao Jiayi just when he was going to achieve a breakthrough last time when he was cultivating on the balcony. It made him gloomy for several days. Quiet places. Su Han thought about it and said, you should go find Lu Qing and ask for a spare office to cultivate in. That's a bit dramatic. Hao Ren hesitated. Owning a separate office as an ordinary student would soon be found out by others. Who knew what kind of disturbances it would cause? It's your business as for where you should cultivate. I'm not dealing with it, Su Han said coldly as if Hao Ren's question about her age triggered her. Or, Hao Ren asked cautiously, could I borrow your office? You are asking for a yard after taking an inch, eh? Su Han raised her eyebrows. Hao Ren laughed awkwardly and explained, I just think it would be nice to be able to ask you if I run into any problems. He realized that Su Han was charming even though she was mad at him. It was bizarre that Su Han, who had always been so calm, could get mad at him. It was his cautious suggestion that upset her. He had definitely touched this, Imperial Guard's, sensitive spot. Su Han pondered as she looked at Hao Ren, you are right. Zhao Guang is busy with work, and Lu Qing is swarmed with trivial things, so neither of them have the time to guide you. How about you see me in my office from 4 o'clock to 6 p.m., Monday to Friday? But don't bother me at other times. Hao Ren was thrilled to get Su Han's permission. Not only did he get a chance to spend time with a pretty lady, but his chance of survival had also increased. After all, she was the strongest person other than Zhao Yanzi's third uncle he had ever met. This was why he tried his luck with Su Han when she came to see him today. Su Han actually had her own reasonings for this decision. She was a cultivation addict by nature, and what she hated the most was being interrupted during cultivation. However, she wanted to return East Ocean's favor of bringing her up. On top of that, she found Hao Ren to be a hard-working guy, so she didn't mind giving him some instructions. If it weren't for those reasons, she would have smashed away anyone with such a request. "I'm heading back if you don't have any more questions," she said lightly. Hao Ren looked up at the big clock hanging on the library building and realized it was already 4:30. That meant he had been walking with Su Han for the past half an hour. None of the guys at school had the chance to even spend a minute with her, yet Hao Ren walked and chatted with her for 30 minutes. This could cause the guys to kill him with jealousy if they found out. Even for Zhou Liren and the guys, it would be a luxury experience to walk for half an hour with Su Han. They had never seen or heard of something like that. "Okay, I'll come to see you at 4 every weekday as long as I don't have class," Hao Ren said. Su Han nodded and briskly walked to her office. "Oh, wait a moment." Hao Ren suddenly thought of something and called. Su Han stopped and turned around. Having seen this, Zhou Liren almost wanted to run over and chalk Hao Ren. Aside from the walk, Hao Ren could even call out for her to stop, he thought. Lots of people saw me walking with you on campus today. How should I explain it to them?" he asked. "Just say I'm your older sister," Su Han said after thinking for a bit. Then she left swiftly. Hao Ren was relieved as he watched her leave. Having an answer that she had agreed to was much easier than making up a lie himself, especially if it would make her mad in the future. The fact was, this seemingly cold and weak lady would finish Hao Ren with just one finger. When he turned back and prepared for the upcoming interrogation from his roommates, a bright red color entered his view. He looked over and saw a red Ferrari driving towards the campus. Although it was not fast, the flame-like color still dragged a ray of red behind it. "I have probably seen that car this morning," Hao Ren remembered. Su Han, who had almost reached her office, also slowed down at the sight of the car. The red Ferrari slowly approached Su Han and stopped right in front of her. The beautiful lady in the car took off her sunglasses and flashed a charming smile. "Su, long time no see." Who could it be if it wasn't Zhao Hongyu? Zhao Jiayi and the guys were just about to interrogate Hao Ren. However, the Ferrari and the beautiful lady made them stay where they were as if they were under a spell. "Hongyu, how come you are here?" Su Han asked lightly as if she weren't surprised about Hongyu showing up at all. Hao Ren thought about it and realized that Su Han might have already sensed Zhao Hongyu approaching from a few kilometers away with her level of strength. "There isn't much to do at work, so I took off earlier and came here to catch up with you." Zhao Hongyu got out of the car and walked to Su Han as she said softly. The guys were surprised to see such an elegant lady stepping out of the car. She was obviously a high-class office lady with a great temperament. "You want to talk about Hao Ren, right?" Su Han turned around and looked at Hao Ren, who wasn't far away, as she said to Zhao Hongyu, "I won't cause him any trouble this month, so you don't have to worry about it." Su Han's cold attitude was pushing people away. Due to her high status, Zhao Hongyu had to show her some respect, but she wasn't going to beg her or anything. Having heard a precise answer from Su Han, she nodded and said to Hao Ren, "Ren, you don't have any classes this afternoon, right?" Hao Ren nodded. "Then come home with me. We can go get groceries on the way back." Zhao Hongyu waved him over and asked him to get in the car. Hao Ren sat in the $1,000,000 Ferrari. As they drove away, Zhao Jiayi and the guys were stunned with their jaws falling to the ground behind them. Chapter 48. Daily errands. The Ferrari drove out of the campus smoothly and entered the road outside. It wasn't very hot because it rained last night, so the weather was quite breezy and pleasant. The Ferrari Zhao Hongyu drove was a two-seat roadster. Her charming figure and stylish attire caught a lot of attention from the pedestrians while they waited for the red lights even though she was wearing sunglasses. On the contrary, Hao Ren was dressed very casually, and that didn't really match up with the scene. "Ren, it's still early. How about I take you to a mall and buy some clothes for you?" Zhao Hongyu turned her head around and asked Hao Ren. No thanks. I'm comfortable with what I'm wearing now," Hao Ren answered as he touched his clothes. He got most of his clothes from the light textile market around his university. The clothes there usually didn't have any brand names, and there was a vast price difference between them and those sold in the mall. However, Hao Ren didn't care much about that as long as the clothes were comfortable to wear. It didn't bother him if some of the clothes were worn out. Zhao Hongyu didn't want to force Hao Ren. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Did Su Han give you the necklace? It seems that she has accepted you already." Whoom! The roadster dashed out as soon as the green light went on. Her driving skills seemed first class to Hao Ren. The red Ferrari was smoothly shuttling back and forth between the traffic flow on the broad road. It is hard to tell that Zhao Hongyu, who is so gentle and kind, could be so aggressive while driving, Hao Ren thought as he secretly stared at the side of her calm and graceful face. Nevertheless, as the powerful engine of the Ferrari was roaring, it also attracted many whistles from some playboys who were in their own fancy cars. If Hao Ren didn't sit beside her, those guys probably would get close and flirt. However, if Zhao Hongyu even sped up slightly, those guys wouldn't be able to catch up. The car drove to somewhere near Zhao Yanzi's home, and they parked in front of a local grocery market. Zhao Hongyu took out a basket from some corner of the car like she was doing magic tricks as she got out of the vehicle, and Hao Ren got out with her. Zhao Hongyu picked up her car key and locked the car with 2 beeps, and then she paid 5 yuan to the old man for parking. "Let's go," Zhao Hongyu said to Hao Ren gently and walked into the dim indoor grocery market with the basket. As they walked in, there were some curious young and middle-aged men gawking over the $1 million car. It was expected since they could only see a Ferrari in magazines or on TV. Driving a Ferrari to go grocery shopping. What kind of life is this? Hao Ren felt speechless as he followed Zhao Hongyu inside. "Girl, you here for grocery shopping again?" As Zhao Hongyu walked in, some farmers and butchers said hi to her from their booths. Zhao Hongyu smiled at them as she carried the basket and walked up to the closest vegetable booth. "Uncle Lu, how are the vegetables today?" "Fresh, absolutely fresh. I just dug them out of the field this afternoon," that 50-year-old man with messy hair promised to Zhao Hongyu while tapping his chest. "Great, get me 2 potatoes and 3 tomatoes, I'll make some soup when I get home," Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. "Okay, I'll pick the best for you." The booth owner laughed happily. He then picked out some potatoes and tomatoes and weighed them. "The total will be 5 yuan and 30 cents, just give me 5 yuan, he said. "I can't do that." Zhao Hongyu took out her wallet from her stylish coat like she was doing magic tricks again. She grabbed a 5 yuan bill and then dug out 30 cents and put them on the electrical scale. After that, she put the tomatoes and potatoes in her basket. "Come back next time." The man spoke loudly to Zhao Hongyu in a happy tone after closing a small deal. All right, Zhao Hongyu answered happily as well. She then walked to another booth. "Granny's son, how are the fruits today?" she asked. "Those cherries just arrived today. They are delicious," the granny with wrinkles all over her face said to Zhao Hongyu. "Hee, then let me get a kilogram please." Zhao Hongyu took a bag and put some in. She turned around to ask Hao Ren, "What fruits would you like? What would you like for dinner?" "Doesn't matter, auntie. It's up to you," Hao Ren said shyly. "Who is this? I have never seen him before," the granny at the fruit booth asked as she weighed the cherries. "My distantly related nephew," Zhao Hongyu answered. "Ah, young man, you look quite handsome," the granny said after observing Hao Ren. It was Hao Ren's first time hearing someone call him handsome, and he didn't know how he should feel. After buying fruits, Zhao Hongyu then brought Hao Ren to get some more meat, flour, and other vegetables. Every booth owner was greeting Zhao Hongyu passionately, and Zhao Hongyu chatted with them while shopping. Ever since he was young, Hao Ren had only been to the grocery market a few times with his grandmother, and he barely went there after he grew up. Grocery shopping with Zhao Hongyu and hearing her chats with the farmers suddenly seemed so genial to him. Who could tell that this beautiful woman drove here in a Ferrari? Having got everything they needed after walking around, the basket got heavier and heavier, so Hao Ren volunteered to carry it. They walked out of the grocery market and saw a couple of kids playing around the fancy Ferrari. Some were so naughty that they even tried to climb into the roadster. The old man managing the parking lot couldn't even do anything to stop them. Zhao Hongyu didn't get mad at all. She just walked up there and opened the car door after unlocking the car, and the kids dispersed as soon as they saw the owner was back. Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. She sat in the car and waved at Hao Ren, "Get in the car." Hao Ren got in the car with the basket, and Zhao Hongyu pointed at the space back in the car and said, "Just leave it at the back." Water was dripping from the basket that was full of vegetables and meats, and Hao Ren followed the instruction and put it into the baked porcelain painted rut located at the back of the fancy, $1 million Ferrari. Anyone else who witnessed this would probably break down. Zhao Hongyu started the car, drove it out of the parking spot, and seamlessly joined the traffic flow on the road. Hao Ren sat in the passenger seat and quietly watched everything Zhao Hongyu was doing. Zhao Hongyu wasn't only a famous designer, a virtuous housewife, Zhao Yanzi's mother, but also the Dragon Queen. She had perfectly switched between all of those roles and had tried her best to do everything to the best of her abilities. Staring at Zhao Hongyu, who was so close to him, Hao Ren suddenly had a deep admiration for this young mother. Chapter 49. Hammered. Ren, when will your parents come back to China? Zhao Hongyu asked Hao Ren unexpectedly while driving. Hao Ren paused for a moment and answered, I'm not sure. Zhao Hongyu, seemingly able to read his mind, said, you wouldn't tell me even if you know, right? The look Hao Ren's face turned awkward. Actually, he didn't want to talk about the issue of Zhao Yanzi. First of all, he wasn't sure what his parents would think. Second, he didn't feel like this matter was concrete enough to mention yet. Fine, I'm not going to make it hard for you. Zhao Hongyu smiled understandingly and said, we'll find a chance to talk about it after your parents come back. Hao Ren almost told her that his parents had their careers, and all the family issues were up to his grandma. As long as his grandma accepted Zhao Yanzi as her granddaughter-in-law, it wouldn't matter how hard his parents try to object. Apparently, Hao Ren didn't think that Zhao Yanzi's personality would gain any adoration from his grandma. If his grandma could like anyone, it would be Xie Yujia. Zhao Hongyu parked the car in the garage after they got back home, then she brought Hao Ren into the house. Hao Ren could barely imagine how a senior designer who drove a Ferrari to work could also do the grocery shopping at a local market every day and go home early to prepare dinner. After going into the kitchen and putting on an apron, Zhao Hongyu turned from an office lady to a kind and virtuous housewife. Hao Ren also went to the kitchen to help since he didn't have anything else to do, and Zhao Hongyu didn't stop him. In a few moments, Zhao Yanzi got home. She casually said hi to her mother and Hao Ren when she saw them in the kitchen, and she went upstairs to do her homework. After a while, Zhao Guang also came back home from work. He saw Hao Ren in the kitchen helping Zhao Hongyu wash vegetables and cut meat. He nodded approvingly and then went back to his study room to take care of more business. Inside this two-story ordinary-looking house, Zhao Yanzi was in her room doing homework miserably. Zhao Guang was seriously reviewing some documents in his study room. Zhao Hongyu was standing in front of the pot cooking food, and Hao Ren was beside Zhao Hongyu preparing the next dish. The entire atmosphere was so harmonious as if they were a real family. Delicious dishes were brought to the dinner table one by one. Hearing Zhao Hongyu's call, Zhao Yanzi put away her homework and happily went downstairs for dinner. Zhao Guang also came out of his study room and steadily walked towards the dinner table. The four of them sat around the dinner table, enjoying the delicious meal together. During dinner, Zhao Hongyu kept speaking well of how considerate Hao Ren was and how good he was at housework, and that made Zhao Yanzi pout out of jealousy. Not only Zhao Hongyu but also Zhao Guang, who was observing Hao Ren, was feeling more and more satisfied with this son-in-law he had picked. Zhao Yanzi was the only one who still had heavy hostility against Hao Ren. She really didn't like the feeling when she thought about marrying this guy who was good at flattering her parents. However, when she thought of that pretty class president in Hao Ren's class, she wasn't willing to give Hao Ren away. She believed that the class president would take Hao Ren if she didn't want him. As usual, Hao Ren had to tutor Zhao Yanzi after dinner. He spent an hour systematically explaining the important English concepts to her and another hour on solving problems in other subjects. He no longer found the questions given by Zhao Yanzi unfamiliar or tough since he had already read some of her textbooks last night. He solved a bunch of questions continuously, and that impressed Zhao Yanzi a lot. This guy seems to have a smart brain. Secretly staring at Hao Ren's smooth and round forehead, Zhao Yanzi concluded. She hated stupid people the most, but it seemed that Hao Ren wasn't that type. The 2-hour tutoring session was over, and Hao Ren had to go back. Zhao Guang offered him a ride, but Hao Ren refused kindly. He packed up his tutoring materials and planned to hail a taxi. He didn't want to trouble Zhao Guang every time. Zhao Yanzi suddenly rushed downstairs as Hao Ren was about to walk out. She handed a few books to Hao Ren and said, I don't need them tomorrow, so you can bring them with you to read. Remember to bring them back tomorrow. Hao Ren looked down and found out they were biology and geography textbooks. Seeing Hao Ren looking up at her, Zhao Yanzi's face blushed. She turned around and ran up the stairs as she shouted, "Read carefully. Read seriously. It would be your fault if I get any questions wrong." This girl, Zhao Hongyu, who stood at the door with Hao Ren, shook her head and smiled. "I was about to ask her to walk you out." "Don't worry. I'm going back now. There is no need for uncle to drive me back. I know he is very busy with work." Hao Ren waved his hand at the door before he turned around and walked to the road. Zhao Hongyu nodded delightfully, feeling more and more satisfied with Hao Ren. When Hao Ren was on the taxi heading back to the university, he suddenly realized that the little girl Zhao Yanzi had never called him by his name. It was either, "Hey, this," or, "that." Ah, what a failure. As soon as he got back to the dorm and stepped onto the third floor, he heard someone yell, "Hao Ren is back." Immediately after that yell, all the guys rushed out of their dorms as if they had just heard there was an emergency. They surrounded Hao Ren and started bombarding him with their questions. "What is your relationship with Su Han? She actually put the necklace on for you, we all saw that." "That is the necklace. The one on his neck. Let me see. Let me see." While holding the plastic bag with all the tutoring materials in it, Hao Ren was tightly surrounded by them and was unable to move by a single step. They were so interested in the necklace that they tried to grab it one after another. Luckily, this necklace was made out of some special material that could bear all the tugs and pulls. However, Hao Ren's neck couldn't take the painful pulling anymore. In this situation, no one could say for sure that some of them didn't do it out of jealousy and didn't want to take this opportunity to get their revenge. "Move out of the way. Move." At this critical moment, Zhao Jiayi showed up with Zhou Liren and Cao Ronghua to rescue Hao Ren. They saved Hao Ren and walked him back to their dorm as if they were guarding an emperor. When they closed the door, the guys from the other dorms didn't give up that easily and continued to smack the door like crazy. The news about Su Han giving you the necklace had already spread throughout the entire university. It is definitely a breaking news. You are screwed, dude. Pushing Hao Ren against a chair, Zhao Jiayi said as he stared at Hao Ren. "What the hell? It is just a necklace given by Su Han. How did it become such a big news?" Hao Ren asked while rubbing his throbbing neck. "Don't try to quibble. Have you ever seen Su Han give a necklace to any other guy? Plus, do you know what the biggest news is?" Zhao Jiayi showed an extremely bright smile all of a sudden. Huang Zuji had heard about this news, and he went crazily mad. "It turned out that bastard likes Su Han a lot," he shouted. He hooked his arm onto Hao Ren's neck and cheered, "Good job, Ren. You run faster than him, and you are even better at picking up girls than him." Seeing the extremely excited and gloated look on Zhao Jiayi's face, Hao Ren had no idea what to say. "Su Han is a distant cousin of mine. Probably nobody would believe in an explanation like this now," he thought. "Beautiful Su Han. Beauty Su. I know you have never cared about anyone else's opinion or thought, but please don't throw me into the fire." Chapter 50. Height couldn't endure the coldness. "Open the door, Zhao Jiayi. It's me, Yu Rong. Yu Rong, from room 303 across the hall. Banged on the door and yelled at the same time, "We're brothers. Don't close the door. Let me in to know the truth." "We're not opening the door." Zhao Jiayi yelled from the other side of the door. "We're not opening the door for anyone today. If you want to know, ask tomorrow." Zhao Jiayi continued to yell when he heard them continue banging the door. Okay. Go back. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, room 302 will have a press conference. We'll explain everything clearly then." There were still a lot of noises outside when they heard Zhao Jiayi's words. However, all the guys outside actually dispersed after hearing an answer. The hallways of the dorm were still filled with the discussions of the incident, but the overall situation started to die down. The female dorm manager was finally relieved because she was about to call security to control the situation. "We're all in the same dorm room, Ren. Tell us the truth. What's the relationship between Su Han and you?" Zhao Jiayi faced Hao Ren and asked as the noises stopped outside. Cao Ronghua and Zhou Liren also dragged 2 chairs and sat across from Hao Ren. 2 of them and Zhao Jiayi surrounded Hao Ren and were about to start the interrogation. "Su Han is a distant cousin of mine," Hao Ren said helplessly. "How come you never mentioned this to us before?" Zhao Jiayi immediately detected the flaw and asked. Hao Ren thought for a bit and said, "I just found out recently as well. A relative came from overseas and treated me to a meal." Zhao Jiayi raised his arm and said, Okay, this reason is outdated. How do you have so many relatives? Is the principal your relative too? Hao Ren couldn't answer but smiled bitterly. The vice principal is somehow related to me, and you got half of that right, he thought. Certainly, Zhao Jiayi and the other two knew Hao Ren for 2 years and definitely wouldn't think that Hao Ren came from a wealthy family with a significant background. Zhao Jiayi thought for a while and said, anyhow, it is a fact that many people saw Su Han putting a necklace on for you. Even if she is your cousin, people won't buy it. It is better for you to stay quiet and accept the rumors and dubious claims, or you'll create even more misunderstandings. He continued to analyze. The situation as of now is that unless Su Han explains everything herself, they wouldn't believe anything you say. Yup. Cao Ronghua and Zhou Liren stood beside Zhao Jiayi and agreed with what he had said. It's impossible that Su Han will clarify this type of mess for me. I doubt that she would give a damn even if the fire was burning her house as long as it doesn't affect her cultivation, Hao Ren thought to himself. So, let's announce this tomorrow. You and Su Han are on good terms, but it's not exactly what they think it is. The crucial part of this statement is to piss off Huang Zuji. Afterward, when you have a chance to treat Su Han to dinner, we'll also tag along and get to know her. Zhao Jiayi followed up with the suggestion slowly. What the hell? That is what you guys are aiming for. Hao Ren understood what was going on as he listened to the very end. Fine, we'll talk about treating her to dinner later. Zhao Jiayi didn't want to startle Hao Ren and quickly added. Hao Ren looked at them and knew that these three guys were up to no good. After all, they wanted to utilize his connection to approach Su Han. However, Hao Ren would like to see Huang Zuji in frustration. He also understood why Huang Zuji provoked him before the athletic games. The fact that Su Han called Hao Ren to her office caused Huang Zuji's extreme resentment. Humph. You think you can pursue Su Han as the son of the deputy mayor? You think Su Han is only an ordinary lecturer? Hao Ren thought. He knew that many 3rd and 4th year students had pursued Su Han publicly or privately. He also knew that some 1st and 2nd year students who were self-obsessed and had a wealthy family background wanted to go after Su Han as well. After all, Su Han was beautiful and otherworldly. Also, she was only 2 to 3 years older than them, and she actually looked much more youthful than those 3rd and 4th year female students. However, he didn't know that Huang Zuji had pursued unapproachable Su Han when she hadn't graduated and was the most popular girl at East Ocean University. Despite Huang Zuji's effort, Su Han ignored him. Additionally, because she didn't live in the dorms and was hard to find, this made Huang Zuji's pursuit end without a result. He initially thought that he wouldn't be able to see this beauty again after Su Han graduated. Unexpectedly, Su Han chose to stay at East Ocean University as an ordinary lecturer, and this allowed Huang Zuji to see hope again. Huang Zuji's pursuit of Su Han happened before Hao Ren's enrollment, and he hid this failure of his very well. Therefore, Zhao Jiayi and the junior students were very surprised when they found out that Huang Zuji liked Su Han. Huang Zuji went after Su Han for many years and didn't even receive a response, but Hao Ren, a new student, obtained Su Han's attention. How could Huang Zuji not be pissed off? The current most popular girl in the school, Lin Li, who got her title from the hypes and headlines, was much worse than Su Han. Also, Zhou Liren asked, who's the woman who drove a Ferrari to pick you up today? She's so pretty. She also seemed prettier and more mature than Su Han. Ren, tell us, do you have a sugar mommy? You didn't even return to the dorm a few days ago. As he kept talking, his expression became nastier. Hao Ren quickly blocked his mouth with one hand as the other hand formed a fist and hit him on the head. She's the mother of my student. Quit your dirty thoughts, he scolded. Zhou Liren got hit, but he didn't back off. Instead, he got closer to Hao Ren, rubbed his hands together, said in an obscene tone, Brother Ren, I didn't know you are so good at getting girls. Teach me a few tricks. Get lost. Hao Ren kicked him away. The next day morning, room 302 hosted a press conference, as promised. As the official spokesman, Zhao Jiayi raised both of his hands and stood at the highest point in the room, the upper berth close to the balcony. Hao Ren crossed his legs and sat on the upper berth, and Cao Ronghua and Zhou Liren tried to maintain order down below. Other curious guys stood in the narrow room, looked up at Zhao Jiayi and Hao Ren in their slippers. What press conference is this? No matter how one looked at it, the scene resembled that of migrant workers gathering to ask for their salaries. Zhao Jiayi utilized the art of language well and indicated that Hao Ren and Su Han's relationship was developing in a good direction. He also tugged on the emotions of the guys and said that if Hao Ren and Su Han were on good terms, Su Han would come to the dorm often, especially the third floor. This turned the mood of the guys from jealousy to expectancy. Hence, the press conference had a perfect ending, and number 7 dorm's atmosphere was in great harmony. As a result, the guys were either washing their faces, brushing their teeth, or returning to their rooms for more sleep. The 4 people in Hao Ren's dorm room went to class together because today was Thursday. After advanced mathematics, it was Su Han's lecture on weak optical signal processing. Compared to before, the guys were more excited today because they wanted to see how Su Han would treat Hao Ren. However, to their disappointment, Su Han was as cold as before in the 2-hour lecture and didn't make any eye contact with Hao Ren. After the lecture, Su Han packed up her notes and left as usual. The iceberg beauty is still cold after all. You are too amazing to have the ability to approach someone like her. Zhou Liren gave Hao Ren a thumb up, and Zhao Jiayi and Cao Ronghua also admired him. As they packed up their textbooks, class president Xie Yujia walked towards them and put something down on Hao Ren's desk. Hao Ren picked it up and looked at it. It was an envelope. Zhou Liren's heart was pounding crazily as he stood beside Hao Ren. Oh my god. No way. Hao Ren's peach blossom fortune is blooming. The class president also gave Hao Ren a love letter. What kind of world am I living in? He thought. Hao Ren didn't even think of it in that direction. While confused, Hao Ren opened up the envelope in front of Xie Yujia and drew out a piece of paper. There were only a few words on it. See you on the field at 8 p.m. Huang Zuji.